Arc 6, Hall of Memories Chapter 22, The Asterism of the White Starry Sky. After he untangled himself from Julius, and stood unaided, he turned to face the trial. In front of Subaru's eyes, the figures of countless replica monoliths were spread out across the white expanse from the heart of the monolith he'd touched. To be honest, there were so many of them that he'd get sick and tired were he to count them.
Subaru, this would be the trial you meant.
Right, Shaola? Shaola, looks like it, right? I wanna see Master flaunt his forte. Subaru, don't start saying stuff like a band would at a drinking party. He wouldn't know since he'd never been to one, but that was probably how things went there. Subaru looked around the room behind Shaola, who'd cheered him on with her easygoing manner. The floor was still enveloped in white, with everything from their ability to tell distance to their ability to tell height going haywire. The only change that stood out were the monoliths that were dotted about the place, but those two weren't particularly different from the first one. There seemed to be a bit of a difference in size between them, but other than that, they were the same in that they both floated in midair and were made of a strange material. Subaru, speaking of stuff that we were given as a clue other than those, there's still that thing from before.
What he'd recalled was the voice that had echoed inside his brain when he'd touched the monolith.
Touch the brightest of the hero destroyed by Shaola. The sound hadn't come through his eardrums, but rather it had been whispered straight to his brain inside his skull. It had been closer to that. The voice he'd heard hadn't been a sound, so the general concept of it being someone's voice couldn't be applied here. If he were to put it in other words, it was like the words had been jammed into his brain like a sentence that he'd thought of.
There was no sound in his thoughts.
Thus, you couldn't comprehend who the voice belonged to.
If anything, it was from himself.
Subaru, that voice which could be heard was the trial question, you reckon?
If that's the case.
Julius, Subaru, I'm sorry to interrupt whilst you're thinking, but there's a few important things I have to say.
I don't think it'll hurt to go ahead after hearing those.
Julius, who'd played a practical joke on him earlier, said that to Subaru whilst he racked his mind. Nearby the stairs which led down, Emilia and the rest of them were circled around the monolith frozen around it.
Every one of them looked puzzled.
Subaru shrugged his shoulders in appreciation of Julius, who was beckoning them to his side, and said, "Oh? Subaru, is that so?
All of you challenged it before whilst I was sleeping.
Did you make any progress?" Julius, I guess I can't really call it progress. Anyways.
Subaru, please try and touch the stone slab. I mean, the monolith that's right here.
Subaru, does doing this please you that much?
Well, sure, whatever.
Subaru narrowed his eyes at Julius, who'd stuck to referring to it as a monolith, and walked over to the monolith that was on his right-hand side.
The slab was one of the replicas of the original monolith. As he got closer, he could see that this one was just a little smaller than the original.
Subaru, what if it's a trap, where the moment I touch it my arm gets swallowed up?
Beatrice, it's okay, in fact.
If something like that happened, Betty would become your right arm for the rest of your life, I suppose. Emilia, then I'd become Subaru's left hand. You can rest assured. Subaru, both of my arms would be gone if we suppose that though. Thanks to Beatrice and Emilia's reassuring pledges, Subaru summoned up his courage and stretched out his hand to the monolith.
He wasn't really worried about the act of touching it in itself.
So long as his companions had recommended him to do this, and didn't try to stop him, he had no reason to doubt his safety. The issue was simply the chance that they were concealing the truth as were the monoliths replicating themselves. Subaru, oh? Still full of anxiety, as soon as his fingertips brushed against the monolith, the black stone slab shone so brightly that it almost scorched his eyes. In fact, its radiance had caused Subaru to hold his breath and immediately cover his face with his arm. Then, after the light faded away, what remained in front of Subaru's eyes was Subaru, huh? Where did the monolith go? Shaola, behind you master.
Subaru, behind me.
After that flash of light, Subaru affirmed that the monolith that should have been in front of him had disappeared. Surprised by what had happened, he turned to look behind him at Shaola, who had nonsensically shouted out in triumph.
When he turned around, at the front of the stairs, in other words, at the place where the original monolith had stood, the first monolith stood alone. All the rest of them had disappeared from the room. Subaru, so, in other words.
This means?
Julius, that everything went back to its original state. To put it shortly, it looks like we've been deemed to have messed up by the trial.
Of course. Stepping away from the dejected Subaru's side, Julius carelessly approached the original monolith. And then, immediately after he stretched out his hand and touched its surface, that voice echoed out through his mind. Touch the brightest of the hero destroyed by Shaola. Once again, at the same time which the challenge was posed to them, monolith after monolith were replicated from the original and scattered all around the room with the same force as before.
The trial was distributed around therefrom.
In other words, they could call this a retry. Subaru, I see.
It must mean we can think as much as we want until we find an answer. Julius, that's our guess right now.
There happens to be this monolith, but I can say that even when we went around touching monoliths at random,
we couldn't find an answer.
Subaru, so you've already tried brute forcing it? Subaru broke down Julius' mild manner of speaking to the bread and bones of it. Emilia and Maylie, who'd heard that explanation, were patting their heads with what seemed to be a look of embarrassment about them. Just try touching and checking every single one of them. Certainly it looked like they'd tried to carry out that tactic.
Nevertheless, it didn't seem to have done the trick. Subaru, it's a trial, after all. It means we have to solve the problem and answer it.
Julius, it looks like our examiner doesn't appreciate answers that are just given out at random. Subaru, yeah, seems so. So like a sensei who doesn't give you credit unless you write down all of your working out, and doesn't allow you to just put answers in the test's answer column.
The anti-cheating measures sure do appear quickly though.
Reaching an answer without showing how you derived it could only come as a result of cheating or a hunch.
Oftentimes, till primary school, he'd come across problems which he'd find answers to using his hunches, but the main point to mathematics was to learn how to derive the problem, not to regurgitate the problem willy-nilly on the spot.
One time during primary school, when he'd been marked down for the lack of clarity in his working out, he remembered how resentful he'd been about it, but Subaru, after all this time, it looks like my sensei was right. Anastasia, I'm sorry but in when you're still absorbed in your thoughts, Natsuki-kun, but rather your turn ain't from here.
Come on, snap back to reality, snap back.
Subaru, oh, my bad. But, what do you mean by my turn? Anastasia called Subaru, whose eyes had glazed over, back to reality, and then clapped her hand on his back. As Subaru tilted his head at her appeal, everyone looked around at each other, and broke into mutters. What they were saying was the same thing, so combining it and paraphrasing it into other words, it's down to Subaru to find out who the hero destroyed by Shaola is. Emilia, we challenged the trial many times over until Subaru woke up. However, that girl wouldn't even tell us whether or not she was Shaola when we did. Beatrice, as far as we were concerned, Shaola was the sage, in fact. We thought they were the person on the drawing engraved on the silver coin, so we didn't connect this woman with Shaola, I suppose. Those were Emilia and Beatrice's replies, both of whom hadn't been able to hear Shaola's story till then. Ever since Subaru had woken up, he'd seen Shaola communicate with him with an air of over-familiarity that was way off the marks of typical friendliness, and because of that it was hard to believe for him that she'd refused to say anything to them. However, her not telling them anything more couldn't be helped since she'd kept her mouth shut towards those in the tower.
Having said that though, Subaru was still worried. Even if Shaola had had her tongue unsealed, and became able to talk about that.
Subaru, I guess it doesn't hurt to ask. Hey, Shaola. If you know anything, please tell me everything about the hero you destroyed.
Shaola, leave this to me.
Remembering stuff like each of the names of the guys I've killed is second-class work. For a first-class individual like me, I don't remember past the 100 mark.
Subaru, of course you'd say that. Shaola gave him a thumbs and then winked. Receiving that vigorous response, Subaru slapped his knee.
Just as he'd expected and feared, her reply was an air-headed Shaola-like one.
He had suspected that was likely going to happen with how she'd acted and talked till now. There was the chance that she, who would seemingly know the answer to the hero that Shaola destroyed, didn't remember it anywhere in her head. Julius, however, we won't make any progress if we end it with that.
Miss Shaola, do you really not remember anything?
It doesn't matter even if it's a tiny little detail. Shaola, that's easier said than done.
I just hell snipe everyone who comes near to the tower, and their corpses end up being cleaned up by the witch beasts outside. Anastasia, okay, but isn't that strange?
Could it be a trial to see whether we can reveal the tower's knowledge in the first place?
It'd be a strange sequence of events for it to require us to show something that happened after Shaola-san's tenure in protecting the tower started. Shaola had pouted, saying she didn't have any clue, but Anastasia pointed out the out-of-place feeling in what she'd said.
Everyone other than Shaola had agreed with her opinion with an IC. For sure, it was difficult to imagine that the problem posed inside the tower came about after her tenure in the tower had started.
Then naturally that meant the period of time which Shaola had destroyed the hero came before the tower's construction. Beatrice, in other words, that means it's from before you started firing at people at random, in fact.
Come on, remember, I suppose.
It's like all of your nourishment ended up just in your buttocks and breasts, so your memories become poor, in fact.
Shaola, this appearance was chosen by my mother Tilda. But, it wouldn't be honest of me if I said I remember.
Before the tower was built, right? Emilia, yeah, that's right.
Before the tower was built.
During that time, do you happen to know of anyone that you destroyed? Gathered near the stairway with Shaola in the middle of them, they desperately tried to awaken her memories. However, Shaola, who was basked in everyone's expectations, gave no signs that they'd been successful, and she groaned out with an ahian. Subaru, is it true or not that you've been around since 400 years ago?
If I name a bunch of the noteworthy people around that time, you wouldn't happen to have killed 2 or 3 of them, would you?
Shaola, Master, are you thinking that about me?
I'm a maiden who likes to dabble with flowers, you know.
Subaru, that's no maiden, more like a caterpillar. Emilia, Subaru, I think your way of speaking just now was ever so rude.
If she doesn't want to remember, then don't push her and force her to.
Subaru, Emilia Tan, your kindness is your super virtue, your best feature, but this woman is the more you pamper her, the more useless she becomes type, don't you think?
I can tell. 'Cause I'm the same.
Emilia had firmly puffed out her chest and declared that. But, it wasn't that Shaola couldn't remember because she didn't want to in the first place, but rather that her memory was so poor that she just couldn't. The topic was one which he'd wanted to handle delicately since one of his members had a bunch of difficult problems in regards to memories, but it was a different matter when it came to Shaola. Subaru, practically, it'll be no problem if I fire off some random names, right? I don't know how one of them striking the answer would react with the monoliths, though. Anastasia, it's definitely gotta be as Natsuki-kun says. I wonder though, even if we find out the answer, how can we then touch the brightest? Considering that the monolith he'd touched had disappeared, and the trial seemed to have adjudicated them as having messed up, he could predict that their answer's final form would probably be to touch the correct monolith. The issue then was how they would find the correct monolith.
Even if they chipped at Shaola's memories, he didn't get the feeling like it had become clear, one could say.
Meili, Uti, even if we think forever, we won't make any progress, re-GHT. Since Naked Oni-san is pretty cooperative, ITNK we might as well ask her. Still holding onto Shaola's bare shoulders, Meili butted in between the adults who were stumbling over what to do. She looked at the group of monoliths with a look of boredom on her face as she fiddled about with Shaola's scorpion tail. Meili, there's no ickle witch beasties around, there's no progress, and it's really not fun Speed things up, I wanna go back to the Mansion. Everyone
was at a loss for words at the words which Meili had uttered.
Following straight after that, Meili said, what is IT?
As Subaru patted her head.
Meili, what is it I woenda?
Subaru, nothing, I just think it's as you say, you're right.
This place is sandy as hell, and on top of that, there's a bunch of scary witch beasts prowling about outside.
We'll quickly take care of things here, settle all our problems.
Wake up, Rem, retrieve a means to save the people in need, and then we shall skedaddle out of here. Treading around things with anxiety before attempting them was a waste of valuable time. It felt to him like the trial had been set up by someone rather ill-natured and that he was playing right into their hands. Shaola, master.
You do know that there's an easy-to-stroke head right next to that lil ankle-biter. Subaru, I said this already. You're the same as me in that you're the type which when pampered falls unendingly into corruption. That's why from here on out we're doing this the Spartan way. Hurry the hell up and remember.
Shaola, do I have to?
Puffing her cheeks out in dissatisfaction, Shaola seemed to be in full pout.
However, she'd be easy to handle since after a few dozen seconds she'd start humming with a face like she'd forgotten.
Julius, well then, our young lady requests it too.
Shall we try and get on with testing out the possibilities we have in front of us without dithering about? Anastasia, MHM, that's probably a good idea. It's relieving that it's okay even if we fail a bunch of times. In most cases in human life, things are decided in just a single bout.
So, this is quite a generous problem, don't you think?
Although Meili had set things off in motion, Julius and Anastasia had also came into agreement with her. Thus, it was time to make her remember the hero destroyed and forgotten by Shaola once again. Subaru, for now let's go with a name that you remember, yeah.
Ah, how about Reed?
That dude was the first ever sword saint, you killed him, didn't you? Shaola, Meili, Gia.
Subaru, third base cleanup.
TL note, a baseball reference. Seems to be a reference to this manga which was translated as third base fourth, https://n. wikipedia.org/wiki/yoban_s%c4%81 do. Many thanks to Wave Master for pointing this out. Straight after he'd nonchalantly pulled out that name, Shaola let out a high-pitched shriek and leapt backwards. Subaru performed a diving catch on Meili, who'd been dropped having been unable to withstand that injection of momentum. After he safely brought Meili back to the ground, Shaola, who jumped up and fled far away into the room, had gotten smaller in view. Subaru, hey.
I'm sorry.
I don't really know why you're acting like that, but get back here. Shaola, please don't say such scary stuff.
Master's a real mean guy. The absolute worst. A maiden's distress.
A liability issue.
Even though she spoke frivolously, Shaola's voice, as she skulked back, was shaking feebly. She sure did act tough, but she wasn't all that. Unmistakably, fear and dread had caused her to react like that. Naturally, the reason behind her fear could only be but one.
Subaru, is the first sword saint such a scary person?
Julius, how foolish.
Reinhardt, Wilhelm Sommer and such are esteemed individuals worthy of the forefather of the Astria family.
He definitely wasn't just skilled with the sword, but a man of character as well.
Certainly, there are some parts sprinkled into the anecdotes that were left behind as rumors that indicate that he was rather strong-willed which don't overlap with Reinhardt and the rest, but if it's not like that, then wouldn't that mean the history of the Astria family has been twisted till this current generation? Subaru, not really, but when you unravel history, and the viewpoint of prominent statesmen also changes, you'll find that Japanese history is sufficiently cruel too.
If we compare it to that, then I mean we can't really start speaking about definites here.
Julius, dear goodness, let's not delve into this sort of talk.
It's all right.
We can get a clarification to the story if we get her to talk as she's a living witness here.
Come now, let's listen to her.
Julius started to ramble on with tremendous vigor at Subaru, who had hazarded a guess at Reed's temperament from Shaola's reaction. And to make matters worse, he'd handled things by dismissing Subaru, who'd tried to defend his point, with a laugh. After so long, Subaru could once again see a glimpse of the figure of that gaudy knight which he'd first seen at the royal selection.
He now knew that his attitude back then had been down to him playing the villain. Though, whenever he saw him like this, he sure did get the impression that he still was like when they'd first met. In any case,
Julius, your impressions regarding the first sword saint, read Astria.
Miss Shaula, I'd like you to tell us your candid impression of him.
Shaula, he was human garbage. Julius, I'd like you to tell us your candid impression of him. Subaru, don't pretend like she didn't say anything. Subaru shoved Julius' shoulder, who tried to ignore that inconvenient tidbit, and made him face the facts.
Pointing his finger at Shaula, who had a troubled look on her face, Subaru continued.
Subaru, hey, listen up.
The truth about the history you wanted to know about is right here. She's a living witness to it.
Go on, tell me as many anecdotes about Reed Astria as you like, of that magnanimous man of character skilled in the sword. Julius, those who hold exceptional talent end up having confidence in themselves, more or less.
That shouldn't be chastised, rather, it should be something you take pride in.
If you end up becoming the greatest swordsman recorded in history, even acting like such is, yeah, when you take into account how things were back then, it would be suitable.
Subaru, it's the first time I've seen you so desperate.
Julius too became flustered as if he was considering just how unconvincing he sounded. Setting Julius aside, who'd been betrayed by the history which he ever so loved, Shaula's truth of Reed Astria was pouring out of her without an end in sight. Shaula, well, anyways, he was a nasty guy. His personality was like that of an unruly brat in adult form, and he loved to bully the weak. Or I guess if we look at it from that garbage's point of view, almost all of his opponents were weak, so he'd be bullying the weak no matter who he fought against.
He did that a lot to me too.
Emilia, but he was able to keep doing that to you even though you're so strong?
Since it happened over 400 years ago, you must have still been small then too?
Shaula, I've been like this ever since I was born. So, between now and back then, I've not changed, however.
That thing was just out of the ordinary. A total piece of shit.
Garbage, piece of shit, the hero of yore had been harshly evaluated as such. The darkness wasn't vanishing from Shaula's attitude, as if many hateful memories had come flooding back to her.
It was the same as when a person who'd been bullied recalled what the bully had done to them.
Shaula, you should always keep that piece of shit in mind.
Even if the bully forgets, the one bullied absolutely never will, and that's a fact.
Subaru, I'm not really surprised since there's a precedent in Reinhardt, but it'd take quite a monster to knock you down a few pegs, and Reed Astria's one too.
Shaula, he really was the worst. But, I was able to get him to use both hands once every 10 times we fought.
Subaru, I see.
He could only answer with that.
Had she set her goals high or low in making him use both of his hands once every 10 times, and not to gain victory once every 10 times? Subaru felt like he wouldn't be able to make Reinhardt use both his hands even once every 100 times, so he could admit that her putting up a fight like that had been plenty enough.
Subaru, well, we can put off asking about Reed. It's pretty pointless for us to ask if you didn't destroy him.
Julius,
I agree. There's other things we ought to prioritize right now.
Subaru, didn't you waste time doing that just now? Subaru couldn't tell whether he had a scholarly interest in it, or it was a curiosity spurred from a simple hobby, but he judged that for now, perhaps Julius wouldn't be of any use. Although he felt sorry for Julius, who'd had his illusions shattered, unfortunately for him, Subaru had no reason to care about Reinhardt's ancestor right now. To begin with, Reinhardt himself was already more than plenty enough amazing no matter how amazing his bloodline was. At least considering his father's nature, he was sure that Reinhardt had been abounding in it. Subaru, then, let's leave all speculation about who the hero is to the guy who knows best. Julius, gotcha.
I shall humbly accept.
Subaru, I still wasn't talking about you, but sure.
Go for it.
Vico, help him out with it. Beatrice, gotcha, in fact.
He left the task to Julius since he was willing to do it.
And getting Beatrice to assist him as a helper, who boasted 400 years of knowledge, was ideal. Emilia, then what shall we do?
Subaru, we'll take a closer look at the surroundings.
He'd leave the hero-related stuff to Julius and Beatrice, who'd remain by Shaula, and meanwhile he wanted to take a look at the arrangement issue. Namely, how the replicated monoliths were arranged. If there was some significance to their uneven arrangement, then taking the time to search for the pattern behind it probably wouldn't be a waste. Subaru, first of all, the first one
is in front of the stairs.
Emilia, it's the monolith that hands out the question, right? The monoliths weren't lined up in a narrow enough space to the extent that they had to be careful not to bump into them. Nevertheless, Subaru took Anastasia and Emilia and looked around the monoliths inside the room.
There was a surprising difference in size between the scattered monoliths when he double-checked.
However, there wasn't a single one of them that was as large as the series of original monoliths. The figures of countless monoliths which were 1 or 2 times smaller were scattered about after them.
Subaru, when you take a look at it,
I guess there's about 7 or 8 monoliths that are about the same size as the first monolith? Emilia, I guess so. Yeah, I think so too. I think the ones that are really far away are all quite small. We'll end up restarting things if we touch those too, though.
Subaru, from the way you're talking about it, it looks like you've done that before. Ah, sorry. Never mind about that.
Seeing sadness build up in Emilia's eyes, Subaru caught himself before he said too much. Returning back in front of the first monolith, Subaru turned to face the 2 girls and plunged into thought. Subaru, touch the brightest of the hero destroyed by Shaula. I feel like it's trying to say something cool. Anastasia, I guess it must be saying something abstract. Unfortunately, we can't go overlooking the question when we take into account what comes out of relying on Shaula-san's memory.
Subaru, well, I suppose so.
In essence, relying on others, or on the being that had been left behind in the tower as its warden, to get that answer was really unfair with it being labeled as a trial. Subaru and the others hadn't expected friendly contact when they'd made it to the tower. However, they ended up making it into the tower without coming to blows with Shaula. If it hadn't ended up like that, they would have fallen into a quagmire of massacre.
Even if they'd successfully made it into the tower in that case, they likely wouldn't have been able to defeat Shaula.
Emilia, if we do that, passing the trial is going to be forever impossible, right? Subaru, that's correct if you're saying they have no intention of letting us solve the trial. They could put a strong guardian as a defense mechanism, and worse, were we to kill said guardian, they could put a terrible barrier that wouldn't let us pass. Emilia, but, you don't think that?
You think it's different to that?
Subaru, MHMHM. Emilia turned her eyes in anticipation towards Subaru, who'd touched on this issue of security.
Receiving her gaze, Subaru confirmed her thoughts with a chuckle.
Those eyes were Subaru's weakness. Subaru grew weak whenever Emilia and Beatrice gave him those looks. Rem, Garfield and Otto would occasionally look at him like that too.
Coupled with Petra, that made far too many.
The only ones who didn't look at him like that were Patrash and Ram. Subaru, it somehow feels like I could see a trend. Emilia, dash?
Subaru, it's nothing, just talking to myself.
Subaru's bluff wouldn't have worked against those who could see through him. Of course, he was bailed out thanks to Emilia not being one of those who'd question him about it. Anyways, putting that aside and going back to the problem of the format of the trial dash. Subaru, exceptions aside, fundamentally the problem was constructed with the assumption that it can be solved. If you really wanted to hide things properly, it'd be smarter not to leave them somewhere where there's a chance of finding them. Anastasia, but, Natsuki-kun, you've eyeballed this place as not being like that?
Subaru, what was it that the keeper of this place, Shaula, said? She said this is a great library, where you can get all the knowledge you desire.
I don't think Shaula herself could come up with such a fancy-looking phrase, so I think she's splurging out words that were told to her by someone else. Meaning that Flugel, who built this library and entrusted it to Shaula, intended for it to be used. The more he unraveled the possibilities, the more unnatural the current situation became to him.
The creator of this great library Pleiades must have taken steps to set it up so that the purpose of the building worked.
He'd left behind the trial and Shaula here as a means to screen people for that. Subaru, does this mean that no one but those who get along well with Shaula can use it to begin with? Emilia, but Shaula said that she attacked everyone who approached the tower, right? Yeah, that was right. The command that had been given to Shaula was to eliminate anyone who approached the tower without any exceptions, and Subaru and the others coming into friendly contact with Shaula had just been a stroke of luck. If he recklessly concluded that people wouldn't get the qualifications to challenge the tower unless they abounded in fortuity, then… Anastasia, so what you need is strength, luck, and charm so that you're able to make friends with Shaula-san?
I think our lineup is pretty unfit for that challenge. Subaru, it sure is.
If they'd been defeated by Shaula, killed by her, or been unable to get her to cooperate with them, then they'd have lost the qualifications to challenge the Great Library Pleiades.
Although it was irrational to think so, if he listed all the conditions up till now, he could only come to that conclusion.
However, Subaru couldn't help but have a bad feeling in just accepting that. And… Emilia, hey. Subaru, Emilia? Emilia, I'm feeling quite a bit uneasy.
I've got a real bad feeling in and around my chest.
Emilia placed her hand to the pit of her stomach and anxiously spilled that out. As he was about to draw his eyes to that, Subaru restrained himself before he ogled her pale skin. Clearing his throat with an ahem, he frowned at Emilia and said, "A bad feeling? Subaru, is something on your mind?" Emilia, to tell you the truth, there is. But, this may have nothing to do with everything, and even if I say it out loud, I think only you would understand me. Subaru, I think I'd like you to say whatever's on your mind right now, so you can say it to me. My thoughts aren't necessarily correct, and it's honestly a good thing to think about things from multiple different angles. Emilia, really? Having been immersed in her thoughts about what she was holding back, Emilia's face brightened a little as she heard his words.
Then she continued speaking, saying, in that case.
Emilia, when you touched the monolith, you guys could hear a voice inside of your head, right? Anastasia, yeah.
It's an uncanny contraption, but I wonder what the heck it is.
Emilia, it's that voice, but isn't it similar to the one back at the ordeal of the sanctuary?
Subaru and Anastasia,
TL note, for terminology disambiguation, check my TL note from last chapter on why I am using ordeal here instead of trial. Subaru and Anastasia both kept their silence when they heard Emilia's suggestion. However, even if both of them had ended up staying silent, the reason why they'd done so had been different. Anastasia had plunged into silence because she had no clue what those words meant, but Subaru's silence had been because he'd been taken by surprise and understood her words.
The ordeals those had taken place at the witch Echidna's graveyard, who'd lived in the sanctuary.
Those mystifying phenomena that made you confront the past/differing presence, Subaru didn't know the full details of them as he'd retired halfway through, but according to Echidna back at the graveyard, there'd been a third ordeal too, which Emilia had overcome.
No, in this case the details and hardships of that ordeal weren't what was important here.
What was important was that refrain that had informed them about the details of the ordeal using their own voice was pretty much the same as when they challenged that ordeal.
Subaru, now that you mention it, you're right. Why did that slip out of my mind?
I guess 'cause they're bad memories. Emilia, Subaru, that's because you really dislike Echidna, no? Anastasia, HK. Subaru, going through an experience where a savior turns out to actually be an eminence grise is gonna end up making you look like me. Since the sanctuary, Emilia and Subaru had spoken about the witches only once or twice. Even after they'd touched on the subject of the ordeal, Emilia liked to skirt around it, so he hadn't pursued the topic too much. The point that they both shared in common was that they thought Echidna was an ill-natured fiend. Emilia sugarcoated it more when speaking, but Subaru spoke about her as it was. Anastasia, why, ya freaked me out 'cause ya mentioned Echidna's name. Emilia, I see.
Anastasia's artificial is called Echidna too,
She does speak in a really similar manner, right?
'Tis strange. Subaru, yeah, it's strange, but let's settle this another time, all right? So, it's similar to the ordeal. When he'd heard the word trial mentioned, he'd thought that it sounded similar to ordeal.
When it came to the parts that resembled the ordeal till the start, this was probably one part of a system, or perhaps it was a great part of it that resembled the one at the graveyard. Subaru, come to think of it, the ordeal too was practically unlimited in how much you could challenge it. Emilia, and what's more, about the trials, there's the third floor, the second floor and the first, totaling 3 here too, right? Subaru, dash. Subaru and Emilia looked at each other as if they were saying, yeah, it's definitely like that.
The sage's name, and the 400 years time period. When he looked back on it, it felt inevitable that history overlapped with the period of time of those witches.
Emilia, yeah, though I'm sorry.
Even if we know that much, it still doesn't bring us any closer to the answer, huh?
Having thought all the way up to there, Emilia cut her story short with a flustered look on her face. Just as Emilia had concluded, even if there was a chance that this place had some relation to the graveyard, it still had nothing to do with the trial of Taygeta. The name of the hero who was destroyed by Shaula was still something that they had to rely on Shaula for.
Subaru. Actually, isn't it not like that?
Emilia, Subaru? Subaru, if we presume this place is something that's supposed to be solvable, then isn't saying that it can't be captured unless Shaula manages to a mistake in the first place?
This was the Tower of the Sage, and that had been the graveyard of the witch.
Both of these examiners shared in the same wicked disposition, but if that wasn't only what they had in common, they had a conceivable chance to overcome them. The witch had tested people out in her ordeals, but she didn't give them any hardships that couldn't produce results.
Then if the sage tested people in his trials, then he shouldn't give them any hardships that couldn't produce results.
Subaru, a chance for us to be able to capture the tower without needing Shaula. Anastasia, Natsuki-kun, what did you think of? Emilia, shh. Plunging into his thoughts, Subaru placed his hand on his chin, closed one of his eyes and sunk into speculation. As he did so, Emilia waved her hand and silenced Anastasia, who'd seen a ray of hope glimmering in what was occurring and spoken up. Emilia put her finger to her lips and made a shushing gesture at her, telling her to stay quiet, and after that, she turned her head back to look at Subaru.
Her amethyst eyes sparkled with anticipation. Not taking any notice of Emilia's anticipation, Subaru's head spun in thought. In this trial, Shaula's presence wasn't important.
Perhaps there was even a chance that those challenging the tower could destroy Shaula were she to attack them. If he presumed that they still didn't even know Shaula's name. Subaru, even if we didn't know that Shaula is Shaula, if we assume a Shaula was involved. Emilia and Anastasia, dash.
Subaru, we mistakenly believed that Flugel's achievement had been Shaula's.
The sage's achievement was that he sealed the witch with the help of the first sword saint and the divine dragon. However, the Witch of Envy ain't something that we'd ever call something like a hero, nor was she ever destroyed.
He cut out that possibility as being an incorrect hypothesis right here.
Maybe there'd been another heroic tale which the sage Flugel had forced on Shaula that he just didn't know about. However, it didn't make any sense that Beatrice and Julius hadn't recalled something like that. An inevitable possibility floated up in his mind. Subaru, even if we didn't know that Shaula is Shaula, if we assume a Shaula was involved.
That's it. He once again repeated what he'd said. That didn't mean his thoughts were going around in circles. It was the opposite. He'd cut out one of the possibilities, and another one had surfaced.
And, what that meant was... Subaru, Biko.
Come here for a second.
Following the possibility that had struck him, Subaru lifted his face up and called Beatrice over. Julius was trying everything he could to try and pry open the lid on Shaula's memories. Next to him, Beatrice sprung up when she heard Subaru's voice that indicated he'd managed to find something.
She rushed over to him, and said, Beatrice, that face is Betty's favorite Subaru face, I suppose.
Subaru, shouldn't all of them be your favorite? Beatrice, this one especially. In fact, Beatrice said that without any traces of embarrassment to her, and Subaru stretched out his hand over to her as she stood in front of him. Beatrice took his hand and looked at him with her round blue eyes. Her eyes were asking, "What do you want me to do?"
Thus, Subaru nodded, and said, "Subaru, it's quite simple. I'd like to jump a bit higher with Murak."
Beatrice, don't tell me you're going to say I've given up, so let's break the ceiling and go up that way, I suppose.
Subaru, don't be so shocked. Of course not.
I just want to look down on the monoliths from above. Emilia, look down on the monoliths. Behind him, Emilia turned around to look at the monoliths and muttered that out.
Even if she didn't know what he expected to get from it, Beatrice didn't show any intent of wanting to ask any more about it. She let out a small sigh and gripped his hand more tightly.
Beatrice, Murak, in fact. Pale, light purple waves faintly wrapped themselves around Subaru's body following her incantation. Murak was magic which kept the effects of gravity at bay and made you far more agile. Just by jumping lightly he'd be able to float up by about 1 meter, and if he kicked off from the floor with all his strength, then…
Subaru, up we go.
Still holding Beatrice's hand, Subaru leapt up towards the top of the tall room. Although he'd made it up by 6 or 7 meters, his body didn't crash into the ceiling as he'd expected. The layer had expanded as if there'd been no ceiling at all inside of this endless white expanse. Thus, Subaru was able to look down on the entire room from above.
Subaru, it's as I thought.
Beatrice, were you able to find what you were looking for, I suppose?
Subaru, of course. This place is the absolute worst.
Subaru frowned and nodded, seeing Beatrice's gaze, who'd heard his mutter wrapped inside of his arms. The two of them turned towards the ground and dropped down. Their lightness of body that had helped them leap up also helped grace their landing. They landed without any issue, and he lowered Beatrice, who he'd been princess carrying, down to the floor. Subaru, I know the name of the hero. Emilia, really? Subaru said that with conviction to Emilia, who'd seen him muse about it and then leap up. Emilia reacted in surprise to his words, and Anastasia rounded her eyes as well. Hearing them speak, Julius and the others with him who'd been captivated by their talk gathered over to where Subaru and the others were. Meili, Oni-san figured it out. Subaru, I solved it. Along with the line of thinking of this errant examiner, for now.
Shaula, that's master for you. You're making me feel all tingly. Oh, how I yearned for this. With Meili on her back, Shaula gave him a thumbs up and replied, then she shook her head vigorously.
Looking at that from the corner of his eye, Julius looked over to the group of monoliths, and said,
Julius, I don't mean to doubt you right now. But please tell me how you managed to get the answer. Subaru, it's nothing spectacular. You needn't feel bad for not solving this.
Because in the first place, the people who have a chance at solving this are few.
This problem was the most contemptible in that sense.
The challengers had to overcome the obstacle that was Shaula, understand the details of the problem, and yet from the start, they'd been narrowed down by the likelihood of knowing the answer to the problem. Subaru, the hero destroyed by Shaula, his name is Orion. Everyone, Orion? Everyone looked at Shaula in confusion after they heard the word that Subaru had spoken out. However, Shaula vigorously shook her head as everyone's gazes converged on her and said, I don't know them. Shaula, nope, I've no idea who that is. And even if for a second we assume I did kill them, what sort of person who can't even make it all the way here gets called a hero? It's totally ridiculous. So, I don't think I'm the one to blame here.
How, you may ask? Well, by this argument from theory. I'm super smart. Subaru, as you can see, this woman's not smart at all. At first, I'd suspected that she may have actually forgotten, but that's not the case. Reason being that the Shaula from this problem isn't this woman in the first place. Shaula, I'm the only Shaula. I got this name from master.
Subaru, even the name that your master gave you came from someone else.
He prodded out his finger to the tip of the protesting Shaula's nose and pushed her away before she could get closer.
Following that, Subaru walked over to the original monolith and stood in front of it. Emilia, maybe once again. Only Subaru knows the origins of Shaola's name? Subaru, it isn't just me who knows, though I suppose not everyone would know.
The name of a star in my hometown is called Shaola. The meaning of its name is the stinger, but if I had to specify which kind of stinger, then it'd be the scorpion's stinger.
Shaola had insisted on calling her hairstyle a scorpion tail. Had that been a hint of some sorts, or was that some natural airheadness of Shaola's? Whichever one it was, there'd been a few things that had made him recall that Shaola equals scorpion equals stinger. Subaru, according to legend, the hero Orion was stung by a scorpion which had been sent out to besiege him due to his boastfulness, and he ended up dying.
After his death, he became a star.
So, the scorpion that killed Orion also became a star due to its deed, and it's said that even now in the sky Orion lives in fear of the scorpion. Beatrice, now that you've explained things, this legend has a pretty depressing vibe to it too, in fact. Subaru, anyways, think of it as having constellations where stars are illustrated by the figures of animals and people and such.
You can even think of them as an asterism.
So, that's how it looks when you look down on the monoliths from above. Becoming practically weightless as a result of Beatrice's magic, he jumped up and looked down at the group of monoliths. The scattered black monoliths in this world of white, although their colors were inverted, a series of black stars floated about in this white world, forming a pattern which he was familiar with.
There were 8 monoliths in total which had the same size as the original one.
The number of major stars as well as how they were laid out both matched with how the constellation of Orion was shaped.
And when he linked it to the last part, touch the brightest. Subaru, the original monolith is right in the middle.
Well, I just gotta keep my eye on Olnilum, and if I keep following the shape of the constellation. If I keep following Orion, then. Emilia, then? Subaru, the phrasing the brightest is a bit of a roguish expression. In actual fact, stars shine in various different ways, sometimes they're always bright, other times they shine brighter only every so often. Considering that, there are 2 stars that fit the bill for the brightest in Orion. When viewed from above, the 2 stars that fit the bill were the right shoulder of Orion located in the upper left part, Betelgeuse, and Orion's left knee located in the lower right part, Rigel. Rigel was always invariably bright, whereas Betelgeuse was a variable star that sometimes shone brighter than Rigel.
Solving the problem by picking both of them wasn't a pretty one, but
TL note, have a helpful image if you need help visualizing this, though not all the stars are shown. https://.pinning.com/f6-59/bd/f659bb011bb9b0724d185d6cff29db2.jpg. Keep in mind that Rigel is shown as the foot here, from some quick Wikipediaing. In the constellation of Orion as the mythological Greek huntsman, Rigel represents his knee or, as its name suggests, foot, with the nearby star Beta Eridani marking Orion's footstool. Tappei went with knee in the Japanese, which is why you might find a discrepancy between this image and the translation. Subaru, I guess I'll go for Rigel.
He had bad memories of a name that was similar to Betelgeuse.
Subaru, Setting his answer in stone, Subaru touched the monolith on Orion's left knee, Rigel.
This wasn't necessarily the only answer.
But, most likely it should be the right one. And at the same time he realized that, he readied himself for the precipitousness and difficulty of the obstacles that awaited them on the second and first floor, when considering the maliciousness of the person who'd cooked up these trials. Subaru, The white room was filled with a dazzling light. Both sound and landscape were left behind, everything was blown away, before finally.
Subaru, whoa.
When the light died down, Subaru and the others were left standing in a room made out of stone in the middle of a room that was encompassed by countless bookshelves. Arc 6, Chapter 23, Evaluation of the Third Floor. Tegeta Library. Surrounding world of white evaporated, leaving behind a room carved of stone and uncountably infinite shelves. Feeling the stone he had been touching disappear, Subaru took this to mean that his answer had been correct.
Then in that case,
Emilia, amazing.
Subaru, good.
Subaru, the examiner's personality, is just too wicked. Emilia, that's your first reaction? Ready to celebrate the solving of the third floor, Taygeta, Emilia was stunned speechless. Echoing through the tower, was Subaru's vitriolic cry. Looking back to the surprised Emilia and everyone else watching him, Subaru gave a my bad as he continued to talk. Subaru, although it's as everyone suspected, and I've indeed solved the riddle. But that it was solved like this is a huge issue.
Or rather, it's unfair to all of you.
Emilia, is that so? Subaru used esoteric knowledge to solve the riddle.
Is how it seems to me.
Subaru, rather than saying I solved the riddle with my own knowledge, it's more like only someone specifically like me can solve this, is the issue here. Tilting her head in confusion, Emilia faced Subaru as he scratched at his head. To consider it in detail, the best way to explain this turned out to be a bit of a problem. The exam of the third floor, Taygeta, was just as Subaru had answered, the myth of the Orion. The notion he had set aside was the person who riddled this might have been an astronomist or a romantic, with the reason being that the myth of Orion did not exist in this world. Whether Orion or the celestial name of Shaula, or any of the other constellations, all of them were astronomical knowledge from Subaru's original world. And this current world, perhaps was the far future, set after the civilization of Subaru's original world had long been lost to the past. Subaru had long affirmed that this world's night sky contained different stars than the ones he had known. Subaru, so, the passage of time completely changed the layout of the stars. In that case there's no option but to just wave your hands in surrender, since Orion or whatever doesn't exist anymore. After an extensive period of months and years, Orion had long since vanished from the night sky, and anything like his myths had disappeared too.
If this were the case, one conjecture could be made.
The poser of the riddle was someone who knew the same sky as Subaru. Furthermore, all those aside from those who knew the stars of the previous world were born naturally defeated by the exam's riddle. And the one who had designed the riddle, according to Shaula's report, was without doubt the sage, Flugel. Subaru, your master, seems to have been a guy with a decidedly wicked personality.
Shaula, no, why would you say that, Shu? It's unlike master to be self-deprecating, Shu.
Although the wicked personality bit can't be denied, Shu, it's still reasonable for the riddle to be solved, Shu.
If it were read, it would indeed be unsolvable.
Something about revealing another self and being unable to pass without victory in battle? Subaru, that's horrifying. Either way the tests would go nowhere.
All in all, the heroes of the past who had subdued the Witch of Envy all had terrible personalities. With this person, using knowledge from another world would probably work better. Anastasia, all right, and now?
As Subaru sighed over Shaula's explanation that wasn't an explanation, Anastasia interrupted the pair to glance around. Stroking her scarf, she examined the shelves crammed with books. Anastasia, thanks to Natsuki-kun's labors, the exam was solved. That's excellent, but what's the point of the library?
What kinds of books does it have? I find this quite curious.
Julius, according to Shaula-san, this place is a trove of knowledge without bound and without break. Unironically considered lacuna here, is what she had said. Nodding in accord with Anastasia's words, Julius glanced toward Shaula.
Bearing an expression as if she had forgotten her own earlier words, Shaula had her skin pressed against Meili's, as she played with her.
The expectations hadn't been high to begin with, but it seemed that Shaula's explanation of this, Taygeta, library was not forthcoming. Beatrice, from that reaction, it seems that this is the first time Taygeta's been opened, in fact. Let's walk around and take a look, I suppose.
Subaru, indeed. Hey you.
Could it be that you can't hold back anymore? Beatrice, that
might be the case, in fact.
Clutching her dress from beside Subaru, Beatrice seemed to be speaking a tad faster than usual. Eyes gleaming softly, gazing about the library with fascination, upon realizing the reason, Subaru forgot their circumstances and began laughing. Subaru, seems like the Forbidden Archive wasn't some unpleasant memory to you. Beatrice, it's not a particularly pleasant memory, I suppose. However, in any case, it's a place where Betty spent 400 years, in fact.
In addition. Subaru, in addition?
Beatrice, it's where Subaru told Betty to choose me, I suppose.
It's not a place that can be so easily forgotten, in fact.
The unexpected words had Subaru's eyes go round, and Beatrice's turned her face away, but even from behind her reddened ears were plain to see, a clear sign of embarrassment. Subaru, saying words that would embarrass you of your volition, just what are you trying to achieve? Beatrice, Betty remembers everything about the Forbidden Archive, ISAT is proof of memories of Subaru.
Is all, in fact. Subaru, you are too cute.
Beatrice, Kea, I suppose. At the sudden declaration of affection, Subaru gently began stroking Beatrice's head.
Beatrice's feline cry gradually softened, and Subaru saw an expression filled with satisfaction. The scene had Anastasia and the others glance at them with amazement.
Subaru, all right, enough of the idle chatter, let's check out the library now. Anastasia, what a sight for sore eyes.
It really seems like a gentle exchange between parent and child, doesn't it? Subaru, it'd at least be considered brother and sister, wouldn't it?
Sticking his tongue out at Anastasia's opinion, Subaru straightened and glanced about at his surroundings.
Where Subaru and the others were located, was the center of a stone-carved circular room. The structure itself was an extension of the tower, and the expansive design created a feeling of being left without boundaries.
Aside from the large spiral staircase, the 5th and 6th floors had no particularly striking features to fill the vast empty spaces.
And the 4th floor was in fact divided into several rooms, what Shaula had described as a versatile nest. Yet the 3rd floor filled the same empty space with rows upon rows of shelves, each tall shelf crammed with countless books. The circular room was designed to form small floors. Subaru's group was located on the lowest, surrounded by layers raising outward. The books were so numerous as to be uncountable. Beatrice's Forbidden Archive was also fairly crowded, but in terms of solely counting books, this place was by far victorious. Subaru, in order to find the book you want, it'd be nice if you could search with a computer. Beatrice, in the Forbidden Archive, Betty knew exactly where every book was, in fact. Subaru, amazing, you. A genius?
After praising Beatrice's little show of smugness, Subaru approached the bookshelf beside him. Looking over, Emilia and the others drew close as well, although it didn't seem as if anyone felt daring enough to pluck a book from the shelf. Emilia, wasn't Subaru was the one that solved the riddle? Maybe something would go awry if it wasn't Subaru that touched it. Subaru, indeed anything could happen, but if only the one who had answered the riddle were allowed to read anything, wouldn't it be off that Emilia Tan and the rest were even allowed into the library? Emilia, right.
Then it seems like entering this place is akin to permission.
Subaru, that's what I think. Hey, Emilia Tan? At Subaru's theory, Emilia, who had kept her guard up, nodded in understanding. Then, letting down her guard, she immediately pulled a book from the shelf. Then she began flipping through the contents of the book, right before Subaru, who had been struck speechless. Emilia, it's just a normal book. Subaru, what is it? Subaru, no, nothing, it's just that Emilia's boldness was shocking but quickly became mesmerizing.
I only said that that's what I think is all.
Emilia, Subaru said so wouldn't it be fine?
Is saying so that odd?
Emilia's conscientious expression bore a confusion that left Subaru speechless.
With complicated feelings, Subaru brought a hand up to cover his face with an "you Subaru, it constantly feels like, that piercing gaze of trust is painful. Julius, you built it up bit by bit, is how it is.
Furthermore, that you solved the riddle of Taygeta, which no one else could is fact.
Such an achievement is undeniable.
Subaru, that was like a blind cat swatting a dead mouse.
That I solved it was just coincidence.
At Subaru's bewilderment, Julius shrugged his shoulders, the knight's words causing Subaru to avert his gaze. Emilia's faith, Beatrice's closeness, Julius's sincerity each one of them, did not align to Subaru's expectations, and each of those words conveyed an inexplicable sense of wariness. Subaru often doubted that kind of value being placed upon himself. Anastasia, just as Emilia-san said, it's just an ordinary book. It's not some strange object that would immediately set your body on fire upon contact. What the book is made of is difficult to discern,
as is its age. As for the content?
Inspired by Emilia's proactive attitude, the others too had begun picking up books one by one.
Even so, to skim all of this myriad of books was hardly such an easy task.
Anastasia and Julius both examined the book's composition and binding and the like. Subaru, Biko, what do you think? Beatrice, it seems that the composition of the books are identical.
Only the titles are completely different. This is Noah Libertus.
This is Libre Fermi. They don't seem to follow any particular pattern in their ordering either. Her librarian soul dripping blood, Beatrice expressed dissatisfaction with the one who had arranged the book so haphazardly. The absence of any memory of her sorting through the forbidden archive suggested that it had been organized long ago. Putting aside Beatrice's indignation for now, Subaru suddenly noticed something about the spines of the books. Subaru, the titles of these books. Could it be that they're all people's names?
It seems to.
This is Palmer Euler, and here's Coyote.
Julius, all these names from the past aren't familiar ones. Not that I hold any wealth of knowledge, but none of these names are ones I know. Of course, looking around more closely might yield some kind of discovery.
If you don't recognize them, it's likely that no one here would. Whether that was true or mere humbleness, of late Julius had been revealing more of the historical pedigree of his house.
If these names were not in his knowledge, perhaps they were just randomly given ones.
Subaru also offhandedly grabbed a book to leaf through.
The text written inside was composed of the common glyphs,
glyphs, and glyphs, the unique language of this world. Had it been a gospel, no one aside from the owner should be capable of reading it, and only text composed of what seemed to be pictographs would have been visible, but this book did not seem to use such petty tricks. Since the text was minuscule, and the content itself was too boring, it would not register in the brain even if read properly, a common issue with uninteresting books. Subaru, once again, to check with Anastasia-san. Are there any names you recognize? Anastasia, nope. Subaru sought confirmation from Anastasia. Of course, rather than from Anastasia herself, it would be better to say he sought confirmation from Echidna, who held control over her flesh.
Echidna should be possessed of more knowledge than Julius. And though it was possible she was concealing the truth, from the very beginning the spirit had not shown any hints of hostility. Believing her answer for now, Subaru began to feel rather impotent.
Subaru, out of tricks already,
A tree hidden in a forest.
It could be that a vitally important book is hidden somewhere in these shelves. This really is troublesome. Emilia, giving up halfway through won't do. Facing an unsolvable problem means that you have to try even harder.
Work hard.
Faced with a vast amount of books, Subaru, who had already felt uneasy, had his soul assaulted by exhaustion. Emilia raised a tiny fist for Subaru to cheer him on. The encouraging pose that Emilia struck grew more and more accurate, and Subaru turned to face the shelf. The titles of these books all contained unfamiliar names. At the very least, should he come across a name he recognized, he would look into it with care. Thinking so, Subaru brushed his fingers along a row, book by book. Subaru? Suddenly, Subaru's fingers came to rest on one spine. Grabbing the spine of the book, then easing it out from the stuffed bookshelf, the book's title was a name that Subaru knew.
Subaru, having reflexively grabbed the book, flipped it open.
Then, the familiar name of the book met his eyes, and afterward, it came.
A dimming of the consciousness. A woman, a soul woman existed.
A woman so young, one would hesitate to call her a woman. Humble clothes upon a skinny figure, green hair along with a skin tanned in the shine of days. The woman seemed to be at an age to be called a little girl, however, her heart was commanded by unending distress. Unable to find the answer for it by any means, for the woman, it was an inborn argument. Ever more troubling her mind with it, was the unending supreme argument. It was the logic omnipresent in the world, that contrast of white and black, namely, good and evil. Righteousness, deeds of Though there were innumerable choices in the world, all deeds are eventually decided to be on either of those positive and negative poles.
For the yet youthful woman, there was a reason to continue to anguish over that logic. It was inevitable for her.
The one who had divided the woman's world into white and black, good and evil, the righteous and the sinners, was the woman's father. The woman's father decapitated the necks of sinners, and made a living by delivering punishment appropriate for the errs. Delivering the end of their life, the punishment suitable for their upon the sinners who had sinned, meant livelihood to her father.
Executioner.
The woman had seen the actions of her father, who was named that, and the state of affairs of the execution site, before even the days of youth.
The repulsive and cruel deeds, the death wails of the sinners granted quietus, the execution site ruled by blood and death. What made the woman witness death there, was none other than her father's own will.
Punishment casted upon the committed sins, evil deeds met their result through the means of evil deeds. The father attempted to convey the rightful state of affairs he believed in, of the world's good and evil, as an executioner, to the woman.
Noble was her father's will, a pure ideology without question.
However, keeping in mind the woman's youthfulness, it seemed to be conceited, it was yet too early to seek ideals. The woman saw the deaths of many with her own eyes, scented the odor of blood, and burnt the punishment casted upon sinners into her memory. The result, the woman, before she could study in depth the value of life, and the principle of life and death, learnt punishments befitting the sins. Benevolence gave birth to good cause, wrongdoings called upon roots of evil, the souls of sinners were corrupted, worthy of punishment. Comprehending the teachings of her father through that interpretation, the woman desired the rightful state of affairs for punishments befitting the sins. For that she sought something which would become her guiding principle, the balance of virtue which would establish evil deeds as evil. However, the balance which the woman sought existed nowhere within her sphere of search. The good and evil of affairs had no simple answer, but the correction, sin and punishment possessed many factors determining them. However, the woman, yet youthful and unknowing of compromise or resignation, did not to come to a halt.
She must obtain the answer. She must conceive the balance befitting good and evil in her heart.
She must present the answer to the undissolving doubt present within the interior of her chest.
Days of agony continued, however, she gained the answer suddenly, as if a blessing had been granted to her from the heavens above.
Shattering her father's vine cup, the woman was greatly frightened by the sin she had committed herself.
Preparing herself to face beheading, the woman confessed her own sin to her father. Speaking up your own sins, and apologizing for them is correct,
said the woman's father while expressing a smile, forgiving the woman's error. At the smile of her father and the sensation of his palm patting her head, the youthful woman came to understand. The balance for measuring the weight of the committed sin was nothing else, but present within the heart of the sinner himself.
Even if nobody lies witness to it, the heart of the sinner himself knows of his sin. Good and evil, she did not understand. They're complicated.
Corrections have no certain guidelines.
They can't be found. However, the consciousness of the sin is within oneself. There are no standards for punishments befitting the sins. However, the consciousness of sins deserving of punishments is within oneself. The woman understood, she was satiated, and finally obtained the balance.
Remaining ignorant of the value of life, and the principle of the life and death of people, the youthful woman disclosed punishments befitting the sins. Under the light of days the woman walked, learning through observation from her executioner father, for delivering punishments befitting the sins,
for disclosing the hearts of those sinners, who had been judged worthy of punishment.
For the woman, the division of good and evil, corrections, sincerity and falsehood into two halves, was the natural order of things. At the question the youthful woman asked, some smiled, some were troubled, some were bewildered. However, the result of the answer to the woman's question, was the same for all.
The sins worthy of punishment lied within themselves. She looked around. Nobody was there. There no longer was anyone present here, aside from the sinners who had received punishment.
Trampling over the people who had been torn into tiny fragments, and finally over the fragments of her father, for the sake of fulfilling the long-standing desire bestowed upon her, the woman continued walking further, seeking sins worthy of punishment.
The Witch of Pride questioned sins, delivered punishment, and cast judgment upon sinners.
Upon seeing the beginnings of the witch, he recognized, Subaru's consciousness returned alongside a pain. Subaru, AAA. Subaru's consciousness was ejected from the book with a snapping sound, accompanied by a feeling of having blood drained dry on the one hand, and a feeling of being externally torn into bits on the other.
Pain resonating not from the head or body, but the soul. The soul entering into the book, then painfully torn away from it.
Emilia, Subaru. Subaru, AAA. At the same instant that a cry came from beside him, his wrist took a fierce strike. That was Emilia knocking his wrist with a karate chop. Subaru's hand shook under the impact, and the book he held fell to the ground. It landed spread face down on the ground, and Subaru stumbled into a bookshelf.
Subaru, oh, ah?
Emilia, are you okay? Just now, you looked super uncomfortable.
Subaru, somehow, it's over.
Right?
I don't get it either.
Nodding at Emilia, who supported him with unease in his eyes, Subaru caught his breath. Although he hadn't done any sprinting, his heartbeat was in a frenzy. Pressing a hand against his chest to feel the jumping of his heartbeat, Subaru breathed deep. His gaze swiveled around, finally landing on Emilia. Emilia, is everything fine? Subaru, gazing upon Emilia Tan's face puts me at ease.
Could you give me a hand?
Emilia, all right.
What is it?
Accepting Subaru's flattering words, Emilia supported his shoulder and asked.
As she queried on, Beatrice reached a hand toward the book on the ground.
Beatrice, just now, your expression grew odd after touching this book. Subaru, wait, Beatrice.
Don't touch it.
Beatrice, dash.
Wanting to call Beatrice to a halt as she reached for the book, she had taken it into her lap before he could.
Casting her gaze downward, Beatrice read the book's title aloud under Subaru's furious gaze. Beatrice, Typhon. Is this the name of someone Subaru knows, I suppose?
Subaru, it is. Could it be that you? At Beatrice's question, Subaru wanted to ask, could it be that you don't know?
However, whether her answer would be in the affirmative or negative was already obvious, and Subaru frowned as he considered what should be said next. In that period, Beatrice had already opened the book to check its contents. Subaru, idiot. Beatrice, idiot is a rather rude thing to say, in fact. There's nothing special about this book, it's just the same as the others, I suppose. Beatrice would have the same shocking experience that Subaru had, although that was what had been expected. The girl had no reaction whatsoever to the book's contents. She disappointedly shoved the book back at Subaru.
She was dissatisfied with the book and sent it back to her.
Beatrice, however, Subaru hasn't read any of the other books.
Is how it seems, in fact.
Subaru, right.
But why is it just me?
Emilia, could it be that just like the riddle of the room, only Subaru can see it?
Or that it only works for Subaru, who solved the riddle?
Subaru, if that's so, that personality just seems more and more wicked, huh? Considering Emilia's words, Subaru shook his head as an unpleasant hunch came over him. In any case, he had no courage to peruse the book that had been shoved at him once more. Swimming through his mind, all too vividly, was a first-hand experience of the woman's memories. The scents, taste of the air, tread on solid ground, as well as the weight of shattering a life.
To awaken after such immersion in the memory of a person was truly a miracle. It felt as if drinking down another person's life.
That terror and disgust beyond imagining had come into existence through experience. Emilia, Subaru, where is this Typhon? Subaru, it'd be hard to explain properly. Or rather, it may not be so hard if it's Emilia Tan?
Maybe you saw her in the tomb?
Emilia, tomb.
Upon hearing that word, Emilia and Beatrice froze simultaneously.
Tomb was to Subaru, and Emilia and Beatrice in addition a place laden with significance. Thus, considering the tea party of witches that had been held in that ancient tomb, the other two knowing of Typhon would not be so odd. That said, perhaps Echidna wouldn't have been so candid with Emilia, and as for Beatrice, she had probably known a different Echidna than Subaru had. Subaru, Typhon was one of the historical witches. The Witch of Pride, who looked like a lowly like Biko with dark skin. However, she was a child who could reify innocently cruel words. Hearing Subaru's explanation, Emilia and Beatrice both shook their heads after considering. It seemed Echidna's display of witches had been reserved especially for Subaru. Although it had just been to make use of Subaru, there had indeed been much preparation put into it.
Subaru, innocently cruel, huh?
As he spoke, Subaru recalled that he had only had a brief period of contact with Typhon himself. Although it hadn't happened in the physical world, the sensation of his arms and legs being shattered by her was unforgettable. Although it had been subsequently fixed, the impact of his limbs being taken had still hit at full force. However, after catching a glimpse of her abnormal origin through reading, the reasons for such behaviors could be explained. Of course, to instantly understand the complex and nuanced reasoning was no easy feat. Subaru, in any case, that book I read just now, were that child named Typhon's memories? Life? Origin?
In summary, it was the experience of her entire life. Hardly something easy to come to terms with.
Emilia, it's clear from seeing Subaru's reaction.
Experiencing the memory of another.
This is feeling more and more like some kind of trial. Subaru, in that case, it was just a struggle with your own memories.
Hardly anything so difficult.
Emilia, right.
An easy victory.
As for sobbing cries, countless failures one upon another, body and mind collapsing under pressure, Subaru and Emilia both nodded and chose not to mention them. As she rolled her eyes at the pair's attitude, Beatrice wiped at the book's stains.
Beatrice, a book showing experiences of another's memories.
In other words, it's a way of accessing the past, I suppose.
In that case, what we need to know is likely contained in the library.
Subaru, Biko, have you thought of something?
Hearing Beatrice's murmurs, Subaru rose and prepared to ask her for her thoughts.
However, before Subaru had a chance to speak, someone else's voice rang out. Julius. The sound had come from the direction of Julius's group, who had been examining the other bookshelves. Following the direction of the cry, was the sight of Julius kneeling on the ground, with a book in hand. From beside him an alarmed Anastasia shook the knight's shoulder, snatching the book away. Anastasia, Julius?
Julius, pull yourself together. Can you hear my voice? Julius, Anastasia, Summer.
Anastasia, it's me, good.
Slowly, deep breaths. Are you all right? In precisely the same way Subaru had just been, Julius's awareness returned to the present.
Gazing at Julius's form that was elegant even in weariness, relief shone on Anastasia's expression. Calling out, "Is everything okay?" Subaru dashed toward the pair. Subaru, is your head spinning after reading a difficult book?
I get it. Julius, certainly, of late I have not read anything.
A deplorable state for a knight who must be versed in civil affairs and warfare. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/when_and_woo.
I ought to learn from you who managed to solve the riddles with such ease.
Subaru, what words, delivered like that? If he had felt what Subaru had, his spirit would have borne quite the burden. As such, that he could maintain such elegance afterwards was just uncool. At the extraneous thoughts contained in Subaru's heart, Emilia knocked at the back of his head with a karate chop. Subaru, Gar. Emilia, it won't do to say naughty things on reflex.
Julius, is everything really fine? Julius, my sincerest apologies for having worried you. Such an exaggerated reaction truly cannot be excused. Even so, this is truly an unpleasant experience for the heart. Hiding his internal weariness, Julius's response to Emilia was elegant.
However, a thin film of sweat coating his forehead was evidence of a shock that could not be concealed. Anastasia stood on her tiptoes, pressing a handkerchief to Julius's forehead, while Julius hurriedly lowered his head with an air of consternation. Anastasia, although stubbornness is a boy's nature, speak up when you're feeling poorly, won't you? If you insist on doing something beyond you, you'll cause trouble for everyone else too. Julius, right.
My gratitude for your attentions.
Emilia, it's just as Anastasia-san says. Right, Subaru? Subaru, though I don't know why you need me to agree, that's how it is. The exchange between master and vassal of two factions coming to a close, everyone's attention turned to the book in Anastasia's hands. Julius had looked over the contents of the book, and perhaps had had the same experience as Subaru.
Looking at the spine, the title inscribed upon it was,
Emilia, Balroy to Megriff.
Someone you know? Subaru, it's not a name I've heard. For certain.
Subaru glanced at Emilia, who read the title aloud from beside him, then responded confidently. Indeed, Subaru was confident in his excellent memory. When it came to remembering relationships in this world, from our lamb village to the fruit stall owner in the capital, not a single one was missing. Contained within the list of memories, was no such name as Balroy. However, Anastasia swiveled her head after hearing the name, wearing a thoughtful expression.
Anastasia, that name, is one I've heard. Perhaps. That's right. Right.
Isn't that the name of the general of the Empire of Wallachia? Julius, more precisely, he is a former general.
At Anastasia's answer born from vague recollections, Julius added a supplement. Hearing such words, everyone would guess that was someone who Julius had a relationship with. Only, the distance of that relationship had Subaru frowning.
Subaru, Wallachia, is the country to the south? You even know a general from there. Julius, once more, he is a former general. Is that so odd?
I am after all one of the royal knights.
Since Lagunica and the Empire of Wallachia neighbor each other, it shouldn't be unexpected that I one-sidedly know the name. Subaru, so that's the case, someone known one-sidedly. Huh. Accepting Julius's explanation, Subaru nodded. Then he exhaled lightly and suddenly reached a hand out to snatch Balroy's book from Anastasia. Anastasia, Natsuki-kun? Subaru, sorry to startle you.
But there's something that ought to be checked. Having had the book snatched from her, Anastasia widened her eyes.
Subaru checked the cover of the book, then flipped the book open with a snap to read its contents. In that moment, Subaru had prepared for the realizing of, living vicariously, that may have followed. However, he also considered the idea of, perhaps it won't happen.
The correct answer proved to be the latter.
Subaru, I also tried to read the book after one-sidedly hearing the name, but nothing happened. Julius, Subaru. Subaru, right now, what matters most between us is trust, no?
The trust you and I share.
Wouldn't be non-existent, and only I had thought it was there.
Julius, what a horrid way of putting it.
Towards Subaru, who glared fiercely at him, Julius closed his eyes and answered thus.
He stroked his bangs as he spoke.
Julius, compared with the people here, I currently have no one else I can trust more. The support of Anastasia Summer and yourself, who provides what even Reinhardt cannot, I would of course accept. Subaru, to be spoken of like that, can't help but feel disgusting somehow.
Julius, saying so makes my tongue itch as well.
Subaru scratched at his nose, and Julius continued to finger at his bangs with his eyes closed. Then he loosened a high, and proceeded to formally bow to Anastasia and Emilia. Julius, I apologize for my thoughtlessly offensive behavior, Anastasia Summer, Emilia Summer. Just now, I allowed my own feelings to cloud answer. In these circumstances, the contents of the book ought to be shared by us all, and so my behavior is unforgivable.
Anastasia, whether or not you'll be forgiven depends on mine and Emilia's tempers. What do you think?
Emilia, what I want to say has already been said by Subaru and Anastasia-san.
So, think about what you should do now. That's all.
After Emilia and Anastasia readily accepted his apology, Julius once again bowed low.
Subaru knew exactly what lay within his heart.
After making a mistake, taking mitigation from those who accepted an apology was a weakness that could be forgiven. Subaru well understood this feeling, which he had experienced before himself. Julius, Balroy Temegriff, a general of the Empire of Wallachia,
is a deceased man. And, the one who took his life, is none other than myself.
Anastasia, to have killed another country's general.
This is quite a shock to take in.
Julius, Anastasia Summer is.
No, please forget what you just heard, Anastasia. At Julius's frankly described recollections, Anastasia narrowed her eyes.
Based on Julius's reaction just now, it seemed that this had been something he had already shared with Anastasia, before his memory had been taken, and before Echidna had assumed control of her body. Naturally, that Anastasia was the first to know was unsurprising, and instead Subaru and Emilia were quite shocked. Emilia, that's, if what I recall from my studies is correct, I know that the relationship between Lagunica and Wallachia is super poor, but Subaru, shouldn't killing the Empire's general have started a war or something? At the pair's candid and simple questions, Julius's expression became more assured as he nodded lightly.
Julius, this was the result of a very delicate situation.
Reinhardt and Ferris were also dragged into it. To put it directly, the general had prepared to launch a revolt in the Empire.
And I had met him face to face, and stayed in the Empire for a brief period.
Subaru, so those two were there too. Isn't Reinhardt banned from being exported? Julius, since the foreign emperor wanted to meet him, he was granted permission. Moreover, don't you think the words exporting Reinhardt are off?
Subaru, just a slip of the tongue. What else should I call it?
Smuggling?
Something that couldn't be exported. Such phrasing wasn't wrong in usage. In truth, after having felt Reinhardt's logic defying combatability in Pristella, it wasn't difficult to imagine that Reinhardt would be a nightmare for the forces of other countries to contend with. Not allowed to approach the border was a perfectly understandable stipulation in international treaties. Julius, in short, that general's name was Balroy Temegriff. My apologies. Due to the sensitive nature of the issue, details of the incident cannot be shared, and in addition the memory is painful to myself as well. Subaru, so it's something that can't be discussed openly, huh? Got it. I'll keep my mouth shut.
Emilia, understood.
I'll also keep it a secret.
With Julius's circumstances clarified, Subaru and Emilia swore themselves to secrecy on this shared confidence. And, what allowed Julius to live vicariously, was also clear.
Beatrice, it makes sense now, in fact.
The books here are books that allow a reader to experience the life of someone familiar, I suppose. Subaru, I had the witch, and Julius had the general.
Sounds about right. Anastasia, it feels as if I've heard words I can't quite let go.
Natsuki-kun, are you acquainted with a witch?
They're no good, such relationships. They're all related to the witch cult.
Subaru, I'm beyond scared myself, but the relationship with that one is shallow, so please rest assured.
Recently there hasn't been much contact to be a bother.
Subaru shrugged at Anastasia's words. However, Emilia and Beatrice, and finally even Julius's expressions looked as if they had just eaten something sour. The unexpected reaction left Subaru frowning, as Anastasia deeply sighed and continued. Anastasia, the meaning of the books and this library seem clear now. To share it I'll have to say something scary, is that okay? Subaru, hearing it would be really off-putting, but what do you want to say? Anastasia, every book in this library is inscribed with a name, yes? Saying this fact that everyone knew, Anastasia looked to Subaru for permission to continue. As Subaru nodded in assent, he thought that what would be coming next were those scary words. Then, Anastasia leveled a finger at Balroy's book and Typhon's book, currently held by Beatrice. Anastasia, the Empire's general, and Natsuki-kun's, which, friend?
Subaru, hey, not a friend here.
Anastasia, the common point with that, which, friend's book, is that it's the book of someone deceased.
Subaru.
Having Typhon be referred to as deceased was actually a little off-putting, but the place where the witches' tea party of the tomb had been held was no more, so she could be thought of as completely gone. As for Echidna, since many doubts yet rested on Scarf Donor Fox Donor, Subaru couldn't feel at ease about her. Setting aside Subaru's internal thoughts for now, Anastasia spread her hands to gesture at the entirety of the library as she continued. Anastasia, the books here include the names of every single person from past to present in this world, indeed? If so,
to find one specific book, how long would it take? Correction. The one who had made this library did not have a poor personality. Rather, they had the worst.
Arc 6, Chapter 24, The Wicked Examiner.
There was a woman, all by herself.
Sensitive to pain, she was always crying, always emotional.
The sole reason for her grief was that she could not forgive her own lack of strength.
All around her was always a world full of strife, of violence, of war.
No matter how much she pleaded, no matter how much cried out, no matter how much she tried, no matter how much she prayed, the sorrow never ended. So, she began to curse fate.
While cursing it over and over and over, she noticed it was pointless, no matter how many tears she shed.
And when she realized, she began wishing for something else.
Raw power. To obtain power that would let her throw all away, that would let her overwhelm all others, she struggled to her limits and ran, heading towards the power she so desired.
She was not chasing after the power to harm, nor the power to take. She had no use for that.
She chased power no one could catch up to, which she believed she could use to put an end to violence.
The woman who cried so much wanted the power to stop crying.
She knew that if she remained powerless, she could never stop a fight where power was pitted against power.
Her voice remained silent. Her wishes went unfulfilled.
Even if her own sorrows were kept distant, sadness still clouded the sky. How could they be okay? How could they hurt one another?
How could they think to live with those scars?
How?
Why could they not realize they have other ways to live? Women, children are crying, the elderly are crying. Men are crying. Women are crying. Everyone is crying.
Then, why?
To stop exactly that, she solely desired for power.
Training herself, she endured all pains to finally obtain an iron-clad will.
Eventually, she found the end of her path. The pinnacle of strength where none else could reach. Standing on the battlefield, she shouted to stop the fight.
To overwhelm all other powers with her own, to crush all grief, shatter all malice, and to stop before her the endless stream of tears, she struggled to her utmost. Punching those who brandished their swords, kicking those who flung magic, breaking those who bared their fangs, she pulverized all and any who came to seek battle. But, the more the woman fought, the stronger became the swordsman, the mages and the bearer of fangs, ever increasing their numbers. As if she had entered a never-ending spiral of violence.
No one knew how to save themselves other than to answer violence with violence.
That was why no one knew of a way to save themselves aside from victory in battle.
Woman, why?
In the end, the woman herself, despite knowing this, also answered with violence. Lowering her fist that dripped crimson, she turned her blood-smeared face to the sky, and wailed.
The fighting would not stop.
Her efforts, her hard work, all had been in vain, neither others nor her own tears would stop flowing. Finally, in the chest of the woman who had been ceaselessly running, despair crept in. Dripping down her cheeks, tears overflowed. The tears that continuously streamed were not warm, but rather cold, the tears of someone powerless, drowning in despair. However, alongside them flowed out a different, deep emotion. Dyeing her heart pitch black, her vision red and her mind white, a tempest awakened within.
Face still wet with tears, the woman came to know of that emotion.
As she came to know its name, its origins, she came to understand it.
She had not been shedding tears of sadness. She had merely been drowning in the madness of rage.
People called that emotion fury. No, they called it wrath, to this world that forced others to tears, to those who refused to stop fighting, to the absurd unfairness that is the end of life.
Let them have a taste of my iron fists. At some point, she stood up, wiped the dirt off her knees, and took off running.
Diving into the fray of the still ongoing battle, she punched everyone's faces whilst shouting,
"Stop fighting. Look at the sky. Feel the breeze. Smell the flowers. Live, with your families and loved ones." For the first time, the woman's voice swept unrest throughout the battlefield.
Fists that could break apart the earth, kicks that could cause the heavens to roar, all only to let others live.
Wounds closed, screams silenced and knees bent in the face of the spreading warmth as battle lost its meaning.
Soon the voices that wept disappeared from the battlefield, life returned to the mundane.
When the people's tears stopped, they felt gratitude towards her. They raised their voices, waved their hands and smiled.
However, the woman was suddenly no longer there.
That was only natural. The woman still had things to do.
She had no reason to turn back, no reason to stop walking. To fulfill her desire to create a world where no one cries, where there is no conflict, where no one has to take from one another, she ran, and kept running, as she threw around her fists.
Till the day everyone stops crying. Till the day the warm droplets rolling down her cheeks stop.
The Witch of Wrath, who had declared war on sadness itself, continued to run evermore. Yet again, after finding a book of the dead and gaining the knowledge it held, Subaru returned to reality. From within the confines of its bindings had poured out the name of whose life it recorded, the many battlefields she had crossed through, and the conviction she once held when she was alive, albeit, all of it being only a drop in the ocean of her entire life.
Even though he understood that Subaru, that was heavy, he felt as if a lump of dense, heavy lead was clogging up his chest. For humans, no matter who, a second is a second, a minute is a minute, a year is a year. There is no scale that can measure the weight of a life differently, and thus time flows equally for all. Such a scale of time could not simply be contained within such flimsy paper, nor could it be transferred to the mind from it, no matter how special the technology. Still, even though he had simply touched it, Subaru had to clench his teeth to keep his mind, so as to not be swept away by the rush of memories that flowed in. The footprints of their lives that one left behind were indeed great and heavy.
Emilia, Subaru, are you okay?
Subaru, yeah, I'm fine.
Feeling okay?
My head just took a spin, that's all.
Emilia, that's not what feeling okay means.
Closing the book in hand, he returned it to the shelf as Emilia watched. Meeting her gaze with one eye closed, Subaru pointed to the book he just put back. Subaru, I found another volume of the witch's books.
This time, well, it was one of the better witches, if that's possible.
She was still a little weird, though.
Emilia, the weird one.
Sekhmet?
Subaru, hey, that's one of the weirdest of the bunch. Wait, you know Sekhmet?
Back at the tomb of the sanctuary, Emilia was supposed to have met Echidna in the witch's tea party, but Subaru never asked if she had met the others. He had assumed Echidna made an exception for him, and so, had not allowed Emilia to meet the other 5 witches. So it startled Subaru when Sekhmet's name slipped from her mouth. The Witch of Sloth Sekhmet was a woman with long, flowing magenta hair, owner of a deeply self-indulgent personality.
Putting that and her demeanor aside, she was the most reasonable person among the witches.
Subaru, if you know Sekhmet, what about the other witches? Like, the one from this book, Minerva, or something. Emilia, no, sorry.
I didn't meet anyone else but Echidna and Sekhmet at the tomb.
I didn't talk to Sekhmet all that much either.
Subaru, that's so. No, it's fine either way. Even if you did know her, this wasn't something you'd enjoy seeing anyway.
Flashing a dry smile at Emilia, who hung her head, Subaru tapped the side of the bookshelf lightly. The shelves that stored the memories of the dead were made of a strange material. Under his palm was not the sensation of wood, nor of iron, and the bookcase itself refused to budge when pressed. Currently, while going through the library on the third floor, Taygeta, Subaru and Co. came to understand that the numerous books that were stuffed into the bookshelves both recorded and invoked the memories of the dead. Despite that, they steadily continued their search for something very simple. Emilia, that aside, I wonder where the stairs to get to the upper floor are? Subaru, right now, I have zero leads on that. Emilia tilted her head, deep in thought, while Subaru stood opposite, gazing downward as he sighed. At present, everyone was worrying their heads over, not on how to get past the third floor Taygeta's next trial, but on where the location of the stairway that led to the second floor would be. The white area where the monolith was had faded, leaving open Taygeta's great library. Thanks to that, they now had access to the memories of the dead, a concept that was surely very desirable, which was good and all but.
Subaru, well, for now, we don't really have a use for this place.
To search for the information everyone wanted by digging through the memories of the dead would be a Herculean task, given its nature, as one could not even choose the memories they wanted to see, due to the absurd amount of time, and even luck, it would take.
Neither of those could be spared at the moment.
Time was obviously short, but also that Subaru did not have enough faith in his own luck, no matter how much he was blessed with it. Subaru, so that's why the info we want might be on the upper floors.
It's supposed to be.
Emilia, but there's no way to get upstairs.
I tried to get on top of the bookcases, but it didn't work out. Subaru, you're pretty bold, aren't you, Emilia Tan?
Emilia pointed to the ceiling while recalling what she had tried to do. In the midst of their brain-racking search for the staircase that led to the upper floor, she had climbed up on top of the tallest bookcase there was in the library. The cases were arranged in a circular fashion, with small steps elevated to lead inward, placing the tallest bookcase at the center.
However, even that had not reached the ceiling of the room.
It should be noted that, despite how Emilia had climbed the bookcase, and despite how her short skirt was waving about boldly during the action itself, her movements were such that nothing was visible underneath, strangely enough. When Subaru poked at it in a roundabout manner, Emilia simply touched the hem of her skirt and... Emilia, Puck taught me.
What was it again?
A lady must always act with beauty and grace. I'm always careful about it, don't worry. Subaru, I feel kinda conflicted about this.
I want to praise him, but I want to blame him too. Anyway.
Emilia had already failed in her attempt to physically force her way to the next floor. In other words, there was a hidden gimmick to the appearance of the staircase.
This was not only limited to the appearance of the library, but extended to the process of going up further. If it were too hard, the challenger's motivation would likely fall, but the creator of the watchtower, Flugel, must have taken that into account as well.
The nerve. Subaru, man, I really wanna see this guy's face.
But how he looks is a mystery too, damn it.
Julius, Subaru, can you come here a bit?
While he grumbled, a voice called from behind him.
On the opposite side of Subaru and Co., rummaging through a separate bookcase, was Julius. Seeing him approach with Anastasia in tow, Subaru raised his hand. Subaru, sure, what's up?
You found something? Julius, unfortunately, nothing worth mentioning. I have not been able to find a single volume with a name I know, since that first one. Your side seems to be in a similar situation as well.
Emilia, that's not really accurate. Subaru did a good job, he really did find another volume, then looked through it and started looking kinda wobbly. Right, Subaru? Subaru, I'll take Emilia Tan's praise to heart, but that's how it is. Julius, I see.
Please take care of yourself.
Subaru knotted his brows as Julius turned away from him, disinterested. While watching the two from aside, Emilia spoke. Emilia, but Julius and the others haven't found the stairs too, huh?
We're really in trouble.
Julius, I understand where Emilia's summer is coming from. However, if we are to believe that this library does indeed record the names of all the dead, from the past to the present, although it is quite hard to digest, I'm afraid we alone cannot make much progress. We need many more people, like the entire population of a country, or so.
Julius proposed with a serious face.
Subaru had no objections with the proposal's idea, feeling that such a number was more or less necessary. The Augria sand dunes have already been conquered, and if one needed to only reach the watchtower, one only had to avoid the nest of witch beasts.
That alone could be a great adventure by itself, but
Julius, unlike before, the way to the tower is as good as open.
I believe that it is worthwhile to report the existence of this mysterious library to the capital. We could make much more effective use of it that way.
Subaru, the value of this information is definitely nothing to joke about.
But I'm also pretty sure a lot of history buffs just like you will be born from this, eh?
At Subaru's rapid-fire words, Julius stopped, and after a moment, shut his eyes and sighed. Julius, to say I am not expecting that, would be a lie. Apologies.
I had a selfish motive for that proposal.
Subaru, come on, don't get down like that.
What's wrong with being self-centered?
If you're feeling so sorry for that, what are you gonna make of me? I'm working just for my own sake, 100% of the time. Never truly acting out of duty, always expecting some kind of reward. That was how Subaru behaved.
It was already his way of life, his philosophy.
That was why he could not compare to knights like Julius or Reinhardt. Subaru, anyway, there's no point in keeping yourself from it. I mean, the reason Anastasia-san herself wants to become the monarch is pretty self-centered, right? Anastasia, yup, that's right.
I want to become the monarch because I want to satisfy my greed. If I do, I can profit a lot more. That's all there is to it.
Anastasia laughed at Subaru's crass remark, then softly patted the white fur of her scarf. Anastasia, that's why I think it's so amusing that Julius became my knight.
At least, I think that way.
Is that so for Emilia-san too? Subaru, personally, it's better for us if you guys' paces don't match, so just go along that and fall apart. Ouch. Emilia-tan, it hurts. Emilia, don't say mean things. I'm personally not acquainted with Anastasia-san and her faction from before, so I can't say anything carelessly, but, no matter how better my opponents are, I'll win my way, alongside my knights. At the part about her knights, Emilia tugged at Subaru's sleeve and puffed up her chest. Looking at that face from the side, Subaru exhaled a long sigh. Emilia, we might be greenhorns, but we won't lose. Subaru, no one says greenhorn anymore these days. Ouch.
It hurts.
Emilia pinched Subaru's arm for making fun of her, so he quickly bounced away to escape the punishment.
Looking at the two's behavior, Julius and Anastasia's expressions relaxed. Especially Julius, who looked to have dropped his air of self-reflection. Julius, sometimes, I truly do feel afraid of you too. How much is an act, and how much is genuine, I can never tell.
Subaru, my case aside, Emilia-tan is always serious. That's what makes her so cute, right?
Julius, I'll take it to heart. As Julius pulled in his chin, the derailed conversation came to a stop.
Instead, Anastasia clapped to bring everyone back on topic. Anastasia, anyway, bringing it back to where we were.
We're short on people, so there was talk of bringing in others from the outside, right?
Julius, yes, that is so. Right now, as there are few things to worry about for the dunes, I believe it would be possible to bring a large investigation team into the tower.
It would not only help with solving the mystery of this library, but also further in as we go above.
Anastasia, that's right, but I feel a tad bit anxious. Julius, anxious, you say? Cutting off Julius' fervent speech, Anastasia nodded.
Julius frowned as she raised her finger to point.
Anastasia, I'd welcome an increase in helping hands, been wondering about that myself.
Going around this library's taking a toll on my neck.
You know, I'm small and all, so it's a real pain.
She spoke as she rubbed her nape.
Anastasia, but, in the first place, I'm wondering if it's possible to even fit a lot of people into the tower.
Julius,
Anastasia, thinking about what's in it for the other party's one of the basics of business. Well, I might be calling it business basics, but it'll come in handy no matter where you are in life. So, let's start thinking along those lines. Julius, think about where the other party stands?
But, who's that?
Anastasia, the one who built this tower and set up the trial, and left behind Shaola-san.
That one. Let's think about being in his shoes for a moment. You'll see.
Subaru, that, his personality's crap? Anastasia, yup, I think he's completely out of it.
As Subaru's lips twisted, Anastasia nodded in affirmation.
Upon hearing those words, the always serious Emilia and Julius became stiff. But, with how twisted Subaru and Anastasia's personalities were, they both seemed to be in perfect sync. Anastasia's opinion seemed to be the most apparent case. If the person with the awful personality really did try to raise the difficulty of conquering the tower. Subaru, Shaola.
I've got something to ask. Come here.
Shaola, master?
Coming right away.
Once called, Shaola hopped over from the other side of the large bookcase, her figure leaping up, arms outstretched, her long ponytail waving in the air. She grinned as she jumped towards Subaru's chest. Shaola,
Subaru, nope.
Shaola, Yugaya. With a nimble step, Subaru dodged the incoming glomp. However, as Shaola was still going, she dove face first onto the floor, her arms splayed across.
She quickly turned to shoot a glare at him.
Shaola, master is super mean. Subaru, no, I didn't move away because it was you, but because you were gonna crash into me full force, so my reflexes kicked in. Shaola, so you'll let me hug you if I come at you slowly? Subaru, eh?
Don't wanna, though. Shaola, why not? What part of me is lacking? Even though I look this glamorous. Even though I'm this bitchy.
Subaru, you're bitchy, huh?
Then that's why. Whining at the top of her voice, Shora boo-ed at Subaru's cold attitude.
And, while she pouted, two small girls came around from where she had jumped.
Beatrice and Meili, foregoing their appearance, were an uncommon pairing indeed.
As if noticing Subaru's thoughts through his gaze, or maybe having realized it on her own, Beatrice put a bit more distance between herself and Meili. Beatrice behaved that way with Petra as well, even though they were around the same age, outwardly.
She maintained a clear line between herself and Meili. Of course, it would be impossible for her to treat Petra and Meili in the same way.
Petra was an ally from the same camp, while Meili was originally sent as an assassin from somewhere, who was even involved in the burning of the Forbidden Library and the Roswell Mansion. Subaru, if you keep shying away from people like that, you're never gonna make friends, you know. Beatrice, what are you spouting all of a sudden, I suppose? Anyway, Shaola disappeared in the middle of talking, so we quietly came back, in fact. Subaru, I ruined the convo over there, my bad.
Well, did you guys find anything good?
Beatrice, there was nothing in particular, I suppose, and, thinking back, it might have not even been worth calling a conversation, in fact. Yup, that's all that was, I suppose. Subaru, .. Snapping away her face, Beatrice cut off answering Subaru's question. Before the alienated Subaru could further question her cold response, Shaola had gotten back to her usual self. She stood upright by the strength of her abs alone and Shaola, well, master being mean isn't anything new.
I can pull myself together alone. Getting back up fast is one of my selling points.
Julius, that, alongside your cooperation, Miss Shaola, is something that helps us.
By the way, may I ask something? Shaola, What's up? I'll warn you beforehand, I won't fool for someone who's not master.
Julius, I admit that you are an attractive woman, but I'm afraid I'll have to take a rain check on our date for now. I would like to ask and confirm a few things about this tower. Julius elegantly added in a few sweet words but tastefully avoided the topic altogether.
This surprised Shaula, who lauded herself as being stubborn as a bitch. As she was not expecting such an answer, her eyes widened, something that was very unlike her usual self, and meekly gave a sure. Julius, my thanks. Then I begin. Firstly, do you know the location of the stairs to the second floor?
Shaula, the stairs to the second floor, Electra?
No clue. Never went up beyond the fourth. So don't know. Julius, that by itself is quite the shocking statement. If she was to be trusted, then Shaula had been at the watchtower for about 400 years.
If, within that time, she had not once gone off to explore the tower she lived in, but instead focused on keeping the sand dunes under her observation, then she was just too loyal to the one she followed. Frankly, Subaru felt very conflicted about being mistaken for that same master. Anastasia, Julius, if you'll let me interrupt for a moment.
This time, replacing her knight was Anastasia.
Standing in front of her, Anastasia's light blue eyes reflected Shaula's figure. Anastasia, Shaula-san's position is that, right?
To be accurate, you're the watchman of the watchtower.
No, of the Great Library Pleiades, right?
Shaula, exactly. Anastasia, I see. Then, according to my calculation.
It's 4, no, 5? Anastasia lifted her right hand up to show 5 fingers.
Shaula, who could not grasp what she was getting at, simply stared down at her and blinked. However,
Anastasia, the secrets Shaula-san was told to keep, to protect the tower, there's 5 of them, right? Shaula, Anastasia beamed widely as Shaula fell silent, coming at a loss for words. As the two stared at one another, eye to eye, all it took was but a slight jerk of her shoulders to tell Anastasia that she was completely correct.
Shaula, in the first place, I wasn't really hiding anything.
I just didn't say anything because I wasn't asked. I want that on paper, please. Subaru, just spit everything out already. While Anastasia brought her secret, keeping to light, it was Subaru who crushed what few excuses Shaula was trying to make.
In response to his forced demeanor, Shaula pressed the tip of her fingers together and answered.
Shaula, like, for example, if Master and everyone secretly tried to get out of the tower, I'd have to kill everyone, no mercy. Subaru, the hell, what's with you suddenly?
Shaula, I wouldn't do it because I wanted to.
We're just talking about what ifs. In the first place, I can't even go against that order. At the sudden revelation of hostile intentions, Subaru intently stared at Shaula, who shrunk back as she shook her head.
Her bountiful chest pressed against her knees, she cradled herself into a ball.
Shaula, I can't even kill you in the first place, Master. I'd get killed before that even happens, and it'll be over with that, so the whole order's messed up.
Subaru, if you're really that against it, why not just not?
Unless, wait, you're not gonna say it's a contract, right? Feeling something off, Subaru brought those words to his lips. In the first place, if one thought about Shaula's identity, then it would be very clear.
For 400 years, in place of the sage, she lived at the tower, looking over the witch's seal as the tower's watchman.
Given such a role, and actually having acted upon it for the past several centuries, neither her lifestyle nor her lifespan were humane. Subaru, are you a spirit just like Biko? In lieu of a fake promise, Beatrice was locked up inside of the Forbidden Library for 400 years. If, just like her, Shaula had spent the past 400 years shooting down any who dared approach the watchtower, waiting for those who would fulfill the conditions, then possibly, she and Beatrice were the same kind of existence. Shaula, no way. Not gonna stand being compared to those ball things called spirits.
I absolutely refuse.
Everyone's eyes are looking pretty scary suddenly. Subaru, That's because 80% of everyone present here is related to spirits.
As it stood, counting the amateur as well, there were 3 spirit users.
Furthermore, one particular young girl was a spirit herself, and another who was possessed by an artificial spirit herself. The only ones unrelated to spirits were the Oni sisters who waited downstairs, and the small girl who was looking at Shaola with a mischievous expression for some reason. Mainly. None of what Shaola said had sat well most with those who were present.
However,
Subaru, let's leave that at that. Anyway, what the hell are you? If you're not a spirit, then I don't see why you'd so desperately keep up your contract. Emilia, what are you saying, Subaru?
Even if you are not a spirit or a spirit user, if you make a promise, you have to keep it. Promises are important. Now, repeat after me.
Subaru, no, wait, that was my bad just now. It was just a figure of speech and… Emilia, promises are important.
3 times. Subaru, promises are important. Promises are important. Promises are important.
Getting unexpectedly rebuked by Emilia, he repeated her words 3 times to get forgiveness. Either way, both Emilia's and Subaru's unwitting charade, and Shaola's strictly obstinate attitude, were difficult to understand by outsiders.
It was not simply a matter of messed up sense of duty, too.
Julius, right now, what is important is to learn more about the orders Miss Shaola had received.
It's a bad habit of yours to derail the conversation. Be aware of it. Subaru, like all of it's my fault.
Fine. That was my bad, all of it was my bad. I'll admit it was my fault, so just leave it at that, damn you. Shaola, wow, that's totally a big outburst, but that's just expected of Master.
I'll talk.
To Subaru, who approached with a pathetic and sour face, Shaola beamed and dealt her hand. Then, she cleared her throat, and in a strangely decent manner, now then, she opened her mouth. Shaola, I humbly present that, I will now speak of the orders I was given. First, I am to never let the challenger of the great library Pleiades get out. Subaru, we're suddenly stuck here.
Shaola, it's all right. There's a proper way out.
As long as you properly clear the great library's trial, and reach the 1st floor Maya, there's no problem.
It's all okay. Shaola said as she gave a thumbs up.
Shaola, by the way, if this condition is violated, then I'll turn into a cold-blooded killing machine pretty quick, so it'll invalidate my promise with Master.
I'll get in the way.
Subaru, that's got a bigger priority than my promise, huh?
Kinda hurts.
Shaola, ooh, to think I've managed to hurt Master, I must have gotten stronger tilde.
This is clearly an evolution. The fruits of 400 years. Subaru, I'm joking. Shaola, me too tilde.
After indulging in the fast back and forth, Shaola raised a second finger and waved around her hand and spoke. Shaola, continuing, well, I'm getting tired of this, so I'll rush it. First, it's forbidden to leave without completing the trial.
Second, it's forbidden to break the rules of the trial.
Third, it's forbidden to disrespect the library.
Fourth, it's forbidden to try to destroy the tower itself. Fifth was.
Oh,
there's no fifth.
Emilia, all of that makes 4 rules.
But,
somewhat taking in Shaola and her butchered explanation, Emilia turned towards Subaru and the others. The anxieties and fears she embraced were ones Subaru understood too. The rules Shaola spoke of were, roughly, easy to stand by, but there were several curious statements mixed in.
The problem was especially with
Subaru, I'm really curious about the it's forbidden to violate the rules of the trial bit. Julius, seems like it is a hidden rule we are unaware of. Julius agreed with Subaru, who touched his chin, lost in thought. At least, for the trial of the 3rd floor, Taigeta, Subaru and co.
had not received any information about the rules during it, and had not faced any problems with the monolith and its asterism. Speaking of which, the moment anyone touched the wrong monolith, they were disqualified.
Anastasia, rules, regulations.
They all sorta sound like bad news, at least to me.
Emilia, The ordeal from back at the tomb would close down for the day if the challenger failed to pass it. It somewhat seems quite similar to how we redid the trial from earlier, so maybe. Emilia stopped herself at that point, and bit her lip. Her trembling purple eyes darted to Subaru, who gave a slight nod. Subaru, if you've got anything on your mind, now's the best time to speak up. Don't worry, I won't make fun of you, no matter what you say. Emilia, I know. You see, Subaru and Anastasia, San was saying that, the person who made this tower is really mean. Right? Subaru, your choice of words is turning pretty cute, but that's right.
What about it?
Emilia, thinking from the point of view of the other party is also important. In other words, if you try to look at what Shaula said, while imagining how that really mean person felt, it's kinda like. As everyone's gazes turned to Emilia, she licked her lips, then she clapped together her hands, and pointed to the ceiling. Emilia, there are rules we have to follow, but we don't know what those rules are.
That's really mean, isn't it? Subaru, in other words.
Emilia, we have to imagine what could be the possible rules, and go on without breaking them. Dash. Everyone's faces tightened with anxiety at Emilia's words.
To their response, Emilia's long eyelashes fringed as she looked down.
Emilia, I feel like, Echidna would do something like this.
Subaru.
Emilia, Tan, to think we'd think of the same person when it comes to crappy personalities.
We think alike.
That one sentence lent a bit more credibility to Subaru's own thoughts, at the very least. The owner of the malicious personality Emilia mentioned, he felt it was close to being right. Establishing rules that were not meant to be broken, but not telling the challenger themselves the contents of the rules.
It was quite the distasteful disposition.
Subaru, by the way, are you the one who's going to judge whether the rules are broken or not?
Shaula, you're coming to get the hang of it. All the stuff I just said, I'm supposed to just get it if there's any violation of them. Absolutely no way to trick me. Goes for both Master and his friends. The meek voice expressed a mysterious power in the latter half of her words. That was not the physical prowess of Shaula, but rather the opposite. That there was someone much stronger than Shaula, who could make her act like that.
Subaru, it was already a bad joke, but now another bad joke got piled on top of it.
Too late anyway. Julius, at times, I feel envious of the frivolous way you speak. Julius sighed as he spoke. Looking at his handsome profile, Subaru shrugged. Julius, perhaps it is because of how you're always looking up, that you developed such a persona.
If that is so, then I am afraid I will never be able to gain such an experience. Subaru, you need to be more afraid of what's around your feet.
You'll stub your toe on the corner of a desk. I really hope you do.
Anastasia, yes, good friends getting into arguing's fine and all, but let's not be forgetting our main topic. Splitting Julius and Subaru up, Anastasia stepped up to gaze down upon Shaula. Subaru, that's all there is? It's all fine till now, right?
Shaula, cross my heart. Not lying this time.
Besides, so long as the rules aren't broken, my body's still gonna be mine.
No wait, that's wrong. It'll still be Master's. Subaru, don't want it. Shaula, I got rejected. But, my heart's always with Master. Subaru, don't want that either.
Hands on her waist, Anastasia reconfirmed everything Shaula had spoken of in short, with a few unnecessary words added by Shaula, alongside her own position in recent events. It took a while, but she managed to confirm that Subaru's promise with her, to not harm him or his comrades, remained intact, and she planned on keeping it.
Of course, with the condition that none of the rules have yet been broken.
Emilia, either way, to think we can't get out unless we complete the trial, it's coming to look pretty similar to the ordeal from back at the tomb. Subaru, nah, worst case scenario, so long as we beat this here, we all get to go home, right?
That's a lot easier than the one at the tomb.
Shaula, Master would never do anything like that.
He was the kindest ever. Had the biggest heart ever.
My body's itchy because I lied. Shaula fluttered around, reaping what she sowed, as Emilia and Subaru looked on with disappointed expressions.
For the time being, that was all they got from Shaola.
Meili, are you all finished talking? Can I go get on the barely clothed Oni-san now? Subaru, we're done.
Go ahead. Do what you want.
Wait, you've already gotten super attached to her. Judging that the talk was over, Meili, who had been staying out of the conversation, ran up to Shaola and climbed on top of her thin shoulders.
That was the place Meili felt most comfortable, ever since arriving at the tower.
To Shaola, who had lifted the dragon carriage like it was no big deal, Meili ought to be as light as a feather. Meili, whenever I'm with Oni-san, I feel kinda safer. Shaola, well, I don't think much of it. I can look after ankle biter number 2 just fine. Subaru, number 2? Shaola, ankle biter number 2's this one here, and number 1 is that one over there. With Meili still on her back, Shaola pointed to Beatrice as number 1.
Beatrice made no comment on Shaola's belittling remark. Normally, considering her personality, she would have snapped at her at full force, face red and puffy.
Subaru, wait a second, she hasn't been talking for a while now. Is everything okay? Beatrice, dash. Subaru, Biko? Or, Beatrice.
Pay attention, come on. I'll kiss your forehead if you don't. Beatrice, do what you want, in fact.
Subaru, dash. As if barely listening, Beatrice answered. Finding it unamusing, Subaru frowned.
And then. Subaru, moi.
Beatrice, ngia, I suppose. Feeling somewhat annoyed, he really kissed her forehead. Immediately, Beatrice came to her senses, covered her forehead and leapt away.
Then tripped. Then got up. Then tripped again.
Subaru, you're overreacting. Beatrice, what are you doing all of a sudden, in fact?
Your train of thought makes no sense, I suppose.
Subaru, my train of thought makes perfect sense.
I even got permission from you.
Are you really okay?
Feeling a little hurt at how she desperately scrubbed the part where he had kissed, Subaru worried about the little girl.
Putting in a little thought, this tower, a place with a shady backstory, was in the middle of the sand dunes. Subaru did not understand it very well, but there was some kind of miasma flowing through here, so that might be the cause.
Subaru, if you're not feeling good, just hold my hand. You get better that way, right? Beatrice, that's impossible, it won't happen, in fact.
Give me a little time to calm down, I suppose. Her face beat red. Beatrice squealed at Subaru, so he turned away with a shrug. That she refused to hold hands came as a bit of a shock, but the rest of her attitude was that of her usual self.
If there was something really worrying about her, he would just ask again later. Subaru, now then, the problem is.
Julius, that in the end, we have no choice but to fumble through the unknown in search of the stairs to the second floor, is it? Julius finished Subaru's sentence as the two turned to face the bookcases once more. The reason they looked a bit down was that they needed a bit more manpower to tackle this, but because of the orders Shaola had been given, they had to relinquish the thought.
If they did not clear the trial, they would not be allowed to get out of the tower. Naturally, one could not go out to beyond the sand dunes to call for help. Ultimately, there was no choice but to continue the search with the members present.
Subaru, will you get it if I say, it's like looking for a single grain of gold in a mountain of sand? Julius, speaking in such poetic words is unlike you.
However, I can honestly agree with them.
Rare as it was, faced with the great hurdle that obstructed them, Subaru and Julius got along. Nothing could be accomplished by dawdling, so they prepared to dive once more into the sea of books to find a way to the next floor, or so they had decided when. Emilia, hey, I put a little thought into it, and. Emilia interrupted the two who were going back into the library with a slightly raised hand. She tilted her head towards them, put a finger to her lips, and spoke. Emilia, I thought about how the person who built this tower, his personality is a little dishonest, right? Subaru, Your word choice is turning adorable again, but that's right. So?
Putting together everything that was discussed from the previous conversation, Emilia added so, and continued.
Emilia, the staircase, I think it might just be at that spot.
Subaru, I'll say it again.
The guy who made this tower has the shittiest personality ever. Standing in front of the long and winding staircase that led to the second floor Electra, Subaru spat out various colors of abuse. The staircase that led to the second floor, the location which Emilia had thought of, was. Emilia, I thought it'd be in the places where we hadn't looked, like maybe on the 4th or 5th floors. Emilia spoke, feeling elated, yet somewhat perplexed.
Her guess had hit the nail squarely on its head.
The staircase had appeared right beside the green room, where Rem and Ram were waiting, in a previously blank space. Arc 6, Chapter 25, The Man Who Waits on the Second Floor Electra. Oppressed was the woman, by her family, her clan, by her race who should have loved her.
All saw her with disdain, all ostracized her.
Prior to being born, expectations were laid upon that woman. Alas, her birth turned her traitor to them. What remained was dejection and disappointment, what bestowed upon her was only scorn and ridicule.
Those were the sole possessions of the woman. There existed a dearest wish of her clan.
To bring back the symbol of their former glory and prosperity, the second coming of their founder whom they called God. All kinds of secret arts and all types of inhumane atrocities, unfathomable, the number of taboos committed, all of its fruits was the woman. However, the birth of that woman betrayed their dearest wish, and the clan abandoned the woman with disappointment and despair.
Clansmen, go somewhere and live and die. For that is your sin.
Abandoned by her family, by her race, she was released into the fields as a child. Cast away with no means of survival, the child was not supposed to survive. However, even if she lacked means of survival, she possessed the strength to survive. Ironically enough, it was the feast of what betrayed the dearest wish of the clan, the taboos and offenses they had committed. Unknown to words, lacking all wisdom, merely abiding by her instincts, the woman survived to live a long life in the fields, killing beasts, sipping on their lifeblood, crawling on the earth, tasting muddy water. Before a long time passed, the child became a young girl, the young girl became a woman, and it became difficult to live in the fields. Hearing the rumors of a woman laying waste to the mountains as if it were a beast, men aimed for that life, and the woman was captured. The captured woman appeared beautiful, the men abstained from taking away her life, and the woman was proceeded to be kept by them. While becoming a man of the men, gradually the woman's consciousness descended onto a human environment from the fields. Losing the indispensability of struggling to survive, exposed to the desires of the men, days of merely living. Eventually the woman, upon the bed, came to acquire things unacquainted from the men. Words, wisdom, way of life, and emotions. Eventually her treatment altered, conferred with things to adorn her body, the woman was treated like a precious jewel. Among those days, the woman embraced queer thoughts for the men.
Whether that was something resembling gratitude or obligation, the woman then had no lead to understand that. While embracing those thoughts, the woman snapped the necks of all the men dwelling in the residence.
Easily, in one breath, without making them suffer, in an instant, grouping them all together, she consigned them to oblivion. Sneaking away from the residence, proceeding towards the fields, lacking all doubt, the woman returned to her own hometown. The woman attained queer thoughts regarding the race residing there, the clan possessing the same blood as her, the people who had bodies distantly larger than hers.
That they were feelings of hatred and desire for revenge, the woman then did not realize.
Merely, their weeps and wails, voices begging for forgiveness were quite thrilling.
For the first time, the woman smiled from her heart.
Woman, fall apart here and die an unsightly death.
Because that is your sin, you see.
For the sake of attaining that felicity, from one after the other, the woman pulverized the dearest wish of her race, her blood relatives, her clan by herself, politely and courteously, not leaving a single one, not sparing a single one, taking her time, one by one, with certainty. Before long, When all of her race died out, when anything and everything had come to an end, the woman returned to the residence where she had lived with the men.
Though she had abandoned the corpses of her race, she buried all of the corpses of the men courteously.
And once merely she alone was left in the residence, the woman took a deep, deep breath.
That was relaxation, tranquility. The woman, for the first time, experienced utter bliss. Nobody would interfere with her now. Thinking and taking action, both lay in futility, so she will merely fall asleep. The Witch of Sloth continued to indulge in everlasting inactivity, untiring peace.
The stairway that led to the second floor Electra ought to be called the Great Stairway, because of its grand presence. Compared to the spiral stairway used to get from the 6th floor to the 5th floor and furthermore to the 4th, the Great Stairway was much wider, and much longer. As it took the space of an entire room, the intimidating feel it gave off was a given.
What was supposed to be an empty room, was now the Great Stairway. With it in front, Subaru folded his arms and sighed. Then, Subaru, it kinda feels like it's been a long time since we last came here.
Emilia, eh?
We just found the stairway. What's wrong all of a sudden?
Emilia's eyes widened with surprise at Subaru's remark. Subaru shook his head and turned to his companions, with whom together they had experienced the general nastiness the creator of the tower gave off. He recollected a bit of peace at the sight of their unchanged faces. Beatrice, Subaru, why are you wrapping your fingers around Betty's?
Subaru, kinda wanted to feel like I'm really here. Ahem, I'm good.
My bad. Faced with a rising suspicion in her face, Subaru forced a smile at Beatrice, but still kept her hand in his. Then, he turned around and pointed to the Great Stairway.
Subaru, now then, getting back on track.
The Great Stairway was always here, and no one just really noticed, is not what the case is here, right? Julius, I believe it is quite unthinkable to have not noticed such an obvious spectacle. However, if it were to be limited to only this room, then I cannot deny that possibility. Subaru, say what? Anastasia, that uncertainty in the middle of exploration, huh?
I get that.
Taking Subaru's doubt in stride, the master-servant duo of Anastasia and Julius nodded in agreement. Seeing that, Subaru tilted his head slightly, while Emilia raised her hand. Emilia, about back when Subaru was still sleeping, we all gathered at the 4th floor. Rem and Patrash were resting in the green room, and we were challenging the puzzle on the 3rd floor, so, we were walking around to see where we could put our luggage. Beatrice, we were all unconsciously avoiding this room.
Looking back.
Subaru, so maybe, something from the outside was blocking this room out of our minds, or something like that. What Emilia started was continued by Beatrice, while Subaru brought it to its conclusion. Both Emilia and Beatrice nodded to that theory, and Anastasia and Julius agreed to it. Once the Great Stairway was discovered, everyone thought about the room, and noticed the mind block. If that were the case, then maybe the Great Stairway was always present in this room, and there was some kind of magic that camouflaged it so it could not be noticed. Subaru, well, if not for that, when we finished solving the slab puzzle of the 3rd floor, if there was anyone in this room, they might have gotten flattened by the sudden appearance of the stairs. Julius, Subaru, it is not a slab, but a monolith.
Let us refer to it the same way. I would like to avoid confusion.
Subaru, monolith. Satisfied?
Let's continue.
Although Julius looked dissatisfied with Subaru's apathetic response, Subaru was fed up with it, so he ignored him.
He turned to the two who had not taken part in the conversation till now, Shaula, who was playing around beside the stairway, and Meili, who was on her back.
Shaula, MN? Something up, master? Ah. Could it be, it's my turn to useful?
I'll do anything for master. I'll even become your co-endorser.
Subaru, you don't get what you're saying at all, do you? That's not something you should become, even if it's your mom, dad, sibling or even friend telling you to do it. Just in case, I'll ask, so, did you know? Shaula, definitely, I've been living here for a few hundred years now, but this is the first time I'm seeing these stairs. Subaru, Meili, it's fine to play around.
Pull on the scorpion tail hard.
Meili, I'd do it even if you don't tell me, Oni-san.
Shaola, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. As usual, Shaola was useless when it came to conquering the tower.
Leaving it to Meili to punish her accordingly, Subaru looked up to the great stairway again. Unlike the pair that led up to the fourth floor, the great stairway was not spiral-shaped.
Normally, a stairway would be a singular path leading up to the next floor.
However, for this particular one to cross the third floor, and lead directly to the second, was something that would look weird for the tower, given its shape. One would think that, subsequently, the structure would cause the floor to protrude outside of the tower. Subaru, maybe it's making up for that using the power of mystery. Emilia, or maybe it just looks like it leads up to the second floor, but it goes to a completely different place.
Would that be too mean?
Subaru, I'm scared that Emilia Tan's pureness will get tainted by the tower creator's awful personality.
I wanna conquer this place faster.
Emilia, dash? Emilia tilted her head to the side, not quite understanding. However, it was Emilia who found this great stairway, and it was also her who uncovered an important hint in solving the mystery of the third floor. The building called Watchtower Pleiades, or rather, Great Library Pleiades, had a number of very nasty gimmicks that reflected the designer's personality. While being very reliable with her solving obstacles one after another, Subaru, who wanted to spend his days in peace with her, worried that her personality might get twisted because of this.
Subaru, saying that, our pace's been pretty nice so far.
I cleared the third floor's trial on my first try, and we're already 1/3 done with conquering the tower in under just 3 days too. Beatrice, compared to how there was no progress in 400 years, this would be a great pace, I suppose.
Subaru, it's pretty damn lit, thinking that way.
But then, I'm the kind of amazing guy who's moving forward history that's been stalling for the past hundreds of years.
As a history mover, my power word game's strong.
In the recent past, he had gathered the participants in the White Whale subjugation, crushed the witch cult's Archbishop of Sin's Sloth and annihilated the Great Rabbit, helped partly in clearing the ordeal at the Tomb of the Witch of Greed, defeated the Archbishop of Sin Greed, and finally, set foot on the never-before-explored Watchtower Pleiades, cleared one of its never-before-challenged trials and was now on the way to challenging the second of those trials. Subaru, if I'm just listing all my achievements and skip the process, I'll only look like an idiot. He had died several times to accomplish all that, so at the same time, he could not exactly puff his chest. Despite that, history had indeed advanced a bit too far in the past year. He had not intended this, but at the very least, he had to settle things with Archbishop's gluttony and lust, so the world better be prepared for it, is how he felt about the matter. Subaru, what?
What's up, Emilia Tan, holding my hand suddenly.
Something wrong? Emilia, no. It's just, I think Subaru should be a little bit more nicer to himself. Subaru, yeah, no, you'll have a hard time finding someone who's as soft on himself as me. It's enough with Emilia Tan and Biko, any more's just too much. Rem would be added to that list, whenever she wakes up.
She would be a bit strict, but kind nonetheless.
And adding Petra, Patrash, Garfield and even Otto to that would leave no room for Subaru to go easy on himself. Emilia, dash. Emilia's lips shook faintly, as if trying to search for some way to respond to him, but she only kept on looking at Subaru.
Lightening his grip on her hand, Subaru cocked his head. However,
Anastasia, at this point, I think this here's a problem of the root of Natsuki-kun's being.
It's not something that'll get better in a day or two.
I suppose it depends on how Emilia-san goes about it, though.
Breaking into the conversation with a clap of her hands, Anastasia shot a glance at Emilia.
Emilia looked back, her expression earnest, but it seemed to not be the reaction she had intended, so. Anastasia, I feel like there's very little hope for that.
Not that it'd suit you.
Emilia, dash?
I don't think I understand, but if you show me how, I'll try my best. Anastasia, I'm afraid I'll have to refuse. I'm not too fond of getting kicked by an earth dragon.
Subaru, getting kicked by an earth dragon.
I wonder if it means something like getting kicked by a horse.
Setting aside Garfield's weird phrases, Subaru added in a new phrase that might be common in this isekai. In any case, for Subaru, that was not the end of the confusing info being thrown around in Emilia and Anastasia's conversation. At one point, he and Emilia both kept tilting their heads at every other line, to the point that Anastasia sighed, and pointed to the great stairway.
Anastasia, hey, when are we going to quit dawdling and go up?
Whatever's waiting might be harder than the third floor. Or maybe Natsuki-kun will end up clearing it right away. Subaru, to tell you the truth, if it's something as annoying as the puzzle on the third floor, I'm not feeling too hot about it. To be honest, the only reason Subaru was able to clear the third floor Taygeta's trial was because knowledge about stars and constellations was critical to clearing it.
Constellations, that too, knowledge from Subaru's original world, was required to solve the puzzle.
In fact, Subaru believed that the constructor of this tower was from another world, modern times at that too, just like him. In that respect, it was highly likely that the second floor's trial required modern knowledge as well, where Subaru's presence would prove useful, but Subaru, things might be different compared to the third floor. I mean, I can't do much if it's something I don't know. The name Flugel's Germanic, and I don't know much about Germany's history anyway. A vague anxiety swirled in him, but he could not voice it, so to keep everyone's expectations. In both Emilia and Beatrice's eyes, Subaru was weak. Thus, he wanted to do whatever was possible by dragging out whatever little knowledge he had of Germany.
Subaru, can't help it. The stairs up are literally right in front. I can't call myself a man if I step back now. Let's just pop in there and breeze through the challenge.
Julius, unfortunately, aside from you and I, there are only women here. Subaru, it's just a saying, don't put a damper on it, you. All right, let's go, Biko. Beatrice, yeah, in fact. Julius doused the burning spirit Subaru had in his clenched fist, but Subaru simply stuck his tongue out to him and pulled Beatrice into his arms and ran straight up the stairs. Emilia, Subaru, wait. Seeing his enthusiastic jump up, Emilia clambered behind him, while Julius and Anastasia slumped their shoulders in unison, and followed after. Meili, barely clothed Oni-san?
Aren't you going?
Shaula, yap it with the barely clothed already, ankle biter number 2. I'm properly clothed, you see. I've got an Uro kawaii thing going on, see. Master chose this for me, so stop complaining about it. Meili, I'm not really complaining, just hurry up, come on, or we'll get left behind. Shaula, you're really bossy even though you're just riding on my bad ankle biter.
I'll tell on you to Master later. Actually, I want to just teach you some manners myself, Tilda. Shaula put her foot on the stairs as she shook her reddened face, scorpion tail flailing about.
With vigor unseeming for a person carrying someone on their back, she jumped from the first step of the great stairway to the fifth, and kept running. Shaula, da 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 da. Ignoring what was happening behind, Subaru kept on running up the stairs with Beatrice in his arms. In the middle of it, Beatrice had skillfully changed her position to that of a princess carry and narrowed her blue eyes at Subaru. Beatrice, as I thought, there is something tweaking the sense of space here, I suppose. We haven't gotten out of the tower even though we came so far in a straight line, in fact. Subaru, maybe we couldn't just tell from the outside, but the tower might really be shaped like that too. Beatrice, for just this one stairway to be jutting out? If that was so, then there needs to be something that makes the tower look tower-like. Otherwise, there is no point in hiding the stairway, in fact. Subaru, I guess so.
I just felt like saying it out loud.
Subaru sighed as he agreed with Beatrice's reasoning and looked overhead. Strangely enough, even though he was running up the stairs, the floor above seemed no closer than before. No matter how much he ran, it felt like he was going up using a down escalator. Subaru, no way, to think that the harassment Emilia was talking about would actually happen. That there was only a stairway prepared, and it actually did not connect to the second floor. As Subaru gave this theory more thought, the space overhead opened up at the same time. Subaru, oh, ooh.
Beatrice, higher.
Faced with sudden bright light in the poorly lit stone-cut stairway, Subaru and Beatrice shouted at the same time.
At some point, while continuously moving forward, the stairs had ended, and they had stepped onto a new floor. Which was Subaru, a white room. Again, ha.
Beatrice, I suppose.
He stopped and carefully put Beatrice down from his arms. It was a surprisingly long climb up the stairs.
Despite his stamina having improved, he could not stop himself from crouching over his knees and breathing heavily.
While stroking his back, Beatrice tapped the floor with the tip of her toe, and looked around the room.
Subaru gulped and did the same. To the two who had reached the top of the stairs first, the room was a spitting image of the third-floor Taygeta's trial, a white expanse. A mysterious structure where both the floor and the ceiling extended far beyond the reach of the eye, and the basis of distance itself seemed to be skewed. No doubt the only reason this white space was registered as a place was only because of the small space with the stairs that was open on the ground leading to the floor below, just like it was on the third floor. Emilia, this room again? And from that same open space popped up Emilia and the others, all bearing similar reactions to the scenery of white, and all dropped their shoulders in dejection.
It was obvious with the presentation that another trial was about to commence.
Subaru, any chance we just came to the third floor again by mistake? Emilia, I don't think so.
There were 54 steps in the stairway between the fourth and third floors. This one here had 444 steps.
That's almost 10 times more steps we needed to get here, right? Subaru, you were counting, Emilia-tan? Emilia, Fufu tilde, the truth is, counting the number of steps is a secret hobby I recently picked up.
Why are you patting my head?
Subaru and the others took turns in patting Emilia's head after she boasted about her hobby. Even Julius and Meili, who refrained from doing so, looked on with delicate pity. Emilia, it feels kinda, really weird, you know. Subaru, we really couldn't have done it without Emilia-tan.
Thanks to you, we know we've gone up 10 times higher than the third floor.
Kinda makes you think if we've just jumped way up to the first floor.
I'd like to go with that, but, for now, I think we should consider that this is the second floor. Beatrice, the trial is supposed to begin, in fact. That over there might be how, I suppose. Putting away Emilia's doubts for later, Subaru looked to where Beatrice pointed. Straight ahead from coming up the stairs, there was a spectacle that caught one's eye. Even on the third floor Taygeta, there was something similar in the center of the room. And upon touching it, the trial would commence.
If the case was the same here as well, then. Julius, it's not a monolith, but a sword. Narrowing his golden eyes, Julius spoke as he gazed upon it, which stuck out of the ground.
Exactly as he stated, within the white expanse stood not a monolith like the third floor, but it
was a sword. Without sheath, it stood straight, tip pierced into the white floor. The way it stood absolutely straight, hilt facing up, was a terrifying beauty that reflected in Subaru's eyes. It was not as if they're gorgeous decorations, nor did Subaru know its material was of high quality.
Only that, in its non-decorative simpleness, in its making of minimal use of steel, there was something beautiful. Subaru, from the looks of it, it's supposed to work like a sword of selection.
Julius, Subaru, yes, you were really patient.
Good boy, good boy.
Julius held back his words when he noticed the picturesque scene of Subaru whispering to a sword. Putting aside Anastasia's silent praise for Julius who was watching, Subaru set his eyes on Shaula. She had her arms crossed and her chest puffed, face brimming with confidence.
The kind that read, "You can ask me whatever you want, I'm completely ready to say I have no clue."
So, Subaru, without having asked a word, was forced to finally step towards the sword. Emilia, Subaru.
Subaru, I think it's fine. It's not a trap that casts instant death on you, if it's anything like the third floor.
Nodding his head to a distressed Emilia, Subaru took a step towards the sword of selection. Of course, Emilia and Beatrice tagged along naturally. The rest remained on standby at the mouth of the stairs, ready to react in case anything happened. Subaru, careful about making a getaway road for Anastasia. It's a pretty long way down, so if she trips, she'll keep on rolling till she dies.
Julius, I will keep it in mind.
Rather, you ought to be more mindful of Emilia Summer and Beatrice Summer's warnings.
Emilia, it's okay.
I'll protect Subaru.
Subaru, all right, I'll let myself be protected. Watching Subaru flashing a thumbs up to a very enthusiastic Emilia, Julius sighed. After seeing it through, Subaru faced the sword of selection in front.
A distance where if he just reached out, he could touch it.
At that point, the presence of the sword brought out a certain sense of reality. That, like the monolith, there was no mysterious feel to it. Subaru, that said, it's a sword that has been stuck here since the tower was built. That there's not even a speck of rust on it is itself pretty weird. Subaru whispered in front of the sword of selection, then took a light breath, breathed out, then stretched his hand towards the handle, wrapping his fingers neatly around it. He felt it was slightly resisting him, but he still put strength into pulling it up. For a moment, doubt flashed in everyone's minds about whether Subaru would be able to pull it out, if it truly were the sword of selection, but the thought turned out to be in vain. Upon applying the slightest bit of strength, the sharp edge that was stuck in the floor came out easily.
It truly was with as elegance as a sword could have, as if it were thrust out of its sheath.
At that immediate moment, it echoed. Gain his permission, by hand of the fool who has reached the heavenly sword. TCH. A voice that bore through eardrums and resonated directly in their skulls told them of the details of the trial. It was an expected turn of events, so he had not done something as unsavory as dropping the sword. It was nonetheless an unpleasant experience. After all, the voice that echoed in his head was very much like himself. Subaru, feels like getting carsick.
I guess everyone feels that way too.
Did everyone hear, or was it limited to Subaru, who had pulled out the sword?
Everyone had heard the voice when someone touched the monolith.
So, this time too, Subaru turned around with that thought, and noticed that
everyone's breaths were caught, and they were looking at a single point.
Following their line of sight, Subaru also looked. The place they were all looking at was a point further ahead of the sword of selection, at a place that coincidentally equaled the distance between the sword and staircase. And at that place, the shadowy silhouette of a person had appeared. Voice, gain his permission, by hand of the fool who has reached the heavenly sword. A voice that was supposed to be whispering, suddenly sounded very loud to Subaru.
A voice that repeated the same words he had heard when he pulled out the sword.
However, it was nothing like his own voice that echoed in his head, but undoubtedly was being spoken by the silhouette with a different voice. Voice, gain his permission, by hand of the fool who has reached the heavenly sword. The voice, as if it were an idiot taught to repeat only one sentence, spun the same words again. Whether the voice seemed mechanical, automatic or even instinctual, could not be determined. The subtle tremble of the voice was apparent in the repetition of those eerie words.
They were terribly direct, as if an edge of a sword were tickling the silhouette's heart.
Whether the tremble was from fear, or from passion, or from pleasure, or from grief, could also not be determined.
For it to play around with others' emotions so well, was proof that there was a distinct gap between it and a living creature.
At this distance, from just being a voice, it played with lives. Gain his permission, by hand of the fool who has reached the heavenly sword.
It was a man with simple yet long, red hair, that flowed down his back. He was quite tall.
A full head above Subaru, the man's body was adorned with thick muscles befitting his height. He wore not armor, but a casual crimson robe that contributed nothing in protection. From his right side down to his arm, his chest lay exposed, and his waist was bound with a white sash. His flaming red hair reached up to the middle of his back, and his left eye was covered by a shoddy black eye patch.
Finally, the right eye that remained uncovered, was a blue reflection of an unreachable sky.
Surely, it was such a well-ordered beauty that would make anyone and everyone turn around and take a look, a sight fit for a painting. That savage, cruel smile filled with insanity, spoiled it all.
It was a most exceedingly beautiful, ferocious beast.
The most beautiful beast that existed in this world, to the point that Subaru forgot to breathe in its presence.
Shaola, hi. The illusion of the stillness of time was broken by a soft whisper. Swiftly he heard a girl's voice squeak out a kia.
At the edge of his eyes, he saw the figure of the girl whose black hair reached her backside. At his side, Shaola dropped to the floor, while Meili's eyes darted around, confused.
Shaola, hi, hi. If anything, Shura was so upset that she could be incontinent.
With her eyes open wide, her face twisted in a way unbefitting a girl as beautiful as her, the depth-fierce madness of the fear she felt was expressed clearly.
If it were possible, she would have left the room according to her instincts. Only, her trembling legs did not permit it.
The very Shaola who utterly destroyed the centaur creature, was stiff with fear? Man, gain his permission, by hand of the fool who has reached the heavenly sword.
Even with the frightened Shaola in sight, the voice continued repeating those words.
At first glance, it seemed to be a situation that rose in eeriness levels. However, there was something else he noticed.
The man did not move a single step, only ever exerting pressure from where he stood. No, the man did not even try to exude pressure. He simply stood still.
Just by being there, his existence gave off the same presence as that of a witch. Subaru-tch.
Holding his breath, he forced his eyelids, that had forgotten to blink, to close and took a moment to calm down.
And then, without taking his eyes off the man for even a second, Subaru took a step backward.
In his right hand was the sword of selection, in his left was Beatrice's hand held firm. He pulled her stiff form back.
Subaru, Emilia. Emilia, I know. Knowing he could not leave her behind, Subaru called out Emilia's name, knowing she was still petrified. Even so, Emilia nodded in response. Matching his movements with her shaking knees, Subaru shrunk away slowly. Man, gain his permission, by hand of the fool who has reached the heavenly sword.
The distance widened. Even so, the man remained unmoving. Only, he repeated the same words.
Man, gain his permission, by hand of the fool who has reached the heavenly sword.
He poured his all into his nerves, and finally arrived at where Shaola was lying.
Shaola's face was stiff with fear as usual, and Meili had grabbed onto her arm, unable to move.
To take the girls and retreat from this place.
Would that even be possible? Subaru's hands, both the one that held the sword, and the other that held Beatrice's hand, were stiff, with no signs of being able to move them. He could not even imagine being able to force up Shaola and Meili by grabbing their arms. In the first place, would that man allow that?
What was that man's objective? What was the trial for, and what purpose did the sword have?
Man, gain his permission, by hand of the fool who has reached the heavenly sword. The words that were being repeated, the phrase, that was the proposal of the second-floor Electra's trial.
What meaning could there be in the man repeating those words?
The contents of the trial he had heard about the moment he pulled out the sword, the man who repeated those words, the fool, and permission, what exactly? Man, gain, permission.
Heavenly sword. Fool.
Subaru, huh? Quickening his thoughts, the feeling that something terrible is going to happen kept rising in Subaru, and at the same time, the man whose voice kept resonating without stop, came to a swift halt. Subaru instinctively groaned, a careless act that made Emilia and Beatrice a bit more nervous, but that had no effect on the change taking place.
More than that, the changes the man underwent were becoming much clearer.
Man, heavenly sword, fool.
His permission.
Oh, oh. Subaru, woo what?
What's gonna happen?
Man, Shaola, piggy eye. Subaru, Dawa?
Stopping was far from it.
Rather, There was a strange string of sounds at the end of the standing man's words, and in the next moment, the man put a hand on his hair, began scratching, and pelted an explosive shout. Suddenly unable to stand it, Shaola squealed like a pig and leapt to Subaru.
Naturally, he could not keep standing.
Her arms coiled around him with all her strength, and unable to take evasive action, Subaru tumbled to the floor with her. Subaru-TCH. In the instant of the explosion, sparks flew in his eyes, while both the man's shout and Shaola's incessant crying, who still clung to his waist, pounded his eardrums. Man, ah. Shaola, hi ah.
Master, help.
I don't wanna. Help me.
Subaru, what's with you for the past few minutes?
Man, shut up already.
My head's already killing me as it is. Stop shouting.
Shaola, afu. Right before his words of comfort could reach, Shaola's spirit crumbled. Despite having been thrashing about for some reason, she quietly stuck to Subaru's waist and stopped moving, and losing her consciousness, she collapsed to the floor.
No way, you. Buku.
Shaola swiftly and gracefully departed from the battlefront via fainting. Although help from her when it came to conquering the tower was close to nil, even from the examiner's point of view, this was supposed to be completely unexpected. For a woman, whose brute strength deserved a certificate, if nothing else, to be this afraid of this man, things would certainly be precarious. Julius, I take it that you are by no means a simple existence, man, Arn? The man groaned in displeasure when a footstep echoed. With a clack of his pair of white shoes, stepped forward the excellent knight. Julius twirled around and picked up the sword Subaru had dropped.
Watching him, the man's lips curved down, a scowl plastered his face. Man, hell's up, you. And what's with this place? You're fucking around here, you?
Julius, no, we are doing nothing of the sort.
We too are of a similarly confused standing. You appeared here all of a sudden, we cannot help but be on guard, is what I would like to convey. Man, hell's up with you.
Don't be talking weird, you. Don't you be talking like my follower, you. You're my follower? Ya ain't, right? Since ya ain't, don't be talking like him, making all this shit confusing. The man's mood kept turning sour each time Julius spoke with an expected respectful yet careful tone. Though it was becoming clearer that the man was human, whether conversation with him could be established, was an entirely different topic. Man, pretty looking, hot stuff, runt, follower, small fry. Julius, unfortunately, I am not your follower. Man, car.
The way you talk, it's just how my follower talks. Stop copying it.
The man belched out a good-humored laugh at Julius' objection. Coupling unusually white teeth with an oddly handsome face, his shark-like smile reeked of madness. Finally, a bit of humanity was found within the smiling man.
Or rather, finding out that the man was an intelligent being capable of conversation, would be more appropriate.
Man, oi, you.
Explain what's happening here, you. The hell do you do to me, you?
Don't you be hiding stuff, you.
Get to it, you.
Subaru, appearing out of nowhere, acting like you're hot shit.
What's up with that?
Man, Arn? The man thrust his hand into the open part of his bare chest and scratched carelessly. Subaru, who finally raised his body, squeezed out what words he could muster and spat them at the man. He simply glared at Subaru with his right eye, who was lying on the floor and...
Man, hell's with ya. Why are you sleeping, you?
Ain't that a real nice place, you?
Getting that hot a woman to be your meat bed, you?
Switch up with me, you.
Subaru, sadly, with respect to the person herself, I refuse.
Somewhat stopping his shaking feet, Subaru stood. At the same time, he pried the clinging Shaola off. It was a careless act that made her fall to the floor face first, but there was no time to consider that.
But...
Man, Arn.
What, it's you.
You doing that? Fucking round, you? Subaru, the hell you's pulling that rude shit for, you? Man, car.
The man-bit clenched his molars and roared a hearty yet violent laughter.
Ignoring Subaru, who was clearly confused, the man looked over the white room and nodded to himself. Oh righty, then spoke again. Man, gotcha.
So then, let's start.
Subaru, start.
Wait. Why do you keep on running the conversation all by yourself? It's really too much to take.
Man, zip it, you. Keepin' on yappin' over and over. Already explained while I was sleep talkin', didn't I?
Pay attention to what I'm sayin', you. Subaru, what's with this for the past few minutes?
Man, gain his permission, by hand of the fool who has reached the heavenly sword. Unable to keep up with the situation, Subaru's eyes darted around, while Emilia repeatedly whispered the sentence, word for word, to herself. Slowly, the girl started depetrifying. Following Julius and Subaru, out came Emilia and Beatrice from the stillness of time, and Anastasia and Meili right afterwards. Only Shaula remained unconscious, however. Man, car. That beauty over there's different from this here small fry. If I'd been alive, I'd be bedding you tonight, you. Looking close, you're real sweet, you.
What's with that face? You're real damn frizzlin', you.
Emilia, frizz? Subaru, hey, you.
You're the guy.
You're the examiner here, right? From looking at Emilia, a lust awakened in his eyes.
Putting himself between those two, Subaru stood and pointed at the man.
The man smiled like a shark at the statement and. Man, no clue.
Ain't interested in some title someone's put on themselves. I'm me, use you. Nothin' more to it than that.
You wanna talk with me proper? Get me to move even a step from here, you. Julius, dash. They were the words of a man standing defenselessly, calmly.
As for why he had not laughed it off, it was the very condition that needed to be fulfilled to clear the trial.
Thus, it was a task worthy of being called as such. Gain his permission, by hand of the fool who has reached the heavenly sword. If the man who stood in front were to be this fool who has reached the heavenly sword, then the method to get it was clear.
What was left was to see if that method was indeed even possible.
Julius, Knight of the Imperial Order of the Kingdom of Lagunica, Julius Euculius. Before the fight, nay, the trial began, Julius offered his name as an act of courtesy. It was an act of the greatest honor, declaring the other as their equal, regardless of position or gender. In response, the man's one blue eye narrowed with excitement, and brought forth an unusual sword spirit and. Man, ain't got no name worth giving ya, just a mere stick swinger, I am.
Trial of the second floor Electra of the Great Library Pleiades. Time limit condition, unlimited. Number of challenge attempts condition, unlimited. Challengers condition, unlimited. Trial, initiated.
Arc 6, Chapter 26, Stick Swinger.
The woman's spirit had been violated. The woman lay deep in the abyss of insanity. The woman was standing upon the farthest land of starvation.
Growling in the solitary castle, gnawing the unoccupied throne, breaking her teeth, ripping up her mouth, starving.
The woman had been a human when she was born, but at that point in time, she no longer remained human.
It all began a few years ago, when the man governing those lands fell victim to an incurable illness. Weakening by the day, the man, frightened of his approaching death, stretched his hands to all kinds of means in order to prolong his life. Before long he attained techniques which were taboo, and gathered a large number of lives for an outrageous immorality for the purpose of attaining a long life. Abundantly, lives were sacrificed, abundantly, lives were rendered idle, and among those sacrifices was the woman. Who she was, what her name was, what her birthplace was, who her family was, such memories of hers had already been burnt away. Merely a tool was the woman.
A seedbed, for the man merely awaiting his death, having been eaten away by the demon of ill health.
Idle lives only to be wasted, that was how it was supposed to be, yet the woman survived. A body ruined, power gushing forth, the lamp of a life ostracized by what is called time. The hopes, dearest wishes of the man trespassed by the demon of ill health, materialized upon the woman's body. The man was delighted at the fruits of his labor, postponing the memorial for those sacrificed, overbearingly unfastened the woman's constraints. When she came to notice, the woman was alone, in the uninhabited solitary castle, anguishing and suffering with starvation.
Thoughts disappearing with cruel hunger, memories devoured into a void by violent thirst. She had nothing in her memories. She had nothing within her understanding.
Merely, her entire body had constraints, so she possessed no freedom either. Eating away all food within the castle, vomiting out the content of her stomach, chewing and digesting them once again, she continued to repeat. Ultimately, for what remained of her starvation, she bit into the stone walls, crunched the throne, ate the carpets.
At that pace, she would starve to death.
Her body, which cannot die, would starve to death. Grrr, 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 grrr. At the extremity of starvation, unable to obtain trance, the woman finally saw an illusion. Inside the solitary castle, bustling about with willful freedom, was a horde of dogs clad in bestial hair.
Even if it was a hallucination, she did not mind.
If she was unable to be satiated physically, she desired to satisfy merely her heart. With such wholeheartedness the woman crawled, devouring the beasts. Devoured the beasts.
Ate them away. She was being satisfied. The following instant, she vomited. She licked what had been vomited. She chewed. Vomited, ate. In the illusion, in the mirage, in the hallucination, in her desire, there present was taste. There present was form. She could feel it on her tongue. When she came to notice, the interior of the castle had become a den of repulsive beasts.
Aha, aha ha, aha ha 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 tilde.
She was greatly delighted.
Buried in days of eating and getting eaten, she was satisfied after she ate, and she vomited after she was satisfied. Stuck between starvation and refusing food, the woman ate and vomited, slurped and spilled. Given birth to by the empty skies, no, given rebirth to, were the beasts with a repulsive presence. Before she noticed, the woman's constraints were exposed to the battle for devouring between the beasts and her, came loose, and she was freed. Attaining freedom, the woman crawled, exited the castle.
The beasts as well, following the woman, exited the castle.
Upon the earth, in all directions, they scattered around. Hunger, starvation, unable to endure them, the woman devoured, and kept the castle she had grown tired of eating for later.
To visit it, when the day of the satisfaction of her hunger and thirst arrives.
The witch of gluttony gave birth to the horde of witch beasts, and continued to starve from inexhaustible starvation. On the second floor Electra of the Pleiades watchtower, in the room white as chalk, the trial began. The examiner stood in the corner of the room, a man with red hair and the smile of a shark plastered on his face.
Introducing himself as naught but a stick swinger, the man's aura overflowed with an unusual sword spirit. The way he appeared was in itself complicated.
Even Shaula herself, who was the supposed caretaker of the watchtower, had fainted the moment she laid eyes on him. As such, he was obviously no one ordinary. Thus, Julius, I will, from the first moment, fight at full power. Man, dash.
Leaning forward, Julius spoke as he took a step forward.
The blade he softly threw towards the man was the same sword of selection that had been stuck into the floor of Electra. The sword spun in the air, flying in an arc, before it stabbed the ground near the man's feet.
So that the man may simply stretch out his hand to take it. Man, hell's you doing, you?
Throw in me a sword and all, you got a death wish? Julius, unfortunately, as a knight, it is most shameful an act to swing a sword at one unarmed. Man, car. Making me laugh.
Ain't empty-handed, take a closer look, you.
The man roared with laughter, teeth bared, at the advancing Julius. And while laughing, he casually raised his foot in the air and gave a wild kick to the sword. The sword of selection gave a shrill wail as it flew off. It screeched inches past Julius, who had lunged towards the man. Julius, tch. I hope you bear no regret for speaking those words. His thoughtfulness coldly cast aside, Julius' face cheek stiffened as he swung out his knight's sword, the slender blade he raised in a straight line, as a hammer to strike at those insolent enough to disgrace the grounds of a duel.
It pierced forward, swift as lightning but.
Man, don't be shouting all cutesy there, booffin.
Ya got a nice damn face.
Wouldn't you be troubled if you get off on all me cryin'? Julius, wah. Tch. With a thunderous boom, the tip stopped before reaching the man's torso.
Of course, Julius had not slackened his hand. He always tried to the best of his abilities, regardless of the situation.
Thus, it was not him that stopped the blade, but rather the man bearing the smile of a shark.
Julius, impossible.
Man, gotta believe what you see.
It all starts from there, you know.
Cackling with joyous laughter, the stick swinger raised his right hand and scratched his chest.
It was the same behavior as before.
Just like the time he was piling up on a nonsense conversation. However, his left hand pinched the tip of Julius' sword, with frightening accuracy.
That too, with
Julius, a pair of twigs. Man, look here, it's not even close. What, your eyes bad or something, you? Chopsticks, it's chopsticks. Pretty nice for grabbing snacks, them chopsticks.
Is why I keep 'em on me.
So slender, one had to squint to properly see the pair of wooden sticks. The stick swinger held them in his left hand and used them with grace and dexterity, similar to how Subaru knew them to be used, who had reflexively groaned upon seeing them. Chopsticks indeed existed in this world, as he had witnessed and experienced during his stay at Prestella, but to witness one use them with such finesse was a first. No, regardless of the finesse one possessed in their use, to stop the swing of a first-class swordsman using a pair of chopsticks was absolutely an inhuman feat.
Man, huh?
Don't be making me laugh, you. Swinging at the best angle, with the best speed, with the best feeling, in the best way, be chopsticks or whatever, there's nothing it can't cut. Julius, goo, tch. Rolling his eyes over the awestruck faces, the stick swinger yawned, then spoke with a stab of sarcasm.
But while it was normal for everyone to be silent when shown such a spectacle, Julius, the concerned party, could not.
He put strength into his arm and pulled to pry away the knight's sword that remained stuck between the pair of chopsticks.
However, no matter how much strength he put in, the sword would not budge.
Man, lemme tell you though, this here ain't made out of something funny.
Bad material's just bad for the skin, so.
Got nothing mixed in, just your everyday pear, made from some tree somewhere. Julius, kh. Man, let it out, let it out.
Best be laughin', you. Whoever's laughin's more of a looker. Not that it matters, you bein' a guy.
Suddenly, the block he felt at the tip of his sword was gone, leaving Julius bewildered. In that instant, the man turned his body and leapt into the air with his two bare feet. With tremendous force, he landed a kick right above Julius' slender waist, sending him flying. Julius. Subaru did not know who raised their voice in a scream, but they had no choice but to watch his flight, as everyone had to put in much more thought before making any kind of sudden movement. And now, following him as he soared across the air, unable to fix his posture. Man, car. The stick swinger's figure shot off like a bullet, chasing right after Julius. With unbelievable physical prowess, he stopped right above Julius and took stance with a chopstick in each hand and released a flurry of slashes aimed at Julius. Whether they could be called slashes was up for debate, but regardless, the man unleashed a violent flurry of strikes with the chopsticks.
With movements so fast, each separate strike seemed to disappear.
It appeared the same way to everyone, and Julius was already helpless midair, so he had no way of dodging. With his knight's sword as his only ally, Julius met each chopstick slash with his own. However, the chopstick slipped past, as if sneering, and stabbed into Julius, again, and again, and again, and again, and again.
Jawald.
A ray of heat shot across the air, aimed towards the engaged duo.
White light, in its most simple form, can rip through the world with its dreadful edge.
In other words, it can become an invisible blade that tears, cuts and burns through everything in its path. It went straight, and was as such, easy to dodge. However, the shimmering rays traveled at the speed of light, crashing straight into its target. Even so, the stick swinger cut away the rays of light fired by the third party with ease. Man, my sword can cut even light, you. Faster than his own gruff voice's echo, the chopstick struck and sliced through the ray of light.
An impossible spectacle that pulled in the attention of everyone present.
Only the man sneered, as if he had done something ordinary, and continued jabbing at Julius with his free hand, as if making light of him. No, the truth was, he indeed was making very light of him. ?TCH. Old.
In response to that, his eyes turned red, overlapping with the chant.
With both arms spread wide, chanting for the magic that shot rays of heat, her graceful composure painted with panic, was Anastasia. Hands open, all fingers poised, 10 fingers in total shot out 10 death rays simultaneously, all danced in the air as they approached the stick swinger.
And the stick swinger himself took just as an amazing measure.
Man, car. The stick swinger faced the dancing beams head-on and sliced through them with his chopsticks just like before. Then he pounced up by kicking off of thin air and made a nosedive, taking Julius, who was right below, along with him, dragging him across the white floor as he ran. Julius was pinned by the chopsticks in his solar plexus. Man, kaka.
Aim well, you. Can't even swat a fly like that.
They don't call me a lady killer for nothing, you. Kaka.
Anastasia, Jewald.
Anastasia still chose to continue her attacks against the cackling man. Unfortunately, regardless of its firepower, if the magic does not hit, it has no meaning. Even with her firing them all over, the man simply cut through, at times ducked, and at times made a sharp spin by putting his weight on Julius. His overwhelming physical and battle prowess in full display, clashed against Anastasia's clearly poor aim. In this case, technically it was not Anastasia whose aim was poor, but Echidna's, who was currently inhabiting that body. Despite wishing to aid Julius with a surprise magic attack, her actions severely failed her intentions, leaving her unable to even get a scratch in.
Soon.
Anastasia, a.k.h. Man, An? Her time, it would seem, would run out first. The stick swinger, who was gleefully dodging the heat rays, stopped and raised his eyebrows when the rays halted their pursuit.
At the end of his gaze was Anastasia, who had collapsed to the ground.
Blood flowed from her nostrils, a sign that she had overworked her own body.
She had stated it herself earlier.
She could not rely on her trump card, as it would shave away her own life.
Julius, Anastasia Summer.
Man, ooh? Vigor instilled by the sight of his falling master, Julius broke free of his defense-only stance, free from being slid around on his back, free from the relentless blows of the chopsticks of the stick swinger. He had took off the button near his chest and flung away his knight's mantle, forcing the direction of friction to change, allowing him to get out of the cycle. From his position on the floor, he aimed a circular kick at the man's head, cursing his own foolishness. The man moved his chin away slightly, escaping the blow, but Julius repeated his kicks 2 more times like a breakdance. After a few rounds of kicks and dodging, he stood back up. Man, you really pulled a good one, you.
Felt that good, you.
Julius, I don't have time for your nonsense. Move it.
Their absolute difference in ability was something Julius understood too well, yet still roared at him.
His knight's sword, even after the countless blows he had taken, had not left his hand. So the sword flew, slithering through the air in a show of swordsmanship of the utmost grace and elegance. Even while being worn down with righteous cause and a sense of duty, it may have been the finest display of a knight's swordsmanship. A countless number of days, of months must have been spent, shed tears and blood training to refine his technique.
And yet.
Man, playin' with me, you?
You're playin' me?
Don't be going light on me, you. Julius, TCH.
Man, what's this?
Don't make me laugh, you. Don't be holding back, give me all you got, you. Are you serious about this? If this all you got, man, what a letdown, you. His thrusts were stopped, slashes, blown away, barrages, shot down, and his one-shots, parried. The technique Julius had built up, his own essence as a knight, were all denied by the swaying pair of frighteningly beautiful, violent and powerful chopsticks, wielded by a man who kept yawning, who named himself only as a mere stick swinger.
Half his life was being trampled over by a pair of measly twigs.
Man, ya ain't like this usually, you.
Why's ya fightin' all lonesome? That ain't how ya fight, is it?
Ya ain't used to it, that's why all this borrowin' me, you. Julius, I am. Man, if you wanna tend to your girl, I'll let ya. Borrow a pair of 'em thick thighs and get babied, ya ugly failure of a swordsman.
That which flashed across his face, was it wrath? Pain?
Regret? Despair? In any case, one can never truly know what lies within others. Julius, dash. Julius' sword flashed, his thin knight's sword, as it did likely millions of times before, tracing across the air. Anyone watching, even from the sidelines with untrained eyes, could tell it was a swing full of faults.
The chopsticks dove into the flash from the side.
In the next moment, sailing through the air, the wood tore through the steel of the knight's sword. With a faint cry, Julius' knight's sword snapped in two. His yellow eyes could only widen and follow the sight of his beloved sword's tip as it spun across the air.
How long had he been using that sword? What history did he share with it? None knew. Only, what broke hadn't been limited to his sword.
Man, off with ya. Accompanying the spat-out words were giant fists that were thrown at his face.
It was the most unrefined and primitive kind of violence. A violence that was prevalent from a time long before man had any kind of tools that utilized one's own flesh.
Man, dash.
The merciless strike broke Julius' elegant profile.
The blow took his consciousness and sent his body flying across the room, where it followed the laws of inertia and crashed, rolled, then finally remained still, body splayed across like a broken doll, right beside Anastasia. Like master, like servant, the unconscious duo were lined up.
It was the beastly man's misplaced sense of consideration.
Man, well, next ups. Snapping his neck like he just finished warming up, the man turned to them.
In truth, it was a warm-up to him.
In only a few tens of seconds, Julius had dashed across the battlefield, got beaten in a one-sided fight. Anastasia tried to help, but the two ended up only collapsing together. Within that time, Subaru had not a single chance to cut in, and could only stand and watch.
And just like him, there stood still
Emilia, Ice Brand Arts, Icicle Line. Man, dash.
Absolutely none. As if to prove it, white particles danced around her.
Pale blue specks of light, barely noticeable in that they were actually fragments of ice, birthed by Emilia's absolute magic. Hyasetsu Kekai 1, Icicle Line. Emilia, I want to ask one thing before we start. Mixing her own magic energy with the mana of her surroundings, she put up a kind of barrier with the man in the center as he scratched the place above his eye patch, then called out to him, Man, Arn?
Lemme hear, Frizzlin.
Emilia, I'm Emilia. Just Emilia.
Wasn't the condition to make you take just one step? You ran around a lot just now though.
After giving her name, she asked a natural question.
Before the fight started, the stick swinger had indeed stated that while laughing. Let's see you get me to move even one step. If that were to be taken as the condition, then it had obviously been broken.
To say they had been flying across and all over the room during Julius' fight, would be grossly understating everything. However, the man shrugged and spoke, Oi. Man, don't be taking that stuff seriously, you.
Just made it up on the spot.
It happens, right? You wanna be looking cool from time to time, right?
It's that stuff.
Get it? You don't?
Well, you're being a woman and all. Being a frizzlin' one and all.
Be with me tonight, you. Emilia, I'm sorry, but I don't understand what you mean.
Besides, I don't think I can win, even if I fight you.
Subaru, A. Emilia. With magic ready at hand, her posture saying she was completely ready to fight, Emilia boldly proclaimed her powerlessness. The stick swinger's eyes widened at that remark, and Subaru, who was standing stiff, blurted out something. Emilia responded to him with a small, "Really sorry," then turned back to the man. "Emilia, you're really strong."
I can see that. But we have to pass this trial. So please, give us a way to win.
Man. "Emilia, if we manage to make you move even one step, it's our win."
Let's base our match on that. Can't we?
She lowered her brows, then asked the silent man. At the end, she added something with a little bit more confidence, which stunned Subaru.
It was an absolutely ridiculous proposition, one only the greatest of idiots would accept.
The stick swinger had remained silent for a good moment after hearing that flimsy proposal, but then. "Man, car." He bared his teeth in laughter, then looked at Emilia through his bright, blue eyes. Those eyes washed over her frame, as if licking her from head to toe, and then. "Man, real fine stuff you're made of, can't say I hate it, you."
Showed lots of guts, saying all that to someone like me.
"Biggest idiot I've seen since Trisha, you."
I've taken a liking to ya.
"Emilia, so, I've passed the trial?" "Man, I ain't gonna treat you that much, you."
But all right.
Already showed off in front of a nice lady.
Gotta keep it up. Gonna turn even in my grave if I step down here.
I'll make it like you want. "Emilia, I'll pass if." "Man, you win if you can make me move even a single step." The stick swinger with a softened expression, called out to the crestfallen Emilia, who immediately looked up and nodded, then turned to Subaru. "Emilia, I'm leaving Anastasia and Julius to you.
Please tend to them. Subaru, tea time."
"You saw what happened just now, right?"
Going in without a plans.
"Emilia, it's okay.
He doesn't seem like he's aiming to kill.
"And I'll give my everything, too." Brimming with confidence, Emilia cut off Subaru's attempt to stop her and took a step forward. And then, while still wearing her dignified look, raised both her hands towards the stick swinger.
With that much distance put between them, she could one-sidedly snipe him with her magic.
"Man, with a face that frizzlin', you're pretty stubborn, you." "Emilia, do what you can the best you can, is what I've learned from my great knight."
Even in such a disadvantageous situation, the man simply folded his giant arms and laughed fiercely.
With her sights set on the man's smile, Emilia put some force into her words. Right away the air popped and snapped and droplets of pale light fluttered about, then formed into weapons of ice one after another. Swords, lances, spears, axes, arrows, and many, many more weapons formed. Ice brand arts, icicle line, a technique that used the giant reserves of magical energy inside Emilia to create a limited area boundary of destruction, a special technique forged through Subaru's otherworldly inventiveness, had activated. "Emilia, ya." She raised her voice in a war cry, but it had no effect on the man. Accompanying her cry, the weapons that had their tips pointed towards the stick swinger shot off from all directions at the same time. 2. Multiple weapons that struck even from one's blind spots. It was indeed an unblockable attack. Faced with this, the man once again took one chopstick in each hand, and released a raging flurry of strikes, starting the tyranny of chopsticks. Art unfolded in the spectacle of a single man ripping through ice. Subaru, dash. Following Emilia's instructions, Subaru dashed to where lay Julius and Anastasia, checked their condition and sighed in relief when he realized they were only unconscious. Anastasia's case was, as Echidna had worried, likely to be the result of her forcibly using magic by shaving off her life force.
While not completely in the clear, her nosebleed had stopped, and she seemed to have simply fainted.
As for Julius, even though he had been assaulted by chopstick Fu, which had likely hurt, but retained no more than a few bruises to his body, if he were to, say, have been struck 100 times, if it were a sword and not chopsticks, he would have died 100 times over, but he was likely shown consideration, so the end result was by no means a minus.
Beatrice, Both of them are doing well, I suppose. But
Subaru, I know. Beatrice, who had come beside Subaru to check on their well-being as well, was cut off.
they were done checking the duo's condition.
As for the beast that did this in the first place, Emilia was busy clashing with it head-on. Man, car. Ice sprayed and shattered, and the overjoyed man crushed their fragments under his teeth while swinging his chopsticks. The shattered weapons of ice turned into bubbles of pale light, which fell and scattered around the raging wild man, a fantastical spectacle that repeated itself endlessly.
However, even while doing so, Subaru, he won't budge.
Man, started with Flash and my cool side, so let me keep being my coolest till the very end. How boring can you get, you?
Upon hearing Subaru's groan, the stick swinger began humming some kind of tune while intercepting the many ice weapons.
Even then, while his upper body swung like he was doing some kind of tempestuous dance, his feet remained cemented in the ground, like a pair of immovable mountains. Against someone like that, even firing off magic like a hailstorm was doing little. That sense of frustration not only festered in Subaru, who had a bird's-eye view of the fight, but also in Emilia, who was directly involved in it.
So, to break this stalemate, Emilia stepped in.
Emilia, ya. Silver hair fluttering in the air behind her slender body, Emilia pounced into battle. Raising both her arms, she grasped the hilt of a great battle-axe. She turned herself full circle and brought it down straight towards the man's head. Man, caca.
The man casually thrust up his chopsticks to intercept its trajectory.
The chopstick only slightly changed the falling battle-axe's trajectory, but it grew in size as it fell, the edge finally managing to gaze past his Kinagashi''S3 sleeve, and pierced into the ground. The violent blow raised a blast of wind, and unable to withstand the shock of its own power, the battle-axe of ice shattered into millions of fragments. However, she let go of the handle and immediately took in hand a lance that was being launched from behind her, then turned her body a full circle turn to land her next attack. Emilia, ya. Toria. Aya. Ayaoria. Uya. The thrust of a lance, the flash of twin swords, the swing of a long sword, the slash of a katana, the smash of a hatchet, all and any forms of attacking, were all meaningless when pit against this man. Of course, Emilia was not lacking in any skill. Her physical strength was in no way lacking, and the ice-brand arts was, as Subaru would usually say even though he came up with it, the one and only one technique that brought out the best of her abilities, utilizing both her physical prowess and enormous magical reserve to the greatest effect. Beatrice, Subaru.
Beatrice gripped his hand tightly.
This grip filled Subaru with much-needed composure, but he continued to desperately strain his eyes at the battlefield.
He could not find a single chance to break into the fight.
Emilia was fighting up to that extent, where she kept swapping between weapons she was good with, always playing to her strengths, continuing her physical attacks, as well as firing off her storm of magic. The center was indeed a point which was being consistently carpet-bombed. And the man who stood at the dead center of that, dealing with everything without taking even a step, the monster who'd named himself as nothing more than a mere stick swinger, was a complete abnormality. If he carelessly dove in, Subaru may only prove to be a distraction to Emilia.
He could not deny that. He could do nothing to remove his anxiety.
Beatrice, who held his hand, too stood in silence, fully understanding that she was the same, in being able to do nothing but watch over the battle with clenched teeth. Could the situation improve before Emilia's stamina ran out? Just then, an unexpected change occurred in this situation.
That too, suddenly.
Emilia, Toya. Both her hands grasped a pair of swords and swung them from both sides, aimed at his neck to decapitate. The man quickly lowered his head to avoid the blow, while both swords slipped out of Emilia's hand and flew away. But Emilia immediately created another pair in her palms and swung her crossed arms outwards. The man dodged in a much fancier style, leaning so much that his body went parallel to the floor. Man, car. Emilia, wa. Knees bent, body almost touching the floor, the man held this position with the inhuman strength of his ankles. On the other hand, Emilia lost to her own momentum, letting her arms fly through nothing, leaving herself wide open and with a step in front, leaning back. This was the first big, even life-threatening, mistake Emilia had made in this fight. The man might have seen even more, but this moment must have been the biggest chance he had seen.
Right then, the man straightened his bent knees, popping back into position.
Emilia was left off guard, and bit her molars. In that moment, the man bared his teeth the most he had, then leaned forward with his shark-like smile. "Man, you're wide open."
Using the chopsticks at hand, he brushed over Emilia's twin peaks in a scooping motion.
Emilia, WH. Emilia was dressed in her usual white outfit, where parts of her white and smooth skin were visible. The chopsticks streaked over her chest, making her abundant swelling jump about obscenely, which made the man's vile smile deepen. The man groaned in satisfaction at the results of his obscene act. "Man, good, real good stuff. But don't be getting mad over something so small." Emilia, Toria. "Man, goer." Her hands crossed together above head, encased in gloves fashioned from ice, came down on the man's head, who was busy ogling her with a vile smile. The blow landed so hard that the ice shattered, the sound of its hard impact resonating.
The man yelled in pain, then dropped to the floor with his head held, and began rolling around.
"Man, go."
"It hurts, damn it. WH, what the hell were you thinking, you? Usually, a woman's gonna hesitate if someone does that, but you didn't even blink. Hell's with you?"
Emilia, dash. "But, you just touched my body, right? Plus, you were completely off guard. Man, don't fuck around."
"The hell's with your upbringing? The hell were your parents doing?"
Rubbing his beaten head, the stick swinger sat on the ground with his legs crossed, shouting out his complaints. Emilia blinked in surprise at his shout, then touched the part of her chest where the chopsticks had brushed past. "Emilia, did I say something strange?" "Man, oi.
Do something about this frizzling beauty. Get her walking out or something.
Small fry.
You're supposed to be attending to her. Make something of yourself, do it proper. It hurts, goddammit."
Subaru, I'm in no place to be taking this from you.
That aside.
Man, Arn? Despite being overwhelmed, Subaru somewhat managed to talk back to the raging man. Once he managed to swallow his own anger at how the man stretched out an obscene hand towards Emilia, he pointed to him, and spoke. "Subaru, to hell with just one step, you moved a whole lot away." Man, dash. Emilia, It's true.
I did it. I won.
His mouth shut when Subaru pointed it out, and in exchange, Emilia started jumping up and down. And in accordance to her feelings, flowers of ice began blooming in her immediate surroundings, as if to celebrate her own victory. The man had declared it himself, the condition was to make him move even a step from where he stood, which had been achieved. That fact was as clear as day to everyone, and unless the man made things harder, it would be accepted.
Subaru, well, how about it?
He felt bad for Emilia, who was celebrating her own victory over the trial, but Subaru did not fully trust the man. From all the exchanges they had, to expect sportsmanship from him was difficult.
To invalidate his loss, declare the last trial as void, and rush them with everything he had, would not be too unlikely.
A single drop of sweat rolled down Subaru's brows and across his cheeks. Man, no help in it.
My word's my word.
This kinda defeated make me a laughing stock, let your soul be damned, but I ain't got a choice.
Subaru, why you'll prove.
Man, the hell you thinking of me? If I ain't keeping my word all of my posing cool's gonna get shot, you. Gonna flip everything I worked on over, you. Ain't gonna be able to take a step towards women no more, ya see. Subaru, no, with the way you lost right now, your worth was already at rock bottom. Man, shut it, small fry. Heck, ya ain't even a proper fish, you're just a tadpole. Don't be throwing round weight, tadpole. Anyway, that frizzling beauty over there wins.
Yeah, get a pass. That's the condition. No help in it.
Scratching his head violently, the stick swinger admitted his defeat. While it had spiraled into a situation where it was hard to tell whether those actions were sportsmanlike or unbecoming, Subaru had no intention of prying further into those matters, not when the announcement had already been made. Although both Julius and Anastasia lay fallen as victims of battle against the man, they would likely bounce right back up if left to recover in the green room.
Despite being the second trial, it seemed to be too small an obstacle. But
man, well, who's gonna be next? The tadpole?
Or is it gonna be one of them brats?
Subaru, eh?
They could advance upward. Subaru, who had been caught by that thought, became guarded once more at the man's words.
The man slowly stood back up at that response, left shoulder covered by cloth. He bared it as well to match his right shoulder and turned to them. The air flooded with a burnt stench.
It surged from the man's unimaginable sword spirit.
A dramatic change that made everything from before seem like child's play. Subaru noticed too late. Man, there's round 7 people in this tower.
Your girl's the only one to get past.
Subaru, Man, well, who's up to get past me next? Tell me, you.
Trial of the second floor Electra of the Great Library Pleiades. Time limit condition, unlimited. Number of challenge attempts condition, unlimited. Challengers condition, unlimited.
Has cleared, Emilia. Yet to clear, Subaru, Beatrice, Julius, Anastasia, Meili, Ram.
The trial continues.
Arc 6, Chapter 27, Electra's Wall. The woman was a commonplace village girl, one with an ordinary birth and growth. Loved by her parents, loved by her siblings, the woman too loved her family. She was an extremely normal woman. With a fiancé decided by her household, she shall end her established lifetime in a corner of a poor village, identical to many other village girls. For the woman, that meant life, the paved order of things having no room for doubt. Such ordinarity of the woman was crushed at the hands of sleazy powerful men who appeared in the village. What made her fit, or was it merely the vice of humans? Unknowing of the eventual truth, the woman was coercively desired by the powerful men.
No matter it being a poor village of a small country, there existed a disparity impossible to eliminate with the powerful men. The woman was unable to oppose the demand of the powerful men. She had no choice but to yield to the irrationality of fate. However, the woman was loved. By her family, by her fiancé, by the people of her village. Braving the oppression of the powerful men, the people's rage flared up, giving birth to flames of war before long.
The fire spread, the residents of the village organized into an army, and at last, the powerful men along with the small castle were scorched to the ground. In naught but a single evening, the woman's position changed vastly. A mere ordinary village girl, her fiancé the ringleader of a single group of troops. The raging of the unremitting blaze, the surrounding ones who regarded it as hazardous turned to their own troops from one to the next. That proved as being beaten at their own game for those who roused themselves, claiming it was all for the sake of the woman. The fire spread whilst the flames of war coruscated, burning the small country, neighboring countries, and the great country to nothing before long. The existence of the woman, who was made to be the origin of it all, was renowned. The people rumored her to be a beautiful maiden of the heavens. Illusions piled over illusions, and due to the interest and expectations, the woman's petite body was about to shatter. Nobody took notice of that. Neither her family, nor her fiancé, nor the people. No one was looking at the woman. Cheers when she moved a hand, stampedes when she walked a street, tears of joy when she spoke a word, were all turned towards the woman. The woman, this is strange. Why you're shrouding her face, she denied. That this wasn't possible, that this wasn't supposed to be. Herself was a mere village girl, neither a beauty of the heavens nor a charming siren, but a single meager village girl. Where in her lay such worth? The people were intoxicated with dreams, misled by illusions, dancing with ideals. Before long, without adhering to any curtailments, even the great country was burnt to ash with the woman at its origin.
The ruined great country, the robbed castle, at its summit the fiancé knelt before the woman.
And informed her.
I love you. This triumph, the smiles of the people, are all things given by you.
The flaring capital city, heaps of corpses, the people trembling moved with ecstasy. The villagers she lived with too, the family who loved her too, the fiancé who wished for well-being too.
No longer was anyone anywhere.
Without responding to the fiancé, the woman left. Abandoning her family, the villagers, anything and everything.
She was not supposed to have been bestowed with it. Never had she wished for it. The woman merely lost everything. Having lost the days she was loved which certainly existed, the woman, alone, proceeded to the burnt fields. Yet, the dreams, the illusions, the ideals did not let the woman escape.
Wherever she proceeded to, anyone and everyone loved the woman, crushed by the woman, desired the woman, everything was brought to ruin.
Anyone and everyone loved the woman. Like a curse. Whilst unaware of true love inside. The witch of lust sought the love she lost and continued to be loved by the love-summoning ruin.
TL note, I wanted to give some more flair to the man's quirk, so I will translate this as your prick when he speaks to males/collectively and your twat when speaking to females. He can be a 400-year-old chav now. The swordsmanship brimming out of him pierced without restraint towards Subaru and the others who had challenged Electra. The man was garbed in a crimson robe with both of his arms outside of his sleeves, and his upper torso lay bare other than the sarashi wrapped around it. There was a glint of madness in the stick swinger's eyes after he'd given them that dire proclamation. The trial of the second floor, which in short was making their examiner, the stick swinger, recognized their qualifications to proceed up to the upper floor. That had already ended up with 2 people dropping out due to the atypical skill of the man. Even under these conditions, Emilia had somehow managed to snatch away victory thanks to her fighting strength along with her characteristic pluckiness, tenacity and use of numerous weapons.
However,
Subaru, don't the conditions say that it's fine if just one person clears it?
The stick swinger, how?
Who the hell said that? Stop pullin' stuff out of your ass, ya prick.
Why would it be that if one person can go up, then all the rest of you can? Use your common sense, use it. Is the inside of your head also like that of a small fry, ya prick?
Subaru, why you're making this point to the guy who doesn't want to be told the most in the world about common sense? Subaru groaned at the perfectly reasonable point which the man had made, who'd now crossed his chopsticks over, one held in each hand, with a clack. In actual fact, the one who'd jumped to conclusions about the clear conditions of the trial had been Subaru himself. The trial on the 3rd floor had involved solving a puzzle, and when it had been solved the structure of the room itself had changed, so it was possible to say that he'd jumped to that conclusion. He'd incorrectly assumed that a new library would materialize if one of them cleared the trial of the 2nd floor. If his assumption had collapsed and clearing the trial would require each of their strengths in battle, then it was pretty safe to say that beating this trial would be futile. The condition which Emilia had managed to achieve, namely, to move the man even one step, they'd seen now just how hard achieving that was in stark contrast to its seeming simplicity. Speaking clearly about it, Emilia was currently the strongest amongst everyone who'd come to challenge the Pleiades watchtower along with Julius, though as long as Julius' contract with his quasi-spirits was gone he could objectively say that she was the strongest amongst them. The man had been extremely negligent in their first bout, and that had ended up allowing Emilia to defeat him. In summary, they'd pitted their strongest vanguard against their enemy when he was at his weakest. They had managed to beat him once, but now that it had become a tournament where everyone had to beat him, they would have to pit everyone else, who weren't as good at fighting, against this man, who had no more chinks in his armor. Move the man one step, were they really going to be able to achieve a victory like the one Emilia had snatched away from of a combination of good fortune and an attack of that caliber? Beatrice, wait up, in fact. There's a key mistake in what you're saying, I suppose. The stick swinger, a mistake? Shuddering at the prospect, Subaru tried to look for a glimmer of victory amidst their terrible predicament. Beatrice, who was right beside him, firmly squeezed his hand so to calm him down and spoke out to the man.
The man grew sullen as he heard her words and pointed his uncovered eye towards Beatrice. The stick swinger, what'ria sayin' ye twat, you've come 10 years too early ye twat. No, at least 5 ye twat.
Ye can come here after your legs, arms and body grow and after you get some tits and ass ye twat. Beatrice, I never had any intentions of playing along with your crap, but right now you've made me part with those intentions completely, in fact. That's why I'm going to knock this into that thick skull of yours, I suppose. The stick swinger, my thick skull, the hell you mean?
Beatrice, it's already been decided, in fact.
Emilia told you if you were moved even one step then it'd be our victory, I suppose. In other words, Emilia's victory was a victory for all of us, in fact. Subaru, HK. Subaru held his breath and instinctively looked over at Emilia. He'd never expected that she would have planned that far ahead during their brash negotiations. He was surprised by the shrewish nature she concealed underneath. From the corner of his eye, Emilia placed her hand against her mouth and said, "Oh,
no, she wasn't shrewish. She was pure.
She was EMT. Emilia, yeah, now that you mention it, I did say that. I did say our.
How about it?
When you take that into consideration, doesn't that mean that we've all passed your trial? The stick swinger, that's an issue of semantics, ye twat.
It doesn't mean that at all.
Emilia, oh.
I see.
Subaru, Beatrice, I'm sorry.
He said it's not going to work. Beatrice, you're giving up far too quickly.
Beatrice yelled out at Emilia, who had dropped her shoulders in a crestfallen fashion and signaled her giving up with a meek look on her face. Although, Subaru too had thought it an unreasonable turn of wit when he stopped to think about it. And that was because he'd been in so much despair about the height of the wall in front of them that he'd wanted to cling onto the possibility.
The stick swinger, well, there is some sense to what that runt is sayin'.
I also seem to recall it at first bein' that you can take on as many people as you like so long as you try and get past me, though followin' the rules is kinda boring, so I had to drag myself awake. Subaru, when you say you had to drag yourself awake, you mean that stuff at the beginning was you hacking the system? The stick swinger, I dunno, you prick.
Use words I can understand, you prick.
We ain't talkin' like our hair's going grey, you prick. The man kept flitting back and forth between good and bad moods. As Subaru nodded lazily at the man's words to show he was paying attention, he managed to deduce something about the system part of the trial dash, something about the man's true nature. His deduction came from observing the trials on the 3rd and 2nd floor, and then from observing the stuff which the man, who seemed to be devoid of sanity, said following his appearance and his behavior after. His inference was drawn from the things that felt out of place from each of those points. In short, there was a vital discrepancy between the original trial and the trial that was going on now. Subaru, in truth it should have been a trial where things would have been fine if everyone worked together to fulfill its condition, but because you woke up it's now become that we each have to fulfill the condition. The stick swinger, car.
Hell, as if I'd know, you prick.
But, I ain't got a clue which one of 'em would have been easier. No idea which out of killin' me using all your combined efforts or lettin' me fondle your tits and hittin' me once would have been easier. Subaru, don't you go saying such careless things, you perverted bastard.
I'll shut you right up.
Subaru reached out for his whip so that he could lash out at him in anger for his callous words. He pulled it out from the back of his waist and cracked it as fast as he could using only his forearm. However, the man easily caught the whip, which should have been traveling nigh at the speed of sound, in between his chopsticks and gave it a shake. The chances that he would have been able to hit him had been low, but his surprise attack had ended up failing so spectacularly. The stick swinger, car. I didn't think you were the type to be swinging sticks, but really, a whip, you prick.
What kind of taste is that, you prick?
Whip lashes are only good for your enemies and your woman. Subaru, it sure as hell looks like you're my enemy though. Besides, I plan to go up the bases properly when it comes to Emilia, and that leaves me no options for using whips before going through them all. Beatrice, Subaru, calm down. In fact, I can barely understand what you're saying, I suppose.
And what's more, you're getting swept up by the enemy's pace, in fact.
Emilia, that's right, Subaru.
You mustn't get so upset.
He just touched my chest, it's not like he did anything weird. Subaru, that is something that's weird, Emilia-tan. The stick swinger, in general it is something to get upset at, smoking hottie. Both the man and Subaru replied to Emilia, who had been trying to calm them down, at the same time. Emilia widened her eyes at their in-sync suggestions and Beatrice gave a deep sigh. I wonder, may I say something really quickly? After keeping her silence for so long, someone finally spoke out in a trembling voice over to the four of them who'd been caught up in their exchange, now all looking rather taken aback. I don't like saying this, but I think we should turn back. The little girl who had spoken out and lifted her tiny hand up had dark blue braided hair, Meili. She slowly shook her head, still perched on Shaola's shoulders, who had crumpled down to her knees, fainted. Meili's olive green eyes were full of unmistakable fear of the man reflected in them who stood further back, but yet she spoke. Meili, I don't know how you can speak so fluidly with that guy Oni-san. Our knightly Oni-san, our scarf-wearing Oni-san and even our naked Oni-san have been hurt by him. Subaru, out of those Shaola did collapse because of other reasons, but
it's definitely weird. Though Meili's view was pessimistic, her assessment was natural when taking into account their current fighting strength.
Rather, it was Subaru that in trying to remain here and continue their challenge had completely lost his composure.
They'd been completely flattened by the stick swinger's swordsmanship.
He hadn't been able to remain objective with how much influence Anastasia and Julius' collapse and Emilia's sexual harassment had had on him, however. Subaru, this is just hypothetically speaking, but if we were to leave and come back again later, would you still recognize her victory? The stick swinger,
He could even say that his sportsmanship in having recognized Emilia clearing the trial was unretractable, but, even though he had shown as much, the other parts that came with it weren't so easy to understand.
Even in carrying out Meili's reasonable conclusion, if their opponent didn't accept it, then they wouldn't be able to avoid having to fight.
Up until a short while ago their opponent had taken care not to kill them.
But now that he was behaving like he just shifted up a gear, they had no surefire guarantee that their lives wouldn't be in danger the next time they challenged him.
If it came to that, then challenging him would be out of the question.
Instead, he would have to use every last inch of his strength to get them out of here. Without any exaggeration, the stick swinger's true strength approached cataclysmic levels. He'd made short work of Julius with his chopsticks, fought with Emilia and still had plenty of energy left to spare. His true strength was without exaggeration Reinhardt grade.
What sort of intention did this tower's overlord have in placing such a monster here?
It seemed to him like they had no intention of letting it be cleared when taking into account the solution to the constellation-themed puzzle of the third floor as well. Subaru, well, what'll it be? Shifting his heels as he showed signs of his patience running out, he approached the collapsed figures of Julius and Anastasia. Taking notice of what Subaru was doing, Beatrice and Emilia subtly took up their positions as well. If the stick swinger bared his fangs, Emilia would once again instantly cast her icicle line and they'd have no choice but to pick up the three which had collapsed using Beatrice's Murak and sprint away. In the worst case, he'd have to consider casting the yet incomplete third trump card with Beatrice as well. The stick swinger, enough. Subaru, huh? The stick swinger, ENOUGH.
Enough, 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 enough. I ain't in the mood for this.
The man abruptly spat that out at them as they'd set their mind and body wholeheartedly onto their escape plan. As they goggled at his childish attitude, the man put his arm back in his left sleeve again and straightened up his Harry back to how it was when he'd first wore it. Then he started to walk away moodily, away from Subaru and the others who remained on their guard. He grumpily made his way to the sword of selection which had been kicked away.
The man stepped on the fallen sword, flicked it up and lazily took hold of it.
Then he vigorously thrust its tip down onto the white floor and the sword returned to the same state it had been when the trial had started.
And then,
the stick swinger, I'm closing up shop.
Scram your pricks. I'm tired of this. Hurry the hell up.
He flunked down on the spot with a thunk and spat those words out, sitting with one knee raised up. Subaru, dash.
Wait. You're freewheeling far too much, what the hell's this about?
Are you really going to haphazardly decide the particulars of the trial depending on your mood?
The stick swinger, you sure a noisy ya prick. The discretion here has been left to me from the start ya prick. If I say no, then it's a no.
Subaru instinctively became speechless at hearing his arrogant manner of speaking.
At Subaru's surprise, the man continued and said, besides, the stick swinger, when I don't feel like doing something I don't mess about. So, ya prick, are ya gonna do what I said?
Subaru, dash. Subaru's whole body was bathed in chills from an intense gust of wind whooshing by. The man had cast aside all of his weapons and even tucked away his chopsticks in his bosom pocket, and his lips had curled.
It did certainly look like a smile, but it was of a different nature to the one which he'd been showing so far.
Ferocious as it wasn't a smile that gave off a sunny atmosphere. Rather, his smile was like that of a crazed beast exuding a dark, sanguine, gruesome intent to kill.
Emilia, ah. A small groan could be heard.
Not from Subaru, but from Emilia, who should have been by his side. She had one of her hands against her pale throat and her jewel-like eyes were widened in surprise. Her knees fell from beneath her and she sunk down onto the floor. It was as if she had noticed in that moment that she was unable to stand up by herself and forgotten how to breathe. Subaru, HH. And it was the same for Subaru as well, who'd suddenly become aware of his breathing as soon as he saw Emilia's reaction.
Before he could even notice, Subaru had dropped to his knees in pain, and his whole body was drenched in sweat.
He was in the same state as Emilia. No, he was worse off than her. He'd been completely daunted by the man's presence. It's as if he'd started to forget even that his heart was beating, and that he was starting to be killed. If there'd been no one around him to make him remember about that in the surroundings, he would have died from the power in the man's eyes alone. The stick swinger, go rack your brains and see if you can find a way to win your prick.
The same trick the smokin' hottie used ain't gonna cut it. Not even from the sleepin' hot stuff. Now get out of my sight, I'm going to bed.
His voice grew low, indicating he was not messing about when he said that, and following that, his head dozily jerked down. After a little bit, they could gradually hear the man's snoring, which sounded as deafening as him when awake. In that sense, his loud snoring wasn't at all contrary to his personality. However, none of those who were left standing here were able to laugh about it. Meili, let's turn back from here as quickly as possible.
He wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible.
Making good on Meili's words, who'd insisted they do just that, Subaru and the others slowly grabbed their fallen members and were forced to retreat from the trial.
I see. So that's the reason why you scurried back looking so glum from the second trial.
Subaru, as harsh as ever, nay Summer? Ram, stop talking like that. Every time you do, the Master Summer theory of the sleeping woman holds more weight to it.
Subaru, that's crazy talk. Mind what you say.
Ram gave a short sigh as he feebly shrugged his shoulders at her unappealing warning.
They were on the 4th floor, in the room adjacent to the green room.
Subaru and Ram were vis-à-vis with each other, and Emilia, Beatrice and Meili were there too.
The number became 6 when you included Shaula, who they'd rolled in here as the final member.
The group had climbed down the long staircase and fled from the 2nd floor. The first thing they'd done was carry their wounded to the green room and entrust them to the spirit's treatment. Their diagnosis on the way was that Julius had simply only fainted, whereas with Anastasia the underlying reason was exhaustion due to having used too much magic. In all, their lives weren't in danger. Therefore he'd placed them in bed and moved rooms with Ram so that he could explain the situation to her, that and to get around the room's people limit as well.
However,
Ram, I heard that there was a ridiculous examiner too, but it was just Emilia Summer that was acknowledged by him, right?
Was it not possible for just the one person to see the library?
Subaru, that's Emilia. Oh, I hadn't thought about that now that you mention it.
Right, I may have been able to go up to the 1st floor if it was just me.
Should we try asking the stick swinger-san if I can? Subaru, no, let's not. I don't want to stir up the hornet's nest and risk him getting irritated again, and even if he told Emilia Tan that she can go up by herself, that
would be dangerous.
Emilia, I'll be really careful, you know?
Subaru, it's dangerous. Ram, it is dangerous.
Beatrice, it's dangerous, I suppose. Subaru, Ram and Beatrice immediately put a damper on Emilia's determination. Emilia dejectedly stood down after she heard their concerns, but it wasn't like Subaru had been stamping out her willingness out of being overprotective. Right now he didn't want to aggravate that stick swinger for no good reason.
This he was absolutely sure about.
It's true that he felt like he wanted to say something to that untrammeled individual, but it would be suicidal to challenge him when he was in a bad mood irregardless of when the trial would recommence.
And the fact was right now they weren't even seeing the man taking up the sword. Even if only Emilia had been able to get past that man.
Subaru, I'm doubtful about whether the trial of the second floor truly is just the one part.
He could easily be playing us the fool.
No, it may just seem like that to me because Emilia Tan overcame it without much issue, but I wonder if that's truly the end of it. That's what's weighing on my mind. Emilia, I think you're thinking too much about it.
That individual.
Though the things he says may be a little strange and rude sometimes, it doesn't seem like he'd lie.
No, it's because it seems like he's a person who can't lie.
Subaru, the jury's split right through the middle here on whether it's just you having faith in him or good shrewdness being the reason he can't tell lies. Whatever the case may be, he had no grounds to brush aside Emilia's point.
If anything, he agreed with the assessment she'd given regarding that stick swinger.
Were he to look at it from a different angle, the reason she'd overcome the trial so readily could also be because Emilia was the strongest out of them.
So when it came to Julius right now, the fact that he'd collapsed meant that.
Subaru, I hope he's not depressed as hell about it. Emilia, are you worried about Julius?
Subaru, I'm not entirely sure. You see, when it comes to being worried, I guess I am. But it's not as easy as that.
Julius duel head-on with the stick swinger, his subsequent defeat and his beaten figure had been seared into his mind.
He probably wasn't overthinking his anxiety when he looked back on how Julius had looked in his last moments.
His skill with the sword had been nowhere near his opponent's. He'd been toyed with like it had been child's play, and finally even his knightly sword had been broken. Subaru, there's another sword in our dragon carriage, but that isn't going to be the issue here, I imagine. Beatrice, swords can be reforged. I really don't get all the fuss, I suppose. Subaru, but Biko, don't you take good care of the handkerchief, mittens and apron I made you?
What I'm saying is that those things are more special, and it's as if they were torn. Beatrice, I apologize for saying something so stupid, in fact.
Beatrice meekly took back her callous remark and Subaru stroked her head, letting out a sigh. It was hard to imagine how Julius would react when he'd wake up in the green room, even though he didn't know whether he'd get depressed, unlike his usual self, or whether he'd try act strong like he usually did. Subaru had no clue what he'd say to him when he eventually did. For that reason he was feeling quite downhearted. And when it came to things to worry about, that didn't stop only with Julius.
Subaru, Anastasia.
Echidnas, that desperation, what on earth was she thinking? One doubt that firmly clung to Subaru's mind was Anastasia, aka Aridna's decision when she'd butted in Julius' duel with a stick swinger and provided him support. There was no question that in that moment she'd been providing backup for Julius. The reason why she had tried her utmost to help him when he'd been overwhelmed like that was one which everyone, including Subaru, would have been feeling as well. Nevertheless, touching on the matter briefly, that which Echidna had done, considering that she was moving about using Anastasia's body who'd remained a bystander in all this, went beyond being surprising and more so warranted fright. Even during their journey and after arriving at the watchtower, Echidna hadn't forgotten to behave like Anastasia. She'd kept asserting that she'd do her very best to act with due consideration for her body.
He'd figured that at least in his eyes she wouldn't have turned against that.
What meaning did she have in coming here and all of a sudden behaving like that? Beatrice, that girl's indisposition is gravely different to a little overuse of magic, I suppose. Subaru, then what is it? Beatrice was the only one who shared knowledge of the situation regarding Anastasia and Echidna, and she quietly whispered those words into the brooding Subaru's ear.
When Subaru posed his question, Beatrice continued her words by saying, to put it simply,
Beatrice, Bobby, Betty and that scarf are special among spirits. In fact, we're all more powerful than lots of other kinds of spirits, but we make up for it by having other restrictions instead, I suppose.
I needn't have to explain it to you now, in fact. Subaru, MHM.
Since you want me all to yourself by me signing a contract with you, I cannot sign a contract with other spirits. You can rest assured that I'm yours, Biko. Beatrice, it's nothing as cheerful as that, I suppose.
This is more about that scarf spirit, in fact. It's true that she's borrowing that girl's body.
But, I realized something as we made our way here, I suppose. That girl has no magic to her which she can use other than her odd, in fact.
Subaru, none other than her odd?
Beatrice, she's the same as you, there's a defect in her gate, I suppose. Its valve is broken and its ability of drawing in mana from the outside is kaput, in fact.
So she can't use magic unless she whittles down her own life, I suppose. Subaru, then that means
it can be fatal. Subaru gulped at that realization. Subaru was in shock of the problems which Anastasia's body bore.
They would be severe handicaps in a world like this.
He recalled the words which Anastasia aka Echidna had said before, my trump card whittles at my body.
She'd meant those words literally.
And now that this fact had become clear, Subaru had ended up becoming more and more bewildered.
If in fact Echidna's misuse of Anastasia's body had been for nothing other than to shorten her host's life, then
Subaru, why did she always try to help Julius?
It didn't look like this was something she'd done out of some intricate plan.
Undoubtedly taking this risk from worry of Julius' condition must have been behind that act of desperation. Was Echidna attracted to Julius?
Was that one of the powers of his divine protection of gathering spirits as well?
Ram, I'm worried about Anastasia Summer and the Night Julius as well, but we have other issues that we need to deal with, don't we? Subaru, I guess you mean that stick swinger. Ram, that's right.
It may seem cold-hearted, but for me what we'll do about the trial is more important. If we can't get past it, then we aren't going to find a way to get Rem back.
Ram interrupted Subaru's thoughts and, in a sense, voiced quite a cold-hearted opinion. Just as she'd acknowledged, her words were a little lacking in consideration. But, Subaru wasn't going to blame her for that. Ram, dash. He couldn't see it, but he could feel a tinge of irritation concealed behind Ram's stiff expression. That was because she was frustrated that she had the possibility of getting back her lost little sister and she was now an arm's reach away, but yet still so far. Subaru could sympathize with that. Emilia, he dressed casually, had an eye patch, red hair, blue eyes.
He had an awfully self-assertive, violent physique though. Subaru, did anyone familiar come to your mind?
If you don't see the real thing you probably won't be able to imagine him, but he's with no exaggeration strong as a monster. Maybe around Reinhardt grade. Ram, a real nightmare, huh? Emilia, though what Subaru's saying is no lie.
I've never seen Reinhardt's true strength. But, well, I think he was as strong as that.
Emilia followed up Ram's words, detailing her thoughts having actually fought the man.
There was no benefit in telling lies here.
From her judgment, Ram warily placed her hand against her forehead, and said, Ram, if we put confidence in Barusu and Emilia Summer's words, then our enemy is of the same caliber as the Knight Reinhardt.
If as said they truly are equal to the world's strongest man, then there's one that's at least close to his level in every part of the world.
Subaru, so essentially Reinhardt is the strongest in the kingdom and each of the other 3 countries have their own strongest. Ram, in the Wallachian Empire there's the first general, the Blue Lightning Cecilus segment, in the Holy Kingdom of Gusteko there's the Crazed Prince, and in the Kararagai city-states there's the Admirer Halibel.
But each have different traits to them.
Subaru, none of them have long red hair? Ram, I'm not sure because we only don't know what the Holy Kingdom of Gusteko's Crazed Prince looks like.
Subaru, Prince, A prince, huh?
I guess he didn't give off that kind of feeling. But then, he wasn't so sure if he was a complete mismatch with that individual when he took into account the crazed part. Although he had quite handsome features, he couldn't say he had any royal elegance to him.
It was the sort of beauty you'd find in the plains, the kind you'd find in the wilderness, so it was a work of art of the kind that was permitted.
Subaru, and to add to that, he's a master of martial arts whose name isn't known in the world. Beatrice, the clothes he was wearing were the Karajian native dress, in fact. He was using chopsticks too, I suppose. Subaru, oh boy was he using them, though way too differently to the way they're supposed to be used. Besides, no matter how much Subaru strained himself, he was unlikely to find a connection between a master of martial arts who was unknown to the world and that man. The man was a bit older than Subaru, most likely in his mid-20s.
However, he felt that something was not quite right in regards to there being such a skilled man of that age with such a twisted nature ending up being unknown, and that feeling took precedence.
Moreover, there was still a doubt troubling him regarding whether the man who'd been placed there by this Pleiades watchtower's strange mechanism was really just some randomer. Meili, Oni-san, can I butt in for a say-see? Subaru, Meili, doesn't it look like naked Oni-san's about to wake you pee? Meili, who'd been busy giving Shaola a lap pillow, raised her hand up from a corner of the room. And just as she'd said, Shaola, with her head still resting against Meili's lap, captivatingly stretched out her body and started to groan, Owen.
Then she slowly opened her eyes as everyone else looked on at her.
Shaola, master.
Don't leave me alone, please. I don't want to be alone anymore.
Subaru, stop acting so miserable from the get-go.
You were up all along, weren't you?
Shaola, geez, in a strange way I thought you might show your affection, master, but it turns out you're Mian as always.
But, I love that part of you too.
Subaru, looks like I was worried for nothing. Shaola lifted her long legs up, swung them down and nimbly got up. She shook her so-called scorpion tail about and looked around the room, then she cocked her head and said, "Oh?
Shaola, huh? Why are we here?"
If I'm not mistaken, we got through the trial with one of Master's dramatic flashes and made it up. Subaru, oi, this isn't a dream.
This is reality.
Shaola, you were hugging me, Master, and you started to laugh, telling me to not let go again.
Subaru, that was a dream. You fainted straight after the second trial started.
Subaru shouted that at Shaola as she recited the contents of her horrifying dream.
Then he tried to remind her about what had happened just before she'd fainted.
However, Shaola snorted her nose and said, "Fainted, Tilda?"
As if she was playing dumb.
Shaola, me, faint?
There's no way I'd do something so shameful.
Even after I reunited with you, Master, after so many centuries, I didn't end up fainting, you know? Me, fainting, you're gonna reduce me to tears saying something so absurd.
Emilia, I get that you're tempted to doubt this, but you really did faint.
Subaru and Meili were really worried about you.
Believe you me?
Shaola, ho. Master worried about me? Day, I believe you.
Subaru, that was easy.
Meili, me being tacked on like an extra, now that's a little unexpected.
Both Subaru and Meili looked troubled as they witnessed Shaola fawningly express her opinion, as she slackened her expression.
Nevertheless, after she acknowledged the reality of the present, Shaola cocked her head the other way and said, "Ho? Shaola, but what caused me to faint?
It ain't usual for me to collapse.
In those kinds of situations it wouldn't be strange if everyone ended up dead other than Master. Ram, I get that you're pinning too much hope on Barusu.
Sorry, on your master, but that's what I've heard really happened. Take your time and think back to earlier.
Picture the long staircase in front of your eyes. Emilia, the long staircase. Was Ram trying to get her to follow her memories and recall what had happened?
She spoke in a hushed voice, as if she was hypnotizing her.
There should have been a hitch in Ram's plan in that she hadn't witnessed that scene, but she slowly unraveled Shaola's locked memories as if she'd been there to see it. Ram, you're greeted by a white room with a steel sword thrust down into the floor. The moment someone lays their hands on it, a strange voice echoes in everyone's minds: who's there? Emilia, my heart's pounding. Both Shaula and Emilia were reliving the experience thanks to Ram's emotional recitation. Setting Shaula aside, Emilia ought to know about what had happened in detail, but Subaru didn't interject in fear that he'd break the mold of the conversation. Finally, her recitation approached Shaula's sealed memories. Ram, right then, the silhouette of a person materializes at the back of the room, a man with red, long hair, blue eyes and dressed in exotic garb. Shaula, ah. Shaula jumped back and let out a shriek the moment Ram reached that crucial scene. She turned to face Subaru, preparing to jump towards him, however he'd anticipated it.
He bent his knees and caught her. This time he didn't fall.
Instead he was pressed against Shaula's soft skin as if he were in a vice. Subaru, oh wow wow. I guess you remembered.
You remembered, right?
Shaula, why is that guy here? In spite of all of you telling me he was dead. He survived.
I knew he was a guy who's nigh unkillable.
Subaru, how?
What are you say?
As his eyes teared up in pain, Subaru tried to ask Shaula what she was talking about, and then, it dawned on him.
He realized what Shaula's words meant. The person in question that corresponded to what she'd said since they'd come to the tower was only one. And that person was Shaula, the stick swinger. The stick swinger Reed. That savage. That demon. He's come back to life to fondle my chest again. Reed Astria, that was the name of the swordsman who'd gone down in legend.
A great swordsman who was said to have killed witch beasts, master swordsmen, dragons and finally even witches. He was the first person to have received the name Sword Saint and was also one of the 3 great heroes who saved the world. He'd kick-started the glory of the Astria family, lineage of the Sword Saint which Reinhard van Astria was a part of. Even now he was the highest aspiration of those who lived by the sword.
The situation was hard to believe. His name was the name of a life that should have perished 400 years ago. He probably would have laughed at the possibility existing if this place hadn't existed for centuries, but the tower that had been built by those connected to the witch.
Nevertheless, there was a living witness who knew about 400 years ago here.
Nevertheless, they were in a tower that the sage who'd lived 400 years ago had built here.
When he took into consideration his poor character, didn't he seem to be saying something like, I've placed the first generation Sword Saint as the strongest guard here, now surpass him. TL note, referring to the sage by he/his here.
Subaru and the others hurriedly went back to the green room with the facts they'd gathered. They would have to come up with a game plan now that they knew that their enemy was Reed Astria.
Luckily he'd heard that that particular Sword Saint had been a man who wasn't lacking in anecdotes. And luckily they had a talented person in their group who was well read on the greats of bygone days.
Of course he would imagine that the after effects of his defeat lingered within him.
But once he found out about his opponent's identity, the shame he probably harbored should vanish too.
After all, their opponent was to blame for this.
At any rate, their enemy was the Sword Saint a man who held the same family name as Reinhardt and became its founder, building the name up.
When you think of it like that, he should be able to easily digest even his defeat to him. Subaru, that dumbass. Subaru had made his way back to the green room harboring those words of comfort, but when he got there he spoke those words out in a hushed tone.
There were beds of grass at the back of the room which the spirit had laid out for the wounded. There were 4 of them in total, and laying in them were Rem, Anastasia and Patrash in the backmost one.
Only one of those beds were empty, the one between Patrash and Anastasia.
And on top of that ivy-woven bed, lay merely his broken knightly sword. The man slowly opened his eyes to the sound of footsteps clambering up the stairs and the aura of a man readying himself to fight piercing through his skin.
He felt no anger at having his sleep interrupted.
After all, life was a constant battle. When you come to the resolution that your flesh and blood is always walking the tightrope between life and death, you end up living without any turmoil in your heart no matter what transpires.
Question mark : Gradually the figure of the man, who was climbing up the stairs, came into view.
He could remember that man's swordsmanship. He could even remember that man's footsteps and his footwork.
It had only been a short while ago. There was no way he could forget. Only, that should have been the same for his opponent too, so he thought it was strange.
He'd thought that his opponent was a little smarter than this, nevertheless.
The
man, car. He lost that impression as soon as he looked at his opponent's eyes.
An impulse had surged through him that had led him to scoff instead. He sumptuously let it echo on top of his tongue and then briskly scratched his red hair.
The man, I ain't gonna be Jew playin' about this time, ya prick.
He didn't think there'd be any meaning to saying that, but he cast his words out of courtesy, just in case. When his opponent received them, he closed his eyes for a moment and instantly threw away all of this emotion. Then, his opponent stretched out his hand without any hesitation, and pulled out the sword that had been thrust down into the floor and held it out in front of him.
Julius, Knight of the Royal Order of the Kingdom of Ludnica, Julius Euculius. The man, After he gave his name, the knight broke into a fierce run as a result of his own eyes narrowing. The man, Reed Astria, bent his lips into a twisted smile. Reed, you couldn't even hope to be my playmate slongs you keep using that boring title.
Arc 6, Hall of Memories. Chapter 28, Julius Euculius. I am afraid that no one would believe it.
My name is Natsuki Subaru, servant of the Roswell Manor, and royal election candidate Emilia Summers' best knight. At that moment, almost everyone in the royal hall turned their heads towards the self-proclaimed knight. The person speaking completely failed to keep his emotions in check, but additionally, there was another person who was equally emotional, watching everything from the side. Picking up the selected sword from the ground, he slowly became more familiar with the blade in the palm of his hand. At the same time, the worry of the spectators slowly grew as well.
Julius firmly believed that the sword chose him. This delusion was so ingrained in his mind that it became reality for him. This was what made him stand up, and it was not something an onlooker would be able to grasp.
Julius, SH.HK. Compared to his broken beloved sword, his new blade felt a smidgen thicker, the tip heavier. However, if he based himself on that and swung the blade, he would be able to more or less get used to the differences immediately.
There had been no limits to the situations he had handled with only the weapon he grew accustomed to having in his hands. He assumed that in all those situations, the limit wasn't determined by the sword.
This, as well as all of his battle training, made him gain a certain sense of pride in his skills. Reed, really boring, you. His sharp thrust was carried by said pride, and it was aimed right between the yawning man's brows. However, the man just tilted his head, the tip of the blade merely coming close to its target.
As soon as the red-haired man noticed a few hairs having been severed, he jumped back.
He pressed his weight hard against the ground and jumped back, thanks to his heels remaining hot due to the footwork.
He formed some distance between the two of them. In a battle, evaluating the sword skills of your opponent is not the only essential thing. Neither is it about just the sword in the hands. The rhythm of the feet and the pace of the legs are also extremely crucial. Of course, the swordplay matters as well.
To get the optimum position, to get the fastest pace, in order to maximize your potential, you mustn't just use your hands and legs, instead you have to use every part of your body.
Therefore, it's imperative that beginners in the art of swordplay learn proper footwork first.
Truly, Julius believed he was fortunate to be blessed with a great teacher. Although that teacher's skills were now below his current skills, this was due to age, a factor that no one was able to circumvent. Nevertheless, there was no doubt that he was quite a skillful person in teaching things to his students even beyond their own strength. It wasn't just putting practice into his sword art, but also where those arts had come from, and in what form they had been passed down. He was a well-liked person who spoke about such things.
Naturally, he too enjoyed listening to tales of others about it, and he deemed it an honor to be able to practice it.
Julius, Catching up towards him with a leap, Julius aimed his sword down to where he was about to land. Up, down, left, right. 3 of those directions were guarded, and the one with the highest probability to deliver the killing blow was from below. Read, this again? Julius' sword, which swung towards the man's chest from below, was parried with ease by the man's stick.
The stick was unbelievably sturdy, and easily deflected his sword.
The sword swing took less than a second, even if he saw it coming. To be able to do that meant he was exceedingly skilled and had fine-grained control over his power to the extent that he could even thread a needle with ease. Julius
gasped in surprise as his heavy swing brought his sword over his head. It created a small opening as he stumbled slightly and broke posture.
Julius thought to use Wind Blade, but right now he didn't have that choice.
The magic which he could use as a diversion did not release.
Instead, he just created a gap between them. Julius ate a front kick to his side, and the barefoot's nails dug into the gaps between his organs inside his body. In the moment where he felt that his body couldn't take any more pressure and would break, the foot that had been stuck inside him twisted, causing Julius excruciating pain from inside.
Julius was blown away.
In an instant, he went flying from the impact, seemingly defying inertia.
However, even that wasn't enough to absorb the force of that kick.
As his surroundings spun, the impact he received on his body reverberated to his head and made him want to vomit. Even so, Julius kept his eyes on his opponent and slammed his feet on the ground as he landed, maintaining his posture.
His breathing was rough. It would take him some time to recover and catch his breath.
Julius emptied out the contents of his body, and after having done so, he forcibly reminded his body to breathe slowly to calm his ragged breath. Read, He spat, and spat it all out.
After that, he would continue the battle, because he had to continue this fight.
Julius, About 10 meters in front of him, Julius saw the red-haired man standing with a smile plastered on his smug face. Again, he dashed forward, towards the grinning man. The edges of the wooden chopsticks and the steel blade collided, everything to peel that calm smile off his face. From there, the real battle. Read, so pretentious.
There are truths and lies in a battle.
Are you really reading it out of a picture book?
Julius, The distance between him and the man shrunk in the blink of an eye. The man's incredible speed left Julius stunned.
To be precise, it all actually happened in the blink of an eye.
The man closed the distance of 10 meters in a mere moment.
A simple stick appeared in front of Julius' eyes.
In order to protect himself, he immediately raised his blade, though while making that important action, he left the rest of his body unguarded.
This resulted in Reed delivering 2 blows against Julius with his sticks, one in the side of his head and one to the chest. A piercing shock hit him.
The sharpness of that blow would make his consciousness fade faster than the actual pain.
He clenched his teeth and stomped the ground vigorously, so he could desperately scrape back together his own fading consciousness.
Julius,
Arg!
The scream he uttered left him hoarse, and he swung his sword down in a crescent form arc towards the man.
The man jumped up, as if he was avoiding the graceful dance until death, and struck Julius' side with his elbow.
His consciousness was shaken again. He was shaken off his feet, and his fighting spirit was curbed by the pain that gradually spread out in his soles.
The simultaneous chants of fire and water, and the 3-way attack of the sword, all missed their mark. Unrelated to the fire and water, this was only an artistic mistake which he had repeatedly made when he was training to become the greatest knight.
If his opponent was to be a normal one, this surely would have had sufficient to bring him down.
Read, bang. The highest peak of a knight's sword art, it was easily blown away by the chopsticks in the hands of the man. The stick struck Julius' knee, and stabbed his stomach, making him vomit up gastric juice. It was quite the unpleasant sight. His body was about to collapse, as it has been continuously struck down by the stick from all directions. Read,
He fell down instead of forward, and kept his body up by quickly extending out his arm.
Taking advantage of this moment, Julius swung to the rear with astonishing momentum. The man let out a sound because he did not expect it, and jumped back.
He continued to move backwards, and opened up a greater distance between the two of them. Blood started to pour out of his nose.
Julius wiped his bleeding nose with his white sleeve.
His uniform was stained by bright, crimson-red paint. He did not care. He let out a sharp breath and put his whole spirit into the blade in his hand. To reach it is to keep going for it. To be strong is to stay strong.
Reed, you're fucking pathetic, you.
Can you even lift your sword? You. I haven't lifted my sword for anything other than 3 months straight, you. I've cut light down, what the fuck have you cut down?
Julius, you, right here, right now.
Reed, you, the fuck does that mean? The fuck can you do to me? You can't do shit. No swinging at it till you reach it. Don't swing at it till you reach it. Till you can, no swinging. Don't swing till you can.
Stop talking about all the shit you wanna do when you can't even do 'em, you. Instead of a refutation, he utterly destroyed the sword's blow with immense strength. As a response to this action, the man struck 10 more blows down onto Julius. Julius, dash.
His consciousness was swaying, but he was not falling. Why wasn't he falling? It's because.
Reed, you lackin'.
You ain't enough. This ain't a place for you to be comin' to.
You're out of your element.
You ain't the one for the job. You weren't invited. He just has to be strong. He just has to prove it with his sword.
A name, a house, a family, a master, a companion, a friend, spirits bound to his soul, he lost all of it.
The only thing that is left for him is this. All that he has left is himself. What he himself accumulated, shapeless, that's all that remained. This was the only proof of his soul, own being.
Reed, disgusting, you.
Are you trying to put up a front? You?
Are you satisfied just being a cheap imitation of others, you?
You and your sword are both fucking boring. There was a time that he aimed for the peak of swordsmanship. He wondered if he could aim for that place. It was something that was stuck on his mind.
Soon, he realized that the bar was too high, and gave up. When he saw him, that man with hair of crimson, the boy gripping a sword in his hand, he discovered he carried something so selflessly grand as to inspire admiration.
Reed, ain't nobody looking at you. Ain't nobody got expectations on you.
You're naive if you thinkin' I'm playin' round.
Your punches and kicks are easy, you. He too had once yearned for it, for his life to be filled with tales of grandeur. To stand shoulder to shoulder with those people, was not to be for his current lacking self. That is the reason why he must risk his life. So desperately, wretchedly, that dream which he had then cast aside, he remembered.
Julius, dash. The man, with one blue eye not blocked by an eye patch, and long hair with the color of endless flames, looked at Julius. He saw a boy who used to be able to take the opportunity to let go of his own dreams.
He dreamt that he would be the one that would reach Reed's level, spending all efforts without fail. But even now, he still had countless embarrassments about himself.
Reed, ain't enough, you.
You ain't enough at all, have you been skipping life day?
Julius, yearning towards that what he craved for, was knocked out from him by the beating of the stick.
He couldn't do it by swinging his sword. It was impossible to hit the one facing him with a sword. The efforts to keep fighting were meaningless.
The blood and sweat that were shed were worthless.
In the life of the life that was collapsing, there was one thing. But even that one thing he believed in, was trampled down.
Dash.
Slowly, something was welling within inside him. That thing, it completely eliminated what was emerging from his heart.
Reed, GGGRR. Can you bear this? You, I'm getting more and more bored. Along with a click of his lips, a light gushed out and pierced through his limbs.
He collapsed like a marionette who had its strings cut. However, violence did not allow that.
The wooden stick struck into his chest, resulting in the oxygen in his lungs being drained to the verge of asphyxiation. Then, he was grabbed by his hair and swung around like a rag doll. He was slammed to the ground, and the moment that he bounced back up, he received a kick to the face and was blown away. In this matter he slid across the ground as if he were a frisbee, spinning endlessly in this white world with no boundaries.
He was knocked to the ground. His body jumped up and looked at the direction where he received the kick from.
But then, the man, who suddenly dashed like a gale towards Julius, hit him in the face with his knee.
In the moment of the impact, the knee clashed against his forehead, and as his forehead split, he was flicked away. A gap between them was formed.
Reorganizing his posture, that's what he should have done, but his body did not stir. Julius, FH, KHHH.
His whole body was screaming like a siren, especially as the damage to his head was very serious. Even the consciousness inside his own skull was in a state of fluctuation. He was afraid that if he would relax, if only for a little, he would lose his consciousness that very next moment.
The sword.
Where was the sword?
As if to ascertain it, he made his own strength flow into his own right hand and tried to slowly touch it.
There was indeed the touch of the hilt. He felt relief. He couldn't let go. It's only this.
He doesn't know what there is left to lose if he even loses the sword.
In other words, what was in his hand was something else in the shape of a sword just now.
Julius,
He did not make any mistakes in his own state of life. He always believed that it was him being on his own path.
He was so convinced, even now.
Even now, to be able to change this, he had supposed would be impossible in his life.
Henceforth, the problem here was not finding a solution for all the things that had slipped out of his hands and disappeared. Or was it simply a mistake? He lost his own way, he walked down the wrong path.
All because he misunderstood what he believed in? His name, his house, his family, his master, a companion, a friend, spirits bound to his soul, he lost all of them.
What if, what was only left with him now, was just a make-believe, incapable of offering any actual help, incapable of relying upon, incapable of any support?
He would maintain his strength, that's what he swore to his master. He would remember his strength, that's what his last remaining friend told him. In a world where everything is lost, there's only strength which would assist him.
Although, this strength was the only thing his frail and fragile self was certain wouldn't disappear. Read, you. The hesitation is finally gone from your sword. Julius,
How much time was wasted by asking himself how to answer that question? Probably not even a second. However, for a man, for a sword saint, such gap in the moment is like having the chance of killing the enemy.
He was desperate to raise his sword, to defend himself against this rapid, impending attack. A very sharp, shrill noise rang out. The only way of knowing that the sword's steel edge crashed upon the floor, was by actually seeing it happen. Finally, he was parted from even the sword that slipped out from his own hands.
Losing my name, losing my reputation.
Now that I even lost the sword, is there any reason for me to still stand here? Read, without the qualifications to reach at the heavenly sword, you.
I cannot stand such a henchman like you.
The parched voice coldly announced that, and the sword saint held his sticks out forward, bending his knees down.
For the first time, the sword saint put out an attacking posture.
Then, the stick was raised, and a strike, there was no way for it to be mistaken, it was a sword attack.
He released an absolute sword strike, and he was wrapped in the powerful shockwave of the strike, and blown away.
Julius, Whether it was punching or kicking, this blow was completely different from all the attacks so far.
This wasn't an attack.
This was the zenith of the sword, the highest peak the sword can reach, the true power capable of a sword.
Engulfed by the light, his consciousness was blown away. Did he see death? Did he see something that surpassed death?
He didn't understand it at all. However, at the moment of being blown away, he heard a faint voice. Julius.
A voice was screaming, it was full of melancholy.
Desperately, the voice had dashed up the long staircase, as if just to witness this decisive moment alone. Since there was a voice calling for him, a very untimely smile was formed on his face.
the greatest knight from the Dragon Kingdom of Lagunica.
A royal guard of the kingdom's knights.
The eldest son and the heir of the Euculius family. The knight of the royal election candidate, Anastasia Hoshin. Julius Euculius.
Julius, or. I wonder, am I even worthy of being called by that name anymore? Finally, with such doubts on his mind, Julius' consciousness, interrupted with a swoosh, was thus swallowed by the light. Arc 6, Chapter 29, Loser.
Long staircase to reach him, but by the time he did it was already too late.
He'd forced out a shout despite his heavy panting, overworking his already strained lungs.
But neither his voice or his words held the power to change the situation.
The lack of power words held here was growing into more of an issue, especially now where the two of them were pitting techniques of the sword against each other. Though he didn't even know if he could call it something like pitting techniques of the sword against each other. Because things had been so one-sided, and no matter how much he embellished it, the weapons that one of them wielded were naught but sticks.
The white light spread out, dyeing the already white room in a more brilliant white. What was causing it wasn't clear.
Regardless of whether it was something sired from the nature of this aberration of a swordsman or down to it being a swing which he'd boasted could even cut light, the blow brought a shockwave along with it that swept across the room.
The individual caught in the attack's line of fire was engulfed by the light as well and blown away without being able to do anything about it.
Then literally in the blink of an eye, the light vanished and the tall figure of the one-sleeved red-haired man filled the room, along with the figure of the purple-haired swordsman who'd collapsed like a corpse. Hey, aren't you that small fry, you prick? The red-haired man called out casually to Subaru, who was at a loss for words at what he'd just witnessed.
Without missing a beat, the man smiled at him like a shark as if he'd forgotten all about the duel he'd just been having. Then he pointed at the fallen swordsman, at Julius.
You're too late, you prick. I've already cleaned up here, and I'm getting the whiff that you're gonna be a pain in the ass, so hurry and pick him up and get your ass out of here.
Subaru, read Astria. Read, the hell, you prick.
Don't go sticking your nose into people's names, you prick. Don't rain on my parade, it's way cooler to not give out names, you prick. The stick swinger I.E. Reed's mood had taken a turn for the worse when he'd been called by his name. Though Subaru felt annoyed at how completely beside the point his remarks were, he didn't dare take any rash actions. He instead slowly moved his gaze away from Reed towards the still collapsed Julius. Reed, I ain't gonna grab ya and gobble ya up, ya know, ya prick.
Ya don't have to keep staring at me.
Subaru, I'm sorry but it's common sense where I'm from to not look away when you've ran into a bear.
As for Julius.
With his gaze still set on Reed and his guard up, Subaru leaned down and made sure that Julius was still breathing. He'd lost consciousness but he could feel him breathing on his palm when he'd placed it just above his mouth.
It looked like he was still alive despite taking that sword/full-on. Subaru was relieved by that.
Subaru, isn't this pretty kind of you, considering you'd said that the next time you wouldn't be going easy on us? Reed, not really. Being defeated by chopsticks and scurrying back home is lamer than being killed by 'em, don't you think?
That's what I think. I'd rather die than show my miserable self to anyone.
So I defeat 'em with my chopsticks and let 'em scurry back home. Subaru, let me take back what I said about you being kind, fucking asshole. Reed, car.
You never make any sort of impression, no matter what it is you say, small fry. Besides, I have no intention to test you all anymore today.
Though, I'll beat you up if you wanna try me. Like that guy below ya. Reed scratched his abs with his right hand and pointed at Subaru and Julius respectively with the chopsticks in his left. Regardless of how angry he was at Reed's attitude right now, Subaru didn't have any way of making him take back his rudeness.
Subaru, damn this.
Reed, go on.
Don't just stay silent while carrying your comrade, go ahead and behave like a sore loser.
That's the smart and easy thing to do if it makes you feel any better.
As bad as it is though.
Reed narrowed his cold blue eyes and spat that out as he sat himself down with a thunk. Meanwhile, Subaru somehow managed to hoist the collapsed Julius up whilst being subjected to the victor's delight. Subaru was forced to carry Julius on his back just like he'd had to an hour ago.
His unconscious body was quite heavy, not to mention he was taller than him. It was a complete mess, but in times of difficulty you have to make some sacrifices. Because leaving Julius behind here by himself wasn't an option.
Reed, next time, bring one of those good-looking women along, you prick. Like that smokin' hottie even, for example.
Without mentioning any of their names even once, Reed waved them goodbye.
Faced with Reed's flippant attitude, Subaru could literally do nothing more than just retreat from here wordlessly.
Subaru. Pant, pant.
One foot after the other, step by step, Subaru went down the staircase whilst taking care of where he was placing his feet. Though the staircase was fairly wide, he still felt quite claustrophobic with being surrounded by the stone walls. This was the second time he'd gone up and down this particular staircase, but he still had no clues which would help him shed light on the unnaturality of the staircase's structure in regards to why it didn't shoot out of the tower despite them being straight.
Subaru, why did you even consider doing such a stupid thing? I'm at my breaking point here.
It went without saying just how tough it was to carry him on his back down the long staircase. Especially since there were 444 steps to this long staircase, by Emilia's count. It's not like Subaru held any animosity towards Emilia for telling him that, but in times like these where the actual number of stairs kept popping into his head, he did feel an urge of wanting to pinch her cheeks and tell her off.
Of course Emilia would definitely look cute if he tried to pinch her cheeks.
Subaru, both Emilia and Biko are gonna be worried.
If I don't hurry up and get him back.
They had noticed Julius' absence in the green room and they'd all ended up going around the watchtower to look for him. They'd gone to the 3rd floor as well as the rooms on the 4th floor whilst they'd made Shaola go downstairs to check on Jen and the dragon carriage on the ground floor. Everyone was worried about Julius. Worried about what he was feeling in his heart due to his defeat to Reed and having vanished leaving behind his broken knight sword. For sure, they were all the types to worry themselves sick with that anxiety weighing on them.
Subaru, but, you know. Nevertheless, only Subaru differed from them.
Only Subaru was able to immediately understand what lay in his heart. Where had Julius gone without his knight sword, and for what purpose? Only Subaru had known the answers to those questions for sure.
Julius, everything's shaking about.
Subaru, TCH. Did you just notice? Subaru stopped mid-step when he heard the voice coming from his back. Julius, who was being carried by him on his shoulders, stirred at his voice and said, "Ah."
Julius, where are we?
Subaru, vaguely speaking, we're halfway down some stairs, a bit more precisely speaking, we're halfway down a long staircase, and even more precisely we're halfway fleeing down the staircase between the 2nd and 4th floors.
Julius, you're being pretty vague about it, aren't you? You're carrying me on your back? Subaru, yes I am.
And let me just say that this is the second time this has happened in this short period of time. I'm having to do this again 30 minutes after I thought I'd never like to do this again. Do you get how I am feeling about this?
Julius, it's no wonder that the ride's been a bumpy one. Subaru, do you want me to throw you off?
Subaru could sense Julius' wheezed laughter coming from his back.
He ignored the sarcasm in his words and untensed himself a little.
In all honesty, Subaru hadn't gathered any predictions at what Julius' first words would have been when he woke up. He wouldn't be exaggerating if he said that he'd even been fearing what he would say, truthfully speaking. That's why Subaru had been relieved that the sort of conversation he'd gleaned from Julius' first couple of words after he'd woken up hadn't been the despair-filled sort.
Subaru, do you remember what happened? Julius, sad as it is, I do.
I was easily defeated by our enemy, and in the end I was still shown sympathy, causing trouble for you, Anastasia Summer and everyone else. Subaru, I ain't some kind of demon who'd blame you for losing against an opponent like that. Julius sounded awfully like himself, and for that Subaru let out a sigh and started going down the staircase once more. Having regained his consciousness, Julius was much easier to carry than before. He'd also cleared up some of his anxieties which had been ladening his step, so thanks to that he could tackle the remaining steps with renewed vigor. Julius, Anastasia Summer is out of harm's way, right? I saw that she'd collapsed and now that she's being treated in that spirit's room. Subaru, the present diagnosis on her is that her life isn't in danger.
You on the other hand were pretty close to dying. That guy. That eye-patched bastard, I'd be surprised if you knew who he is. Julius, read Astria. Subaru. His voice was brimming with confidence in his response.
Subaru was so surprised for a second that both his feet and breath caught in their tracks. However, he quickly brought both his feet and breath back into motion so to not let him onto his surprise. Subaru carefully chose his words so that Julius wouldn't sense his flustered state. Subaru, so you knew all along?
He's that thing. Shaula said she knows him. Makes sense that she does 'cause she seems acquainted with him from 400 years ago. But it looks like she was telling the truth when she alluded that he's someone that's hard to deal with. I say that since she fainted right after she saw his face. Julius, there were a ton of things which tipped me off.
He has flaming red hair and blue eyes.
His technique with the sword really stood out. If you can even call it a technique with the sword. He didn't even let himself swing his sword against me. I should just simply say he's a powerful person. Even the term stick swinger is one that denotes him from what I've seen in literature.
Subaru, so he's been called a stick swinger since olden times because he fights with those chopsticks? Julius, actually, the nuance of it is that he didn't choose a weapon he specialized with.
I had my thoughts about him when he introduced himself as a stick swinger, but I wasn't sure. I apologize for not mentioning them to you.
Subaru had no reply for Julius' apologetic words. Though he'd said that there'd been tons of things which had tipped him off, Subaru thought he was stretching it too much. Reed Astria, the man who was known as the first Sword Saint, should have died 400 years ago. Just because some of his features matched doesn't mean that you can easily come to the conclusion of having encountered that hero of yore whose name had gone down in fairy tale and legend. If there'd been a chance that he could have noticed that, then he, Subaru, should have been able to come to that conclusion. After all, he and Emilia had agreed that the trials which had been put forward by this watchtower were similarish to the ordeals they'd taken at Echidna's graveyard. With that said, Subaru should have given more thought about the contents of the trials set out by this tower and raised as many possibilities as he could.
Neglecting that had led to their defeat on the second floor, Electra.
Julius, HMMH. How on earth did we end up coming across this swordsman of legend brought back from the past? Originally, I would have been delighted in having been granted this boon, but all things considered. Subaru, I get how you feel. These heroes of legend are all good at being disappointing in reality. This watchtower is full of letdowns like with Shaula who'd been judged as a sage.
Julius, you get how I feel? His voice was cracked and it felt full of self-derision.
Subaru inconsiderately gritted his teeth when he heard close up what Julius had moaned out.
But he chose not to touch on that, opting instead to say, even so.
Subaru, if I'm recalling correctly, the first Sword Saint is engraved on the gold coins, but there's a pretty big difference between that and the actual guy. Shaula also differed in her gender, so even though we can't do much about it, there's a considerable gap between them too. The guy on the gold coin looked more like a middle-aged dude. Julius, just a quick historical tidbit, it was when he was older that Reed accomplished his deeds that led him to be counted as one of the 3 great heroes. The figure depicted on the gold coins is probably correct.
The him up above is younger than the one from recorded history.
Subaru, come to mention it, Reed didn't seem like he recognized Shaula. He'd planned to change the subject, but they perchance ended up touching on another issue. Compared to what Julius had said, there'd definitely been too much of a difference of hot and cold between the two of Reed and Shaula for there to have been some sort of friendship between them. If he assumed that this guy was the Reed before he'd met Shaula, then there'd be some parts he could agree with regarding the two's differences in recognizing each other. But, When he took into consideration Shaola's overreaction and the high likelihood that Reed hadn't remembered her name or face due to how he was, the basis of his hypothesis weakened. Subaru, if we take that as correct, doesn't that mean that they would have fought against the witch after their prime days?
Meaning we'd have to beat Reed in his prime.
Julius, feels to me like that's going to be really though, or nigh impossible. Subaru, yeah, for sure it's gonna be an exhausting mess.
But I'm sure that there'll be some way of getting around this if we come up with a plan. As things stand.
Subaru hesitated as he looked for anything that could help them against Reed. Right now, at this moment, he should have told Julius what was weighing on his mind, but he hadn't because his heart had stopped him in his tracks.
Yet he'd been a little too slow. Julius, as things stand. What do you mean? Subaru, it's nothing.
Julius, Subaru. If he made any excuses saying that he'd observed Reed and noticed a chink in his armor, they'd be immediately spotted by him. In actual fact, right now, he hadn't found anything that had let them get past Reed or anything that looked like a weak point, that was for sure. Thus Subaru had resigned himself when he'd had his name curtly called out. Subaru, Emilia passed the trial after you and Anastasia lost consciousness. Julius. Subaru, that's all.
The reason why she beat the guy down wasn't due to her being stronger than him. Let's just say that Lady Luck was at her side.
Because Emilia is unique like that.
It was a bit difficult to call the end result a mere victory.
Emilia had just barely had her resolve and ability recognized by their examiner, Reed, in the trial. However, the circumstances that had led to her achieving that were hard to explain to anyone who hadn't witnessed them, because, even if they tried to beat him in the same way, it wouldn't be possible by anyone other than Emilia. Subaru, anyways, as a result of having various complex stuff click into place for her, Emilia cleared the trial. Despite that, the guy said that he'd only let those who cleared the trial pass through, so all of us will have to beat him to go upstairs.
Rather wicked of him.
Julius. Subaru, so we'll need to work out a battle plan. Regardless of fighting dignity, I can't even talk unless I force him to recognize the fighting duo that is me and Beatrice.
And as for Meili, she has no reason to take the trial in the first place. I guess she'll understand after we talk about it. Though I guess she'll be bummed out.
Julius.
Subaru, that's why, you two won't be going in blind when we rematch him.
I'm not stretching things here, I mean it.
We won't tackle him like we did this time around.
We'll work out a plan and mode of approach after we have a far clearer picture of him.
This time one which is in my style.
Julius. Subaru, hey, are you listening? Hey, Julius. Subaru felt suspicious that Julius hadn't replied to any of his rapid-fire explanations. When he called out to him, Julius still being slung over his back, Julius paused for a moment, and then said, Julius, yeah, everything's all right.
I'm listening, of course.
I see, Emilia managed it.
Subaru, I mentioned that slightly earlier. But yeah.
Since that happened, this means clearing the trial isn't a futile hope.
Aren't you going too hard on yourself? Julius, too hard on myself?
You really needn't worry so much.
Everything is exactly as you say. If Emilia's been able to pass the trial, then the Sword Saint Reed is not an insurmountable obstacle. Us knowing that is incredibly beneficial. Subaru, yeah, right. That's right. I'm glad we're on the same page.
Julius had unexpectedly accepted the fact that Emilia had passed the trial rather flexibly. Subaru had nervously explained it to him, but he sensed that Julius was sidestepping his question from his reaction.
No, things were fine.
Julius had been informed that someone had cleared the obstacle he'd slammed face first into before him.
But it was pointless for Julius to worry himself sick over that.
Subaru could say that he was taking a bit too much of a naive look at him.
Or by his own measure, he guessed that he shouldn't have leapt to conclusions about the knight named Julius Euculius.
As Subaru found himself embroiled by these profound feelings, Julius let out a long sigh and casually spoke out saying, so then.
Julius, Isn't it high time you put me down? I'm going to get motion sickness if I keep staying on your back.
It's not like you have the divine protection of wind evasion like earth dragons do, right? Subaru, be patient with the breeze and all the shaking, and be grateful that I'm carrying you. It's certainly tiring work, but I can't be so cold-hearted as to make you walk on your own when you're injured. Emilia Tan would tell me off. Subaru shook his head at Julius' proposal and jiggled his body, readjusting Julius on his back.
Julius wasn't at all in a good condition right now.
No matter how skilled the room's spirit was at its work and how much treatment Julius, whose whole body had been knocked about, had been able to receive, he'd only spent a few dozen minutes in the green room. That, and he hadn't been able to receive any treatment from his second defeat. If he was suffering from stuff like cuts or fractures, then Subaru could have put his skills into work with the first aid treatment techniques of the Klein variety, but, unfortunately, Julius didn't have any such obvious wounds. Reed's blows had been the kind that had been designed to tear through Julius' heart. Of course, there didn't seem to be any doubt that he'd accumulated damage that wasn't visible on the surface, but that was no excuse to make him do anything that would exert him. That's why Subaru had resolved to go down the whole staircase with Julius on his back, with half of it remaining, probably about 200 more steps, yet despite that. Julius, no, I can't keep causing you trouble. It'd be fine if I was still fainted, but luckily I've woken up.
I can go down the rest of the stairs by myself.
Subaru, don't be so ridiculously stubborn.
It's too late for that, even if you insist.
If you're saying you're embarrassed at being seen carried on my back, everyone who was with me already saw that. Only Shaula and Anastasia didn't on account of having fainted.
Julius, then that's the reason why. There's no way I can show myself like this to those two. Especially to Anastasia Summer. Put me down.
Subaru, don't say such forced things.
To start with, you.
Julius, I said put me down.
His outburst was quite abrupt.
Subaru, whoa. Subaru's shoulder struck against the staircase wall straight after Julius' strained voice had thudded against his earlobe. That was thanks to Julius twisting himself off by force from his back. Subaru had immediately turned to face the wall so that he'd keep himself safe, but it wouldn't have been unlikely if he'd ended up nearly falling down the stairs.
However, he'd avoided that fate thanks to his quick thinking.
Julius, KH. Subaru, you fucking idiot.
What the hell were you thinking?
He leaned against the wall, and when he turned around, he found Julius lying down a few stairs below him. He'd fallen from Subaru's back and slid down them.
He was lying face down, propping himself up on his elbows, wheezing in pain with a deep look of agony about him.
Clearly not only from falling down the stairs. Subaru, I told you to quit it. Hey, stay right there, you dumbass.
I'm coming over to you. Julius, you don't need to. Subaru. Julius, I can stand by myself. I don't need you to help me.
Subaru had tried to run down to him as quickly as he could, but he was stopped in his tracks. Julius had stretched out his hand in front of him as he propped himself up against the floor and stopped him from running over. Still panting heavily, he scrunched his face and managed to raise his body up. He leaned against the wall and slowly lifted his lower back up, stretched up his knees and stood up, though still using the wall to prop himself up. Julius, see, didn't I tell you so?
That it'd be easy for me to stand by myself.
Subaru was at a loss for words at what Julius had said, who in some respects sounded like he was casting everything aside. Julius turned himself around, and with the right side of his body pressed up against the wall, he began to slowly climb down the stairs at the same speed that a baby crawling along the floor would.
One step at a time, as if he was forcing himself.
Julius, it looks like it'll take me a bit more time, but this way I won't cause you any trouble.
More importantly, the girls downstairs are worried.
I'm grateful that you seem to be looking past what I've done, but it wasn't just you who went out looking for where I was, right?
Step by step.
Julius, if possible, would you be able to go downstairs before me and explain to them what happened? Though I think it's probably best you leave the full story and apologizing to me.
You just need to tell them that you found me and try to make them feel less worried. Slowly, slowly, one step at a time.
Julius, I admit that apologizing is going to be pretty depressing, but avoiding that is a road I can't walk down. After you calm the waters down, even if it's just by a little, I'll really owe you a huge debt of gratitude. You know, you may even want to think about adding to the debt I owe you. Julius continued to speak without looking over at him as he tried to make his way down the stairs by himself. Indeed, a gap had started to form between him and the immobile Subaru despite how slow he was going about it. He could close the distance between them immediately if he so desired.
If he were to grant his wish, he still needed to walk past him once. So Subaru set his feet into motion.
Subaru, I guess I should speak to Amelia's side first.
Julius, yeah, oh, that's right, if Anastasia Summers woken up.
Wait, no, let's not. Anyways, I'd like to depend on you. Subaru hurried down the stairs and easily caught up to Julius. He let out a sigh that resembled one of relief as he heard Subaru's footsteps echoing around the staircase and encouraged him to vamoose off ahead.
No, not vamoose off ahead. More like he'd encouraged him to not wait up on me. Subaru.
Subaru could understand a little about what lay in Julius' innermost thoughts with what he'd said. The reason why he was able to was the same one why only he, and no one else, had immediately gotten the hunch that Julius had gone to challenge Reed. There was unmistakably something in common between that which Subaru had felt back then and this somewhat similar incident. That's why, back then, Subaru had. Subaru, TCH.
God damn this.
Damn this, damn these. Dumbass.
We're both huge dumbasses. For fuck's sake.
Subaru spat out his frustrations, kicked the staircase and then made his way towards Julius. He was not going to walk past him, now flustered, leaning against the wall. Instead he grabbed his left arm and propped him up by unceremoniously draping his arm over his shoulder. Julius, hey, Subaru, what are you?
Subaru, shut up. What are you doing, standing up by yourself? It's plain as day that you're struggling to stand up straight. Like I'd ever be able to let myself prance off and leave a guy in your state here.
I'd be first in line to say just how disgusted I am at myself before Amelia even has a chance to tell me off.
Julius, but I'm.
Subaru, this is me we're talking about. I wouldn't lend you a hand if you didn't really need one.
Even under normal circumstances, my hands are always filled with this, that and the other.
If you seriously don't want to borrow my strength then quit hobbling about so miserably, it's really trying my patience. Julius. Julius remained silent as Subaru shouted at him with spittle flying out from his mouth. As soon as Subaru saw that Julius had hesitated in going against him, and that, for now, he'd lost the strength to shake him off as he'd been doing, he started to walk again whilst still lending his shoulder to Julius whether he liked it or not.
Julius had no time to go against him, now that he'd set the pace like that.
Subaru, I'm not going to act like I know or understand what's going through your heart. Julius. Subaru, but, right now, you needn't walk down these stairs, these long-ass stairs alone, all by yourself. I will lend you my shoulder and I won't think of it as a debt either.
Talking about lending, borrowing and debts was ridiculous.
If he put it like that, then how much did he owe Julius?
Surely his first debt to him would have started in the training ground at the royal castle.
He knew the reason why Julius had challenged Reed even though he knew he couldn't win.
He'd acted the same as Subaru back then.
Back then, Subaru had challenged Julius even though he knew he couldn't win. No matter how many times he'd been knocked down, no matter how many times he'd been struck, he'd picked himself up without learning his lesson and kept challenging him. Because he'd had no other way to hurl out the tempestuous emotions that had built up inside his heart other than by doing that. And, back then, Subaru had ended up alone at that place where everything had ended for him, at that place where he'd argued with Amelia and she'd said goodbye to him.
That had been agonizing. That had made him want to cry. So how could he leave Julius all alone on this staircase? Subaru. His heart must be set ablaze. Just like him back then. But unlike him, he still didn't know where he could hurl out his tempestuous emotions.
Julius, Subaru.
Subaru, what is it? Julius, I'm sorry. Subaru, shut up.
He replied with that, hoping he wouldn't perceive it as a fit of anger. And like that, the two of them slowly climbed down the stairs and made it back to the fourth floor. Emilia found them a little over 10 minutes later, clasping her chest in relief. Arc 6, Chapter 30, The Second Floor's Capture Strategy Post-Mortem. This woman worried about everything, about each and every struggling person in the world.
Nothing in this small world was hidden from her view. To her, everything, everyone, was a child who needed protection.
Such a fragile world, with such fragile people, would be so easy to subjugate.
But the woman sought not to control this world.
Instead, she sought to shelter it from harm. And thus, her wretched war of trial and error began. But protecting and advising and saving the entire world proved to be too heavy a burden, for the woman's lonely hands could not reach everyone. Although she could see every solution, she lacked a way to solve every problem.
For the first time, the woman cursed her own inadequacy. Even if she saw a calamity, she was short on helping hands. Even if she was immersed in a building crisis, she could do nothing to prevent it. She could never do enough. She could reach what was in front of her, but she couldn't cross an impossible distance.
She could deal with pressing affairs, but she couldn't turn back the unforgiving wheel of time.
There was so much beyond her reach. Her supposed power had not granted her wish. Her arrogant wisdom lit no path to hope.
And thus, even as she cast warding spells, the woman fell into despair. Submerged by an endless sea of regret, each sorrowful wail she could not prevent shattered her broken heart afresh.
Finally, the woman understood. I can't. There's no way. It's impossible.
This exorbitant, lofty wish was unattainable, especially for one lonesome woman.
She knew.
She realized.
She understood. Her wish was impossible. But
even so, if her own vigilant hands weren't enough, she would find more. Simply by not being alone, by finding others who shared her wish, she could reach everyone.
Her mind felt cleansed.
The once hazy path had finally become clear. Her wish could finally reach her once inexorable lament, those once inevitable tragedies. Extending peace offerings to the conquerors, introducing a cleansing celestial sword to war-torn battlefields, forming warding contracts with great dragons, these would lead to the fulfillment of that wish.
Surely, she could fulfill it. Surely, it would come. The promised denouement of her great wish.
No matter what, at any cost, soon, maybe tomorrow.
It was, of course, on its way.
Saved.
They'll all be saved. The way to save them, I can see it. The path to salvation. Even if there were a price to pay in blood, she needed to prevail, for leaving her struggle unfinished would render it meaningless.
Even if her newfound comrades were to break their vow, even if her celestial sword's smiles were to vanish forever, even if her dragon were to levant to faraway skies, she could not surrender.
Even if her first allies left her side, she lost her way, for the once lonesome woman was no longer alone. There's a truth here. Ah, I need it. This sacred knowledge.
She walks a road paved with corpses, designating countless lives as sacrifices, all for the sake of grasping her greatest aspiration. One day, with a sufficient amount of knowledge, her hands could reach each and every tear.
For the first time, she truly believed that she could reach it.
So, consumed by that sacred wish, the woman struggled through excruciating despair.
The witch of greed bled avarice in the wake of her yearning.
Emilia, Julius has to properly rest here, until all of his wounds heal. This is the most absolute of the most absolute. Practically throwing a very worn-down Julius into the green room, Emilia scolded him. She had gone to meet them and had heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Subaru, with Julius supported by his shoulder, coming down the long stairs connecting the second-floor Electra and the fourth floor. To be able to switch between emotions quickly was indeed a virtue, and they were thankful she did not pry into the matter further. It was a clever move, as there was no reason to prepare an excuse if one did not ask for reasons. Even if, in truth, she had a mountain of things to ask. Emilia, even if I don't, I'm sure Subaru will ask all the important questions anyway. So, I'm going to have you rest properly, and everything can come after. Right? Subaru, yeah, pretty much. There's nothing I can say against that, and I don't plan on going against Emilia Tan's opinions.
Get some sleep.
Subaru put Julius down on a bed of ivy near the entrance of the green room. Beside him, both hands on her waist, Emilia proudly puffed air through her nostrils.
That too was a cute gesture.
After hearing what the two had to say, Julius brushed over his bangs and sighed.
Julius, naturally. I am already but putting a burden on you and Emilia Summer.
Even after all this, I can no longer act with such shamelessness.
I will follow.
Subaru, man, just a simple got it would be enough here. Emilia, that's right.
There's no need for that formality stuff. You're injured, so it's just a matter of you staying put until your injuries are healed. It's completely fine to be a burden. We're friends, after all.
Julius, Emilia, Patrash, I'm leaving Julius in your care.
If there's anything wrong, just cry out loud.
We'll come running, okay?
Slashing away Julius' roundabout way of showing gratitude, Emilia called out to the corner of the room, beyond the ashamed Julius, where Patrash was healing her own wounds. The head count of the green room increased to 3 people and 1 animal, the unconscious duo of Rem and Anastasia, and the wounded duo of Julius and Patrash. Because of how the green room had a limit on how many people could remain present at a time, Subaru and Emilia could not remain to keep an eye on them. Thus, it was better for one of the injured members to keep an eye on everyone else.
Normally, that job would go to Julius, however.
Julius, to have Emilia Summer insist this much, I have no face to show.
I will quietly do as told.
Subaru, it's kinda tough to get back trust once you've lost it. So in that respect, it's kinda hard to get past Patrash, who's always kinda scoring full points for trust. If there's any funny business going on, it's fine to not hold back and bite him, Patrash. Patrash, . She snorted as a sign of accepting Subaru and Emilia's words, or at least, it could be taken as such. The best girl of the Emilia camp, their own understanding Lady Patrash, seemed to feel a sort of responsibility towards Julius for letting him leave alone just now.
Her eyes shone with a strong will, as if to say that there won't be a next time.
Subaru, look.
Even Patrash is going, thou shall not pass the next time.
Emilia, you know what, it's very strange but you're right.
She does look like she's saying that.
Subaru, but, according to our bilingual head internal affairs official, more or less, the nuance is right. But, since she's a lady, she might end her sentences with a desuwa, you know? Sometimes, whenever Otto translated for her using his divine protection of soul language, Subaru almost always found Patrash's high level of tolerance towards his actions to be astonishing. Recently, he felt that even without Otto's presence, the two could communicate what was on their minds.
But whenever that fact was brought up, Patrash would beat him with her tail. Indeed, the mind of a woman is complex. In any case,
Julius, I will quietly allow my wounds to heal here. Recuperating while being surrounded by such beautiful girls in a serene environment is a luxury one can rarely afford after all. Subaru, I'll let you know beforehand, all the girls here except for Anastasia belong to me. Subaru pointed out, starting with the bedridden Rem, then Patrash, then to Emilia who was right beside him, in a retort to Julius' impudent statement. Upon hearing that, Emilia's cheeks puffed up and, Emilia, I'm not Subaru's yet. But I did give it some thought, and since Subaru is my knight, wouldn't that just make him mine?
Subaru, that makes me really happy but also really embarrassed.
Emilia put her finger to her lips while Subaru gave a celebratory dance, but after all that, he looked back towards Julius.
It would take time for him to overcome his anguish.
But, at the very least, he ought to have the heart to take the first step up that long hill. Subaru, well, anywho, while you're resting, you might wanna hold your head and roll around while thinking over the stuff that just happened, but don't forget that Patrash is watching.
Julius, you may be at ease. I will not display such shamelessness.
It would be very inelegant of me.
Subaru. Feels like you're already getting better.
Julius. With the answer being very like him, Subaru's cheeks loosened with a soft smile.
He bore 2 defeats, where he could not accomplish a single thing.
That fact should have brought him intolerable humiliation and helplessness, but he seemed to have come past that first wave of emotions. Subaru felt glad to have not let him be alone on that long stairway. If it could give him even the tiniest bit of salvation, it would mean that Subaru had truly learnt something from his time of being publicly humiliated at the castle from that time. Subaru, Patrash, I'll leave this in your hands. At the very end, Subaru gave his beloved dragon a reminder, before both he and Emilia exited the room. Upon their departure, Patrash got up and took a seat nearer to Julius, in a position to better keep him under her watch. Seeing that, Julius put on a bitter smile. Indeed, Patrash was a wise dragon, faithful to her instructions. Considering her spirit, and Julius' mental condition in mind, it was safe to assume that the members of the Green Room would be okay. Emilia.
Should I freeze the door just in case?
Subaru, I'm always pretty amazed by Emilia Tan's imagination, but let's leave that as a last resort thing, yeah? Don't wanna anger the spirit in that room either. Emilia, you're right. Fufu, I just wanted to see what you'd say.
I was just joking.
Cutely sticking out her tongue, Emilia apologized. Seeing that, Subaru pursed his lips, deciding not to tell her that he'll keep that as a possible option. Worst case scenario, he would consider keeping Julius put with force. In that case, the best person to stop Julius would still be Emilia, speaking both from her position, and from a power perspective. Fortunately, because Julius' mental state was stabilizing, Subaru felt relieved that there was no need to take such measures. Subaru, anywho, let's leave the matters of the Green Room to its resident spirit. From what I saw, Patrash's wounds seem to be healing really nicely, so Julius will get back up soon too. Emilia, that's right.
Julius' injuries. They weren't as bad as they looked. I think he'll be back to full health in no time. Reed made it like that, I guess. Subaru.
Good at going easy, huh? Can't really let Julius hear that stuff, eh? Subaru agreed to how Emilia worded her guess while scratching his head. While having absolute mastery over chopsticks sounded like a bad joke, to be able to play around in such a way with someone strong as Julius, Reed's battle prowess needed no explanation. The first-generation sword saint, the man who defeated the Witch of Envy alongside the sage and the dragon, in the face of such a legendary man, one had no choice but to nod their heads and accept things as they were. But whether his personality was befitting someone bearing the title of legendary hero was a different matter entirely. Subaru, for now, our first topic would be Ram, to find a way to clear that pesky second trial or whatever, before Knight Julius' wounds heal, right? Subaru, And, cutting into their conversation with a cold voice was Ram. She stood with her back leaning against the wall of the hallway. Caught out by the limitations of the Green Room, she had been waiting outside for the two to return.
Having his innermost concerns spilled by her, Subaru rubbed his cheeks.
Subaru, is my face really of the variety that gives away everything I'm thinking so accurately? Ram, I just put together whatever worries were on your face. Right now, the things Barusu would be worried about are all inside of that room.
That's all there was to it. Subaru, hell, that's not even close.
I'm worried about everyone, obviously including Emilia Tan and Biko, but I'm also concerned about you, dearest sister.
It ain't limited to the people occupying that room.
Ram,
Ram ridiculed his thumbs up with a snort.
Subaru looked on, lips pursed in a pout, as Ram began walking away with her back to him. Emilia covered her mouth as she giggled right beside him and Emilia, it's okay.
Ram just got a little flustered, she's just not really honest.
Subaru, I feel like you're really biased here, but if Emilia Tan says it, well. Watching her from the side, Subaru turned and cracked his neck, before chasing after Ram. Ram was headed towards one of the smaller rooms of the fourth floor. upon stepping inside of that room. Beatrice, you're late, I suppose.
Kept us waiting for too long, in fact.
Julius is doing fine, I suppose.
Her voice came from the dead center of the room, where she was sitting.
Looking straight up at Subaru and Emilia, she showered light abuse, with a bit of a worry for Julius mixed in. Subaru bitterly smiled at that dishonest attitude of hers.
Subaru, don't worry.
Seems that worst is past him for now. He's got a pointlessly strong sense of responsibility, so he'll be reflecting on what he did, I'm sure. Well, he won't be causing any problems anytime soon. Beatrice, if Subaru say so, I'll take those words at face value, in fact. That way, our problems can be narrowed down further, I suppose. After discerning Julius' condition, Beatrice pulled in her chin. Nodding at her words, Subaru moved his eyes over the room. The small room was one of the many on the 4th floor of the watchtower, and it was also one that held all of the group's hand luggage. They all sat down in a circle, with Subaru and Beatrice facing Emilia and Ram respectively.
With that,
Subaru, I need you to tell me more about that guy, Shaula. Shaula, aye, Master's looking really scary. But, I don't hate it when he's tough on me like that either.
It's a love-hate thing.
Ram, as she says, Master. Disgusting. Subaru, I object. Wrapping her arms around her voluptuously feminine body, Shaula squirmed with Meili sat atop her lap. Ram took her crazy behavior too literally, but to Subaru, those false charges were too much to take.
Anyway.
Subaru, first of all, I'd like to thank everyone for helping with looking for Julius.
Even if we don't want it, the guy will likely come around later to apologize himself, so for now, he's fine.
Emilia, it's fine. I told Julius too, but I'm just glad we found him safe and sound. I'm sure everyone else feels the same way, right? Ram, I would prefer to not have my opinion be the same as Emilia Summers. Subaru, eh?
Say what now?
Subaru had tried to lead the conversation forward, but it quickly seemed that there was a difference of opinion between Ram and Emilia. Ram pointed a finger towards a surprised Emilia and started. Ram, please listen carefully. As far as I have been reported, the second trial needs to be overcome by everyone present in the tower. And yet, Knight Julius took matters into his own hands without consulting any of us and made a second attempt by himself. If there was a single misstep here, it could have broken down the cooperative relationship we have built between the Anastasia Summers faction and ours. Emilia, because, from his actions alone, all of us could have been disqualified? Ram, if that were the case, our entire journey would have been for nothing. It is also uncertain whether the second-floor examiner would even let us go safely. That includes that fake sage over there. Ram's eyes took a glance at Shaula while she was explaining everything to Emilia.
Perhaps she had not considered to be a topic of conversation, so she pointed to herself and asked.
Shaula, me? Does fake sage mean me?
That's really unthinkable, calling me that. I've never called myself a sage.
The only name I give is the only one Master gave me, and that's Shaula.
I'm devoted to my one and only Master.
Ram, disgusting. Subaru, stop looking at me and saying that. I won't deny what you're saying.
Putting the excessive things aside, considering what could be the worst-case scenario, Ram's assumptions could not be put to rest.
Julius' actions put everyone at risk.
Even if he had not completely grasped the gist of the second trial, or rather, because he had a complete understanding of the situation, that his actions were even more careless.
Ram, that it was unlike the Knight Julius, is something I, who barely knows the man, cannot say. But, taking even gluttony into account, I thought of him as a person who would not do such things.
Subaru, well, I do agree with that. But my line of thinking's a bit different than that, since I know the guy.
I chalk it up to being manly measles. Ram, measles? Subaru, should I have said chicken pox instead? Ram, In any case, it had the nuance of a disease everyone had caught at least once in their lives. As such, Measles or chickenpox could easily be compared with Julius' actions and would be more easy to digest, but getting them when one is an adult can have serious consequences.
Especially as it can be fatal when it appears.
Subaru, that it wasn't fatal this time.
Let's just be happy with that and let him off.
Ram, I just don't want to be pulled back by others.
She looked away from Subaru and whispered.
Seeing her cheeks stiffen, Subaru raised his eyebrows. Beatrice, the elder of the sisters, hasn't been feeling too well ever since she came to the tower. In fact, maybe the fatigue of a long journey has finally caught up to her, or maybe the horn therapy is not working as well for her, I suppose. Subaru, or maybe there's something else that's bothering her.
Heck, that's probably it.
Sitting right next to him with hands held, Subaru and Beatrice whispered to one another. To take out her frustrations of Julius' actions and irritation of being unable to see a way to clear the trial, on Subaru and Shaola, was very far from Ram's usual behavior. It was likely that the source of that frustration came from looking at the method of saving Rem in the face, yet being unable to reach for it. Of course, it would be wrong to say that the fatigue or the injured horns pointed out by Beatrice were unrelated to that.
Both mind and body were unwell.
All of those were the likely factors working behind Ram's outburst. Meili, Wiel, do you guys just wanna fight here, Tilda? Or would you guys want to get the convo moving, Tilda?
If you don't decide soon, I'm not gonna be taking part, you know, Tilda. In an instant, Meili put a stop on the worsening condition of the place. Snuggling beside Shaola, fingers playing with her braids, she lazily scanned everyone present in the room.
Meili, please stop fighting if you can, Tilda.
I don't like it, getting hurt or being afraid. Subaru, you. No, you're right. That bystander position of yours saves us a lot.
Meili, is that so, Tilda? Oof, then please be grateful, Tilda. In the face of his gratitude, Meili smiled innocently like the young girl she was. However, that smile of hers also had a bewitching allure to it, subtly describing her dangerous nature.
Even in the face of that smile, Subaru offered his gratitude to her. Thinking back, it was also Meili who had suggested retreating from the trial from before. Having someone as a companion who was able to tell when to retreat depending on the situation was a big plus.
Subaru, keep it up, all right? It's important to look at things with composure. Meili, you're really feeling good, huh, Tilda?
Even if you say things like that, my job's done when we get out of the desert, right, Tilda? I'm not good for anything else anyway, Tilda.
Subaru, not how I see it, though. Having more heads thinking helps a lot, and combined with us getting out of the desert alive, while in the tower, we all gotta share our lot with each other. Just think that you're out of luck and get depended on by me. Meili, dash. Amazed by Subaru's outright declaration of imposing on her, she let out a long sigh and, Meili, I'm starting to get why Petra-chan doesn't feel at ease with you, Tilda. Subaru, dash. Petra's what now?
Meili, it's no thing.
That aside, don't you wanna ask the naked Oni-san some stuff, Tilda? Turning her face away, Meili stood up and began shoving Shaola's back. Probably not because of the strength of her tiny arms, but Shaola cheerfully came forward and took a seat right in front of him and slightly bowed down her head. Shaola, I may be slightly inexperienced, but I leave myself in your care. Subaru, that's a very admirable attitude you have there. Well, now moving on to the matter of wedding gifts. Ouch. 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 Emilia Tan? Biko? Why are you two pinching both of my sides? Emilia, no reason.
Beatrice, it's nothing, in fact. Even if they said it had no reason, they both wanted to do something more than just pinch his sides, but hesitated to escalate things further.
Anyway, Subaru coughed to get everything back on track, then approached Shaola again. Subaru, the guy from above is unmistakably Reed Astria.
The man himself admitted it so.
So, I ask you, a living witness from that time, to enlighten us.
What kind of guy was he? Shaola, human trash.
Subaru, I heard you the first time, and heck, I even saw it in action.
Twisting her lips, she displayed an expression unbecoming of a lady as beautiful as her as she reminisced about her deceased friend, putting aside that same deceased friend was sitting around in the same building, just on the floor above. The memories she had of him seemed to definitely be not pleasant.
Well, she did faint at the very sight of him, mouth bubbling and all.
So that came as no surprise.
Subaru, we gotta get past him, no matter what.
I'd love to get even a single hint on how to get past the second floor's trial.
Ram, so please tell us anything and everything about him. The Sword Saint reads personality, habits, relationships, likes, dislikes, weaknesses.
That's right, we want to know his weakness. Talk.
Shaola, were you coming onto me really fast?
If I knew what his weakness was, I'd be stabbing back at him.
In other words, he doesn't have a weakness. Ram, tch, useless. Shaola, you little girl, acting like you're hotter stuff than master.
Maybe she did have pride as a sage, but she seemed to take offense to Ram's high and mighty attitude.
Subaru, the hell you doing, hiding?
You're definitely stronger than her. Shaola, it's not about who's strong or who's weak.
Somehow, my instincts are telling me to do this. Maybe, it's master who's scared. That scared feeling's getting to me, because we're one mind one body. Subaru, don't blame your lack of nerves on me. Unable to calm down because of feeling something soft press against his back, Subaru grabbed Shaola's neck and pulled her unwilling body back to where it was. And thus, the Q&A session resumed. But Emilia, in the end, Shaola doesn't know much about the trial, right?
Shaola, it's not that I don't know. I just know it's not time to tell everything yet. I think everything's gonna be revealed when the tower is conquered.
Emilia, is that how it is?
I feel really excited.
Subaru, don't play around with the naive Emilia. Ram, even if you don't know the Sword Saint's weaknesses, he has habits, right?
If he has a fighting pattern, for example, we might be able to come up with a way to fight against it.
Shaola, habits, huh?
Ah, that's right. Whenever I tried to kill him for sexual harassment, he had the nerve to scratch his ass while defending himself. Isn't that a pattern?
Emilia, he's just jibing at you, huh? Beatrice, in the first place, the condition for clearing the trial is vague, I suppose. There is no doubt Emilia was acknowledged, there must be another condition.
The fulfillment of which gains acknowledgement as well, in fact.
Shaola, I think he's weak to pretty girls. I guess if a pretty girl passes by, it might help. Subaru, that means, Julius and I'll have to be left behind, huh?
That's a pretty tough condition. Beatrice, Subaru might be able to get by, if he tries his best, like by blinding him, definitely, that way, I think he might maybe really get through, I suppose.
Subaru, you're so damn cute, you. And, amidst the many unnecessary and unhelpful questions and answers, Subaru caught up Beatrice in a hug and was presently patting her head,
whilst in his arms, letting herself be spoiled by him.
Beatrice, in any case, Emilia just happened to succeed, in fact.
A simple coincidence. That man just happened to let his guard down, and she just happened to have been able to hit him, I suppose. Subaru, and how do you suppose that happened?
Beatrice, if Emilia was looking to kill, that man would have not gotten hit, in fact. Thus, it was that man's carelessness, which led to Emilia's victory, I suppose. Emilia, huh? Just now, was I praised?
Beatrice, I did praise you, in fact.
Emilia, just like I thought. Foo, thank you.
It makes me really happy.
Emilia rejoiced at Beatrice's compliment, while Subaru began stroking her head even more.
It was a rather messed up situation, but still there was something to laugh and be happy about.
Subaru, man, anyway, it's pretty cool to think that your ability to counter depends on the amount of intent to kill.
The reality of it is like that, how serious you are about it, that.
Ram, you should put it the other way around. Just as Barusu says, you won't understand how serious an enemy is, but it's best to not let them get serious. Subaru, you shouldn't make them get serious? Picking up on her mutterings, Subaru frowned at Ram. Upon questioning her, she fell into deep thought for a while before answering. Ram, that's right. Emilia's summer was acknowledged because she forced the conditions out of him and met them.
The condition for clearing this trial is quite the hurdle, isn't it?
Subaru, I feel the same about the fuzzy details of the conditions. The examiner's disposition here's coming out well. Ram, that is why, I believe it is best to entertain the examiner, and while doing so, present conditions which could be used for the trial. On top of that, one has to defeat the examiner to advance to the second floor. Subaru, dash. Taking in Ram's words, Subaru felt he understood it a bit better. Emilia had proposed the condition of without moving a single step, then through a hefty load of effort coupled with a tiny sprinkle of luck, she had grasped her win. Factoring in Reed's carelessness, it was a victory with the most loose conditions. To gain victory through physical prowess should be considered to be impossible after this. Subaru, even if I go with that, it's not like he'd agree to fight me in a match of rock paper scissors, huh? Emilia, so we've got to find a condition that'll convince Reed to accept them, and then do our best. Just as I thought, this trial is a really hard exam you've got to really think about, huh? Subaru, rather than being hard, I'd say this is a different kind of harassment compared to the third floor's one. The first was the test of wisdom, of an otherworldly kind, and after that came the test of strength on the level of the world's strongest, was contrary to their conclusions, so there must be something else that is the main topic of this trial. In other words, while the second floor's trial was different from the third floor's, it was indisputable fact that the nature of these two trials showed the depth of the wickedness of the Watchtower's creator, the elusive sage.
All that was left was,
Shaula, isn't fine and all this way.
Just take it easy. No need to be going in such a hurry. Subaru, even if you put it that way, you know.
Shaula looked over everyone busy with their own thoughts, then while sitting cross-legged, leaning left to right, she spoke in a casual way. In response, Subaru and others frowned at her, but she took it all in stride while indulging in the fun feeling that showed on her sparkling eyes. Shaula, I'm hoping Master and everyone else just stays here forever and ever and ever. I've been waiting for Master to come back home for hundreds of years, so. Subaru, that's. Shaula, you guys can take as long as you want, as long as you like, to clear the trials.
I'll be watching over you always.
No matter how many days, years, or even hundreds of years it takes. Those were words that could not be laughed away, because of the weight they carried. In that light tone and soft smile, she gave to everyone, no, to Subaru alone, for whom she bore a heavy, heavy love, the weight of hundreds of years, the weight of being told by the sage to live in the Watchtower, and to protect it.
Shaula had said it was forbidden to leave the tower without finishing the trials.
And if that were violated, then she would, even if it were her beloved master, the current target of her affections, Subaru, she would show no mercy.
Even if they proclaim words of love, even if they maintain an amicable relationship, that did not mean they would be allies.
The Stars Keeper of the Pleiades Watchtower, Shaula, was yet but another.
Shaula, it's fine to just stay here and have fun with me.
As one realized from her smile, obstacle for the ones who wish to clear the trials. Arc 6, Chapter 31, An Encouragement of Cooperation in the Tower. In the end, it was decided via meeting that the conquest of the second floor Electra would have to be put on hold. Although they failed to come up with an idea that would allow everyone to break through their current situation, the biggest factor in their decision to postpone everything was but one: Subaru's stomach had begun growling. Subaru, looking back, I was unconscious for 2 entire days before I got up, and immediately got to tackling the tower's trials.
No wonder my stomach was almost touching my back.
It was only when the conversations died down that Subaru's stomach roared, and for the first time did he realize exactly how famished he was. To be unable to fight on an empty stomach was not actually true, but what was true was that it affected one's ability to think properly. As a result, Once Subaru's stomach started growling to make its dissatisfaction known, everyone took it as a chance to sum up their discussions for the time being. Subaru, honestly, some part of me feels kinda relieved because of that.
Leaving aside the breakthrough plan for the second floor, there was a certain pattern observed in the questions proposed by the trials of the Watchtower.
Alongside the realization of the pettiness of the questioner, the exact nature of the danger Shaola posed also came to light. From the start, everyone was supposed to be wary of her because of her fighting prowess, but because her head was empty and she was overly clingy towards Subaru, no one stayed on guard around her.
It's fine to just stay here and have fun with me.
No matter how many days, years, or even hundreds of years. Indeed, Shaola's audacious declaration had reminded everyone of exactly what danger she posed.
As it likely should be.
Subaru, it's not like I'm planning on it or anything, but if we make a break for it in the middle of our tower conquest, it seems like there's a rule to make it so she'll definitely become our enemy, right? Sifting through his mind, he recalled one of the many rules Shaola had spoken of. Dropping out in the middle of the trial, violating any of the trial's rules, disrespecting the library, and destroying the tower. If any of these are broken, then Shaola will once more become the enemy she was when they first tried to enter the Watchtower.
Subaru wanted to avoid that. Be it in terms of war tactics or out of simple sentimentalism. Subaru, but, you know.
Just sticking around here for years on end like how Shaola put it, doesn't seem really realistic, so I'd really like a pass on that but. Once he looked straight at the tower conquest, all sorts of anxieties will naturally rear their ugly heads from a lot of directions. Everyone had already spent over a month on their path to get to the Pleiades Watchtower. Even if they clear the trials one after another without a hitch and conquer the tower, and if they take that same amount of time to get back to Prestella, it'll become a journey of around 3 months. Of course, withdrawing halfway was, because it would make Shaola an enemy, an undesirable decision to come to, but the royal election deadline needed to be kept in consideration as Emilia and Anastasia were participants. 3 years in total, a bit over 1 year had already passed, leaving only less than 2 years at hand. Of course, the time one can accumulate and the time one can spend, were in fact both impossibly limited. Beatrice, but if you keep worrying about tomorrow's tomorrow, you won't get anywhere in fact. For now, the tomorrow that is based on today is important, I suppose.
For that.
Subaru, I gotta eat till I'm full now. Right.
Beatrice, that is so, in fact, she pointed her finger at him as he spoke those words.
As the discussions were halted in lieu of preparing their meals, Subaru took this chance to go and stroll through the various parts of the tower, spending his free time wandering through the area everyone designated as their residential quarters. And accompanying him, holding his hand as tightly as she could, was Beatrice. The reason they held hands every now and then was because Subaru's gait was busted, and as his contracted spirit, Beatrice collected his pent-up mana. But even putting that reason aside, Subaru wanted to hold Beatrice's hand, and Beatrice herself never refused. Subaru, besides, you were really worried about me when I was out cold for 2 whole days, right?
So just relax for today and let me spoil you.
Beatrice, stop it with your stupid comments, I suppose. I'm only collecting the mana I didn't bother collecting when you were sleeping, in fact. Betty wants to always be at her best, especially in this tower, I suppose.
I want to avoid a lack of preparation, in fact.
Subaru, you say that, but weren't you the one in the end who held my hand while I was sleeping, even though you didn't collect my mana? Beatrice, that was indeed unrelated to mana, but acts that are for the purpose of recharging Betty's heart are always so, I suppose. Subaru smiled as Beatrice puffed her chest as she proudly stated her mana unrelated intentions, and decided not to point out how it was a much more embarrassing thing. In any case, Subaru raised his hand in agreement with her.
They had to keep the second floor trial in consideration.
By no means did he want to think that the first floor's trial also required heavy combat power, but he could not exclude the possibility.
Moreover, the Subaru and Beatrice duo had functionality even outside of battle. And for that, he needed Beatrice to be at peak condition at all times.
Subaru, all right, Biko.
I'm good now, so you don't have to mind me.
Just keep on sucking out my mana till you're round and plumb. Beatrice, Betty's not going to puff up like a ball even if I collect a lot of mana, in fact. Moreover, I wonder if you are aware of how much mana you have even if you are feeling good. I suppose I can't have you collapsing again because I took from what little mana you already have, I suppose. Subaru, oi oi, if that's the case, what did you suggest doing?
Beatrice, just listen to me.
At the very least, you need to eat your fill, rest up, recover your strength and mana, and also work hard and keep Betty company.
That is your mission, in fact.
Subaru, I'm pretty sure I'm all good now, and I'm also pretty sure you just want me to keep you from feeling lonely.
Ah. He deftly bore a complicated mix of chagrin and charm on his face.
He stopped walking when he heard the footsteps of someone coming from further back in the passage. Noticing Subaru and Beatrice there, Emilia approached, surprised.
In her hands she held a metal container painted silver, a bucket. Subaru, a bucket, ha.
Even at times like this, Emilia Tan's giving her best, eh?
Gonna practice singing?
Emilia, Fufu, what are you saying, Subaru, you? I sure do get a lot of help from Bucket Sensei when I'm practicing singing, now's not really the time for it, you know? Subaru, right.
So what's with the bucket again?
Emilia, well, I'm getting Bucket Sensei to do his usual job, of course.
Smiling at Subaru's question, Emilia thrust the bucket to him.
And it was full of water, so indeed, Bucket Sensei was doing his usual job well. However, even if the bucket fulfilled its purpose, there rose a question in that itself. Subaru, but where's the water from? The tower is surrounded by desert, right? Emilia, oh, no, that's where you're wrong, Subaru.
If you go past the tower, really far, the great waterfall's supposed to be there.
And there's a lot of water there, so. Subaru, you went all the way, just for a bucket of water.
All for me.
Emilia, if it's for you, Subaru, I wouldn't mind doing that at all, but that's not it. To tell you the truth, the spirit in the green room can give us fresh and clean water. She wore pride on her face as she spoke for some reason, but Subaru felt giddy for that little bit of what she said before giving him the truth of the situation, that if it were for Subaru, she would go fetch water from even the great waterfall.
It made him incredibly happy.
Subaru, while we're at it, happy and all, you know.
Those spirits are really something. Going all the way even outside of healing injuries and all, aren't they?
Emilia, if it's just making water, Beatrice and I can do it too with magic but. Beatrice, the miasma is too thick around the sand dunes and the tower, I suppose. It would be much wiser to avoid drinking the water created from mana affected by it, in fact. Emilia, that's how it is. Subaru, I see. Beatrice weighed on Emilia's reluctance, and Subaru recognized the problem. The problem of securing a source of drinking water for the journey up to that point, which should be regarded as important if it were a normal journey, had been cleared more or less by relying on magic. As long as one had mana, there was no need to carry a large amount of drinking water as it could be produced as much as needed, only the containers.
Magic made things extremely convenient in this case.
Subaru, it's not air pollution, but more like mana pollution, ha.
So it's like, bad for you?
Drinking that water? Beatrice, I do not know if any immediate changes will be seen in the body, I suppose. But the more you drink, the more that much miasma enters you, in fact. If that happens, at the very worst, developing a physical condition like Subaru and earning special attention from witch beasts may be possible, I suppose.
I'm getting shivers just thinking about it, in fact.
Subaru, it's weird coming from me, but it really is kinda hard, living with it and all.
He often made use of this specific property of his at various times, but it was more of a last resort, and not something that could be used often.
Even beyond that, if he went hiking in the mountains for whatever reason, there would be a risk of accidentally getting surrounded by demon beasts.
If given a choice, not having such a physical condition would be much better than having it.
Emilia, And so we're using the green room spirit's purified spring water as much as possible.
We did the same thing when Subaru was sleeping for 2 days straight. Subaru, so that's how it was.
He felt impressed by the living conditions of the Pleiades watchtower. And, as he mulled over the talk of spring water, something hit Subaru.
It even had to do with the caution he felt towards Shaula from just before.
Subaru, putting aside the water stuff, how are we doing with the food?
We did fill on supplies at that city beyond the desert, but we did have a hard time with it.
Emilia, you can relax, Subaru, no need to worry about that.
Even if it was a little bit of a hassle, the food didn't just fly off somewhere. All of it is still in the dragon carriage. But,
Subaru, no matter how you cut it, it's not gonna last maybe even a month, is it?
Even if drinking water was put aside, there was a weight limit on what could be carried on the dragon carriage. Moreover, food needs were not limited to Subaru and the gang. Their partner dragons, Patrash and Jen, needed food as well.
Keeping that fact in mind, they had stocked up on a month's worth of food. To escape only with their lives in hand was not the goal they were aiming for with the tower's trials. Thus, they had only a month's time to properly conquer the Pleiades watchtower and head off to the nearest town.
Their deadline was just that 1 month.
Subaru, that said, I really don't plan on being here for the whole month. Emilia, Subaru.
Noticing a hint of worry in her eyes, Subaru smiled. They had a deadline and their challenges were many, but if they shied away from them, nothing would start. Subaru, anyhow, in just 1 day. Well, I got us off to a late start, so to be fair, it's the 3rd day since we got to the tower, but we've already cleared the first trial and Emilia Tan easily nabbed her victory in the second.
Emilia, it really wasn't easily nabbed, though.
Subaru, you're supposed to season this part with a good bluff, so it's completely fine.
He pointed his finger at Emilia, arrogance at full throttle, then pulled Beatrice closer to him and placed his chin on top of her head. That way, both Subaru and Beatrice were looking up at Emilia. Subaru, doesn't matter if the opponent's the former strongest sword saint or whatever. Biko and I are gonna lambaste one-eyed skirt-chasing chopsticks bastards face in with our brilliant strategies. Beatrice, that is so, I suppose.
Lambaste his face in fact.
Emilia,
Lambaste.
Subaru, no one really says lambaste anymore these days. Emilia, no count.
That's so unfair. You two kept saying it so. Having fallen into their trap, Emilia puffed up her red-dyed cheeks.
As they added in a new pattern to their usual back and forth, Emilia sighed as her worry faded a bit more. Emilia, fine, I get it just fine. Hearing it coming from Subaru makes it feel like it was really easy.
But that makes you sound just as reliable.
Subaru, yeah, just have faith, keep on hoping and keep on loving me.
That's why I'm your knight, after all.
Emilia, that's right, isn't it?
I'll be in your care, then, my dearest knight.
Subaru, just now, you didn't deny the love part, so I'm kinda giddy. Emilia, The whisper of love he had mixed into their usual banter seemed to have slipped off, so he felt slightly disappointed. Well, even if he had been properly answered, his feeling of being flustered would not have gone away, so it was actually better this way.
In any case.
Subaru, I know it's a bit late to ask, but isn't it kinda weird that Emilia Tan's the one who was told to bring the water?
This is the kind of work that's supposed to be.
Not really done by your knight, but isn't it supposed to be the kind of work that underlings do? Emilia, it's really fine. You might be my knight, but I don't want our relationship to be that of a master and servants.
I just want you to keep this in mind, so just quietly be spoiled. You're recovering right now.
Subaru, what's up with that, Emilia Tan?
If you're gonna pamper me so much, I'm gonna die from happiness.
Emilia, besides that, I'm in charge of today's dinner.
I want to do everything by myself.
Beatrice, it seems like she is serious about both statements. That is what makes her so hard to read, I suppose. Beatrice let out a short sigh at Emilia's statement. And then, as Subaru kept his chin on her head, she waved to Emilia. Beatrice, look, Emilia. Subaru isn't going to relax as long as you're here. In fact, you're delaying preparations for our meal as well, so hurry and be off, I suppose. Emilia, really?
Okay. I'll see you later then.
Look forward to it, Kay?
Beatrice, we'll be waiting with glee.
Beatrice sent Emilia off in spineless Subaru's place.
Her response to Emilia's words reflected a subtle difference in their perceptions.
Emilia, I'll call you when it's done, so don't go off too far, okay?
Beatrice, we'll be going to the 4th floor, I suppose.
As for if we can hear your calls or not.
Emilia, gotcha.
I'll use a louder voice.
Beatrice, okay, in fact.
After exchanging smiles, Emilia went off on her way, bucket in hand, waving her hand as she disappeared around the corner. Once she was sure Emilia was gone, Beatrice looked up to Subaru, who was still resting his chin on her head. Beatrice, now then, I hope you have calmed down, I suppose. Subaru, yeah, I'm good now. I don't really get it, but I suddenly thought Emilia Tam was really cute, you know. Like everything else, but Emilia doesn't have color anymore, so I feel all better now that I got to see her really smile. Beatrice, I don't understand a word of what you're saying, it's worse than usual, in fact.
And besides that.
Subaru, besides that?
He had told Emilia his true feelings in poem format with a straight face.
So Beatrice pressed her back against Subaru's chest and... Beatrice, it's unfair you're so full of Emilia, I suppose.
Your partner is Betty, in fact.
Please act with awareness of this fact, I suppose. Subaru, you're really a cute little thing, aren't you? Beatrice, yeah.
In fact.
As she seemed too sweet all of a sudden, Subaru picked her up and spun round and round as he rubbed his cheeks against hers.
Subaru, it's fine, relax. You're really important to me too. How do I put it? Right now, everything around me looks so beautiful, but you're looking particularly spectacular.
I love you, Biko. Beatrice, wait.
I get it, okay?
So let me go already. Let me down, I suppose. I got it already, so let me down, in fact. But even as Beatrice shouted, her face beat red, Subaru would not let her down.
And so, he wandered around the halls of the 4th floor, spinning through each space available, Beatrice still in his arms, with glee.
There was still plenty of time till Emilia would call them for their meal, so their voices would continue painting the halls with cries of joy for some time more.
Now then, the total time before their meal was not literally spent spinning. Subaru took his chance to learn from the 4th floor graded course, presented by Beatrice. She was his senior here, having spent 2 more days than him actively living in the tower, so he had a lot to learn. Though as it may be, in the first place, this place was called a watchtower. However, there was no need to be concerned about its habitability, and in fact, nothing extra needed to be done to improve the comfort of living, even in the 4th floor residential area. The only special rooms were the green room, which had become their treatment facility, and the large room which housed the stairs leading to the 3rd and 2nd floors. Apart from the large stairs leading to the floor below, there were many smaller rooms scattered here and there, with no visible pattern to them. Subaru, it feels weird to not have a map, but I'm sure I'd feel even weirder if we had one.
This tower definitely has a creepy design, I'm absolutely sure of it. Really not a fan of these kinds of rattled arrangements of buildings.
Beatrice, I wonder what you are even talking about. Usually one would assume the worst of everything, seeing as how distasteful the contents of the trials are, I suppose.
Condemning the soul of the creator is a given at this point, in fact.
Shaula, that right there, that's talking bad about my master.
You ankle biter, you're bad-mouthing my master.
He's the one who built this tower, you know.
Are you okay with this, master?
If you're spoiling her just because she's little, she'll grow up all rotten, you know. This one of the times you scold them silly.
And then, You can spoil me as much as you want after.
Come on over here.
Subaru, just shut it already.
Running her mouth as if she'd slain an ogre one, Shaula tried finding fault in Beatrice, but in fact, Beatrice said nothing particularly bad, but he felt it was a pain to explain.
There was no point in trying to differentiate between the Subaru, her master and the sage each and every time.
Even more since they were using that misunderstanding to their benefit.
Emilia, hey, stop fooling around all the time.
Shaula too, please, be quiet.
Shaula, I can't take this.
This is discrimination. Discrimination between ankle biters.
Emilia, if she really does something bad, Subaru will properly scold her and not just spoil her.
And since he's not, it means Beatrice did nothing to get scolded.
And besides, it's only natural that the younger ones are treasured more.
We have to be patient, Shaula.
Beatrice, even though Betty is older than everyone else, it does not sit well with me that I am always treated as a child, I suppose.
Subaru, yeah, just show off how old you are. He smiled as he petted Beatrice's head to calm her down.
In response to Emilia's call for their meal, all parties concerned gathered in the large room on the 4th floor, the place where the dragon carriages and their cargo were being kept. Everyone but Rem and Anastasia, due to both being unconscious, were present.
All sat facing each other. Everyone except those two, which meant.
Julius, before we begin, would it be permissible for me to speak for a bit, Emilia Summer?
He said, being the last one to arrive at the room.
While Julius had been practically thrown into the green room to recover from his injuries, his reason for appearing was definitely not limited to partaking in the meal.
He had refused the proposal of having his food being carried to the green room.
And to his question, Emilia, who was managing the place, nodded. Emilia, of course, by all means. But, you don't really need to ask for my permission, you know. Julius, as Anastasia Summer is currently absent, the one who ought to be respected the most is Emilia Summer.
Moreover, my selfish attitude has already inconvenienced you. That it is only limited to this occasion, is something I cannot certainly say. He responded to her, everything articulated elegantly as he shook his head. His humble mannerisms and his honest disposition were both part of his usual nature. However, individuals who would not take his speech in a favorable manner were present as well. Ram, how admirable. If you only acted as such beforehand.
Subaru, Ram. Ram, we have enough recklessness and stubbornness with Barusu over there. In fact, it is far more natural to be disappointed in a person who seemed sane.
I hope you will take care not to repeat this in the future.
Ram sharply evaluated Julius' arbitrary actions. A chill in her voice and eyes were her usual features, but this particular time, Subaru felt her expression was much more stiff.
Even if she was harsh as usual, there was a certain hint of concern mixed into her words.
Emilia, Ram, you went a bit too far this time. Ram, please accept my sincere apologies, Emilia Summer. From hereafter, I will take more care. She immediately apologized for her bitterness, then gave a fleeting nod to Julius. As such, there was no point in further pulling this topic around.
Besides, it wasn't right to blame Ram for not being as level-headed. He held no grudge, nor felt any hate for Julius. She simply wished to save Rem, and was doing everything in her power to do so.
Julius, my sincerest apologies to both Madame Ram, and everyone else.
I have caused everyone much worry.
Understanding fully well that Ram's words were only him reaping what he sowed, Julius bowed his head and dropped the matter from his side as well.
This was what Julius wanted to do before starting their meal.
Subaru did have an inkling for Julius' previous behavior.
So he had already forgiven him for it, but whether Julius forgave himself was an entirely different matter. This was the first step he took, in order to start the ritual to absolve himself.
Emilia, okay. Julius apologized.
I accept that apology. With that, I'm all done with this matter.
Clapping her hands together, Emilia summed up her feelings on the matter. Subaru, followed by Beatrice, nodded. Subaru, well, I've already let him have it from my part, so any more would be an embarrassment to our samurai ways. Beatrice, Betty is, I have a similar opinion as well, in fact. It is fine if you simply regain face with future actions, I suppose.
Julius, my thanks. He whispered under his breath.
Meili suddenly responded to his whisper of gratitude. While sitting on the floor with her legs stretched out, she fiddled with her braid as she spoke. Meili, isn't it fine, Tilda? He didn't die after all, and I'm not particularly concerned about Mr. Knight either way. Shaola, Master's saying no problem so I've got no problems either.
No pass.
Subaru, yeah, no pass is something entirely different. Meili's thoughts were likely exactly as she put them, rather than consideration for Julius.
Shaola, who agreed, was in the same boat.
Apart from Shaola, who was affiliated with the tower and whose true standing was still a mystery, Meili's position in all of this was vague as well.
And so.
Only Ram did not respond directly to Julius' apology, not saying a word about whether she forgave him or not. She simply put her white robe over her head and stared down at her meal.
Julius wordlessly accepted that. Everyone did the same. This alone was a personal matter, everyone felt it would be best to leave it at that.
Emilia, well then, let's dig in.
Ram and I were cooks for today.
Ram, we couldn't use fire, so we put a bit of our manliness into it.
Otherwise, it should be decent.
Emilia, that's right.
It's really decent.
Doesn't decent sound a bit weird? Her voice reminded everyone of their current state.
Even though she tilted her head to pose the question, neither Ram nor anyone else followed up on it.
Anyhow, following this exchange, everyone sat to have their precious meal. Most of the food being carried in the dragon carried were either smoked or dried rations, so naturally, the food would be coarse and tough. However, magic proved to be of great use here as well. Through the use of Emilia's special ice magic, it was possible to create a pocket refrigerator in the dragon carriage, allowing fresh ingredients to be stored for long periods of time.
Because of this, the party was able to have plenty of fresh fruits, balancing their diet with a steady slew of dry meat.
Emilia, we still have to use the food stuff that spoils easily fast. Subaru, we're really lucky to even be able to worry about that, you know. Really, your EMS, Emilia Tan, Magi Shoku no Megami. With this journey and all, I'm sure your cooking's gotten even better, so maybe make miso soup every morning for the rest of my life? Emilia, I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. It was true, however, the rise in Emilia's cooking skills. At the request of Emilia herself, cooking on this journey was being done in rotations.
Of course, it was a given that Emilia never cooked by herself, instead learning by following another cook's footsteps.
Thanks to that, there was no one who kept burning their daisukiyaki platter pitch black.
Because she was put in charge of the part of cooking that did not involve platter.
By the way, the only people who could actually cook, among the members partaking in this journey, were Subaru, who picked up this skill over his year of being a servant at the mansion, Julius, who apparently could do whatever he set his mind to, and finally Ram, whose cooking was surprisingly decent. Even on their way to Priestella, the only people who put themselves on cooking duty were the male trio of Subaru, Otto, and Garfield, who then decided their order through rock paper scissors.
Leaving that aside.
Ram, staring at me like that, do you have anything to say? Subaru, nah, I know it's been over a month now, since we've started this journey and all, but I still can't really believe it.
That Ram can cook.
Ram, I was wondering what you were going to say, but this is just.
Using his meaningful stare as an excuse, Ram sighed, unwilling to hide any of her distaste for him.
Ram, the only reason Ram doesn't go near the kitchen is not because Ram can't cook, but because she doesn't want to. I'm not going to touch any kind of cooking that does not involve steamed sweet potatoes.
Subaru, so that's why. Well, that's that then.
Ram, that's that. I wonder why I make an exception just for steamed sweet potatoes though.
Her face crumbled into a complex expression as she questioned her own preferences herself.
As Subaru gazed at her profile, he let out his own sigh. No matter what household chore it was, Ram was always behind Rem. Now, as all traces of Rem was erased from the world, Subaru observed that their sisterly bond might have not been the same as their face value. In truth, Ram was supposed to be able to perform any kind of task assigned to her, regardless of whether it was present in her list of duties as a maid. Thus it may be that Rem's absence has nothing to do with her abilities in the first place. In other words, if Ram thought about doing it, she could do whatever she wanted when Rem was still in good health.
The reason she did not was most likely related to, not her laziness.
Subaru. Subaru felt like he should not dig up those particular things.
The present Ram certainly knew nothing of that. And if Rem returns, he felt it would be unnecessary to bring it up anyway. When she returns, that is.
Subaru, I kinda guessed that's how it's gonna be, but you really have no table manners, do you? Shaola, munch, huh? Master, did you just say something? She blinked a few times at Subaru, who looked at her with a scowl. In this world, there were not few in number, top-class beauties who completely wasted their good looks.
Shaola had to be the top class of that top class, to the point that she was on par with Liliana.
As she brought food to her mouth, Shaola scratched her head with her other hand. Subaru, oi, don't talk with food in your mouth.
Eat or talk, do one.
Shaola, okay, then I'll talk with Master.
I can talk to my master for all eternity.
Subaru,
who'd wanna get into a chat with you like this? Just be quiet and eat.
Shaola, okayes. While he had to feel a bit of respect for her level of loyalty, wanting to prioritize talking to Subaru above eating and such, he also felt that precisely because she was so ready to obey that her risk level was actually so low. Indeed, her nature as a person and her ability in every other respect and the level of danger she posed to everyone was in utter imbalance. Meili, say, barely clothed Oni-san, you really have a, voracious way of eating. Were you really that hungry, Tilda? Shaola, nah, it's just that this food's super tasty. I didn't really think eating's that big of a deal, just get something in and be done with it if I get a say, but if it's really this tasty, I wouldn't mind becoming that half-devil's disciple. Emilia, eh? My disciple? As in cooking? Instead of stopping at Meili's point, she went beyond the topic and snapped her finger to Emilia as she swallowed down whatever she was munching on. Emilia jumped, startled, while Shaola continued to shake her head up and down.
Shaola, this cooking's pretty good. You can't fool me.
I'm gonna take up cooking too, get good at it right away and make my way into Master's heart through his stomach, and not let him get any sleep tonight. Meili, your real intentions are leaking there. Emilia, Shaola, I understand your feelings. But you know, the way of the cook is a hard-trodden path. If you're really ready, I'll put some serious thought into taking you in as my disciple. Subaru, Emilia-tan, you're really cheeky about the weirdest things, you know. Besides, 70% of today's cooking was likely the result of Ram's work. So it was hilarious to watch Emilia act like she had figured out everything there was to cooking, and Shaola who was a bit too taken in by amateur-level cooking. Subaru, I feel like I gotta get this out here, but there's a lot of tasty stuff out there. Emilia-tan's cooking is, well, it gets full marks just because she did it, but, putting that aside, it's pretty average. What are you usually eating anyway? Shaola, thank you for asking me, Master.
My eating habits aren't really anything special. I'm usually filling myself by roasting whatever I take down. Subaru, whatever you take down.
Wait, do you mean those demon beasts from outside? Shaola listened to Subaru's question, then folded her arms under her voluptuous mounds and nodded repeatedly.
To have a steady diet of demon beasts was too weird to be a normal thing. So to take the advice of a specialist, Subaru turned to Beatrice and posed the natural question, with his look.
Subaru, I know we just talked about not drinking water that's mixed with the miasma a while ago, but... Beatrice, I don't even want to think if demon beast meat is good for the body or not. In fact, it's only that, it's not something that's so dangerous, that it'll have an immediate bad effect. I suppose. Julius, according to certain records, there were a few researchers who had set out to eat demon beast meat in the past. As Subaru undid the wrinkles between Beatrice's brows with his fingers, Julius brought up an interesting piece of information. As everyone's expressions urged him to continue after he stopped, Julius closed one eye and began anew. Julius, as we are already aware, demon beasts have a habit of attacking people. Be it in the middle of their march or during a long journey, if one were hard-pressed enough for food, they could find demon beasts aplenty, wandering within restricted territories.
After all, they never think of hiding.
Demon beasts will always come to attack. If one defeats them, then it was obvious that a good source of food would be obtained.
There should be no doubt that there were individuals who truly thought this.
Subaru, well, did that go end well for them? Julius, to improve their situation for nourishment, they had apparently faced many twists and turns, gone through many trials and errors.
However, no such improvement was found.
Of course, those who ate it found it to not be poisonous but... Subaru, but?
Julius, it seems there is a problem with the taste.
Subaru looked amazed, but it turned out to be a problem of taste.
If it tasted bad, then it was fine to cover it up with various spices or other condiments.
It was true that the meat of wild beasts had this raw and earthy taste, but if it wasn't poisonous, then they ought to have at least tried a bit harder.
Julius, that was as far as it was recorded in literature. Miss Shaula, what is your personal experience with it?
Shaula, it tastes like sand that's been rinsed in sewage water. Totally. Subaru, it's the kind where spices won't help.
Shaula, if Master wants to try some, I'll whole roast a hungry horse king. It's so disgusting, you get super addicted. I'm lying.
After finding out what unimaginable thing her 400-year diet was, everyone unanimously decided to no longer blame her poor table manners. Subaru politely declined the whole roasted hungry horse king offer.
In the first place, that particularly disturbing demon beast was already on fire.
Subaru, I thought having to worry about food was an actual problem, but...
He popped himself down and covered his face.
At the end of his vision, there was Shaula, her entire face lit with a smile so bright, it could bring tears to others as she stuffed a variety of food into her mouth, and Emilia, who looked on as Shaula ate, her feelings of motherhood being further stimulated, which could potentially lead her to further improve her cooking. 1 month, that was the amount of time left to them, which accounted for all of their food, including their excess. And if Shaula kept up the pace at which she ate, their time limit might just decrease even further, Subaru thought. Once their meal was over and they had their baths in the spring water, consisting of mainly wiping their bodies, the day was over and it was time to go to bed. In light of their present situation, it could be said that the Tower Conquest team ought to spend the night trying to come up with a plan to break through their current stalemate, but at present, everyone felt that it would not work like that. To expect tomorrow's matters to be solved by their tomorrow's selves, might have been more appropriate than given credit for. Subaru, not like we're just gonna get smacked in the face with it.
Let's take a bit more time.
Given what the contents of the second floor's trial was, worst case scenario, they might have to go in again the next day without a plan at all. Instead of thinking up a workaround, hit it with all you have, though in truth, they all wanted to avoid actually breaking him apart. At the very least their examiner, the first-generation Sword Saint, had no intention of killing them. Or maybe they could even find a way to overcome this particular obstacle simply from conversing with him. Just like how Emilia had pried out her winning conditions from him simply by talking. Subaru, well, gotta do what I gotta do to keep my head straight.
So I have to eat well, rest well, and always be at peak performance.
He thought as he pinched both his cheeks, then put all his worries away for the day. For the most part, Emilia and the others agreed with Subaru's point, or rather, they were so demotivated, they had no choice but to. And with that, the night's meeting was over.
Each left for a dragon carriage, which they were using as a makeshift bedroom, to rest and prepare for the next day. At least, that was supposed to be the case.
Beatrice, Subaru, Betty will be with Emilia and the others, in fact. Subaru, oh, gotcha. Sorry for making you worry, Biko. don't stay up too late.
You'll stop growing and get stuck in your small size.
Wait,
That's pretty cute.
all right, Biko, remember to stay up late. Beatrice, you don't have to worry, Betty won't grow any taller than this, I suppose.
I'll be cute forever, in fact.
So I'll be like this even if I sleep early, I suppose. After yawning, Subaru waved to Beatrice before she parted, led by Amelia as she held her hand. Subaru, Amelia-tan, take care of Biko.
See ya tomorrow.
Amelia, see you tomorrow. Subaru, don't stay up too late either, okay? Instead of directly telling him not to, Amelia said her piece and headed down the great stairway to the lower floor. Once she was out of sight, Subaru stretched a few times, then walked down the fourth floor's passage.
His destination was obvious.
A door that was covered in ivy, the entrance to the green room.
And there.
Julius, is that you, Subaru?
Subaru, it's you.
In front of the room, Subaru ran into Julius, who watched him with eyes wide. Just when he was about to enter the room, Subaru arrived, so he squinted at him for a good moment, then immediately pulled back his chin knowingly. Julius, I understand.
It seems we share the same reason for entering this room.
Subaru, I'm pretty sure we have different people in mind. So, should I give it up to you tonight?
Julius, no need.
Shaking his head at Subaru's proposal, Julius looked to the closed door. A moment of silence followed, then the pair of yellow eyes were once again pointed at Subaru.
And then he took a step back from the door. Julius, this time, it is I who ought to give it up for you. Thinking back, you were unconscious for 2 entire days until this morning.
I did inform her of your well-being afterwards, but I'm sure she yearned for your presence at night nevertheless. Subaru, yeah, well, if you're giving it up for me, I'll just gladly take you up on your offer. Imitating his elegant style, Subaru scratched his head while stealing quick glances at Julius. He found no signs of displeasure in Julius' expression, but Subaru was bad at trying to find out someone else's feelings in the first place.
That went double for anyone who hid their true feelings. It was practically impossible for him at that point.
Subaru, you okay?
I'm pretty sure you want to tag along.
So he sighed and simply spoke what was on his mind.
Julius gave a thin smile.
Julius, if possible, I would most definitely want to be at Anastasia Summers' side when she wakes up. It's only that, I feel I will be unable to find the words to speak to her when she does.
It is true that I am feeling lost about this aspect. It is most deplorable.
Subaru, it's fine if you open with I was very worried, so I'm glad you've awakened.
The problem is with what comes next. That. Well, I'll leave that to you.
Julius, PFFT. Subaru, oi, why'd you laugh?
I'm being pretty serious, you know. Even if he was being serious, it seemed that Julius did not take too fondly to it.
He then turned on his heels, turning his back to Subaru, who wore a surprised expression.
Julius, you're able to freely say what you want.
I envy that. Subaru, kinda feels more like you're calling me an idiot. Oi, where are you going?
Julius, I'm relinquishing my time to you. I'll return to the dragon carriage and take rest. I feel slightly worn out from today's activities.
Raising his hand while keeping Subaru at his back, Julius told him before leaving. Whether he felt well enough to joke about the trial tiring him slightly, or whether he was simply putting up a front, was something Subaru could not tell.
He couldn't tell but.
Subaru, Julius, it's better if you're there when Anastasia wakes up after all.
When I'm done with my stuff, I'll head over to get you, so you better do just that.
Julius, Subaru, I'll let you know beforehand, but I'm pretty sure I've got a lot more regrets on my back than you.
So this is my advice. Just take it. He shouted at the back that disappeared into the hallway.
Whether Julius heard or not, he was unsure as there was no reply.
However, Julius would definitely not take it the wrong way. At least, Subaru believed that. Subaru, I'm coming in.
With a shake of his head, He threw away all considerations he had for Julius. Subaru pushed the door open and took a step into the green room. The room, illuminated by a dim and faint glow, still remained dominated by greenery, with two girls who lay asleep on a bed of ivy, Anastasia on the bed near the entrance, and Rem on the bed further back.
Subaru, and you're at the back too, huh?
Patrash, dash.
She let out a low growl for the visiting Subaru. As if the jet-black dragon knew he would come. Maybe she did know.
Spontaneously, she moved away to make space for Subaru to sit on her bed of ivy. Subaru, really, you're one hell of a girl.
Those wounds are healing up nicely too, eh?
With a bitter smile, Subaru traced her black scales with his hands.
The wounds she had received during the time they were fighting against the Hungry Horse King underground had healed nicely over the past 3 days. Normally, she wouldn't let Subaru know the true extent of her injuries.
Now, however, she was genuinely focused on recovering instead of putting up a strong front. Subaru, really, can't thank this spirit enough.
If it weren't for this room, who knows how hard this whole thing would have turned out to be. Even at the risk of losing his life, Subaru would never voice that it was good Patrash got off with shallow wounds. No wounds would always be the best outcome, but he did feel lucky that that was the extent of injuries anyone had received during their ride through the Augria sand dunes.
The only ones injured in that event were only Subaru and Patrash.
That they were able to come back up to above functioning standard was all thanks to this green room.
Adding the injured duo of Julius and Anastasia from the second floor's trial, the existence of the green room was indeed miraculous. As if someone had known this might happen and left it prepared beforehand.
Subaru, well then.
Once he was done affirming his love for Patrash, Subaru took a deep breath before heading towards the bed further inside the room, towards Rem.
When there, the ivy shifted like flowing silk, gathering into a spot to make a sort of chair for him to sit on.
Subaru, really, man, there should be a limit to how nice you can be.
Even though he had just expressed his everlasting gratitude for the green room's spirit, he felt like it was taken as flattery for even better treatment. That was far from his intention, but he took the offer anyway.
Subaru, Julius did mention Rem's been missing me at night, huh?
That was his mistake. That wasn't the case at all.
Because, the one who was waiting to speak late at night, when no one would bother them, wasn't but Rem, but it was surely Subaru. Subaru noticed something was off when he felt his shoulders being lightly shaken. Subaru, Raising his face from the bed, he blinked several times. Contrary to physical reactions, the mind was usually much slower to react.
And slowly, his mind returned to him. Then he noticed. Subaru, did I fall asleep? Hand on his chin, Subaru pondered the surprising fact that he actually fell asleep.
It seemed that he was still in the green room, still sitting on that ivy chair right beside Rem's bed, and it seemed he had fallen asleep in that very position. However, he felt that the shape of his chair was somehow different from what he remembered.
The chair in his memories had no backside.
But now, the chair had a large backside to support him in his sleep, and it had taken an almost egg-like shape to conform to his comfort as much as possible.
The spirit was just too damn nice. It was so comfortable, it turned yawns into actual sleep. Subaru, means I was pretty tired too.
Patrash? Muttering about him dozing off, Subaru turned to Patrash, the kind lady who had nudged him with her long tail to wake him. Curled up over the ivy bed, his beloved dragon lightly woke him to alert him to something. Subaru squinted at where she was staring and Subaru, you are, no way. Jumped off his chair and rushed over to the bed that was by the green room's entrance door, the one Anastasia was supposed to be occupying.
It's supposed to be because she was not there.
And once it hit Subaru, his face lost color. Subaru, even though I gave Julius an earful about this. Only because he dozed off, Julius could not greet Anastasia when she woke up.
He couldn't even face him if he wanted to with this. Unfortunately, that was not the only problem.
Subaru, she got up, and then?
Where'd she go?
The toilet?
Without waking me? It wasn't really a matter of whether she had actually gone to the toilet.
It was that Anastasia, no, more like Echidna, had woken up and snuck out of the room without so much as a word of notice to Subaru, who was right there. To think she disappeared right after the second-floor trial dash. Did she go to challenge Reed again, just like Julius?
Man, I don't wanna imagine that. Subaru, the bed's still warm. Gotta go look for her. Her bed was still slightly warm. There was the fact that Patrash had woken him up as well.
Meant it hasn't been too long since Anastasia left, most likely.
Subaru, Patrash. I'm leaving Rem to you.
And, right, thanks for waking me. Patrash. Shortening his reply as much as he could, Subaru waved to Patrash before heading out. Unable to figure out where exactly she could even go, his heart throbbed faster. If it was Subaru in her place, he'd first want to make sure Amelia and Beatrice were okay. If so, then naturally, she would be heading towards where Julius was. Subaru, no, wait, it's Scarf Donia who's inside her right now.
No way it's gonna be anything simple. But then, he did not have enough manpower to tackle this problem. Even if it meant exposing his embarrassment of dozing off to others, for now, he needed to reach out to the others and get their help in finding Anastasia.
Subaru, huh? And on his way down the stairs to call the others, he stopped.
He was dumbfounded. He found something incredibly abnormal, something that should definitely not be inside of the tower.
Subaru, dash. That something swiftly flew across Subaru's stunned face. With white wings spread wide in the narrow hallway, a bird attempted to find its way out.
Subaru, why is there a bird inside the tower?
The words rolled out of his mouth at the sight of a bird, an existence that shouldn't be inside of the tower.
The watchtower Pleiades had no windows. It was a building that was completely closed off from the outside world, with the only connection being the giant door on the 5th floor.
At the very least, Subaru thought as much, and his guide for the 4th floor, Beatrice herself, had said she could not even sense the presence of a window that could lead outside. Subaru, TCH.
Wait up.
Feeling something was very off, right before he started rushing after the bird, for a moment, he hesitated. Should he follow after the bird, or should he call someone and find Anastasia first, then discuss the bird issue? He chose to follow the bird, however. To lose sight of that bird here, he felt, might lead to an even greater danger down the road.
Simply put, it was a gut feeling.
Subaru, dash. Of course, birds were not such gentle creatures, to listen to Subaru and stop flying simply because he called after them. Gently it flew away from Subaru, further and further, deeper into the hallway. He chased and chased and chased, and before long. Subaru, dash. It disappeared?
The hell? He shouted when he reached the end of the hallway. The hallway itself was circular, taking after the shape of the tower.
However, it was not connected like that, because at around half circle, a wall stopped further progression.
It was like a clock.
If one started at 12 o'clock, they could go till 6 o'clock both clockwise and counterclockwise, but no more than that either way. Subaru knew that, and as long as none of the doors were opened, he was certain he could catch the bird, but Subaru, doesn't look like it slammed into the wall and fell.
What the hell's going on here?
Confused as to where that pair of wings had disappeared, he surveyed his surroundings over and over.
Unfortunately, there were no open rooms the bird could enter. It appeared suddenly and disappeared just as suddenly. He felt like he was wrapped around the smoky veil of a dream. But he soon confirmed he was not dreaming.
Sabah, these are feathers, right? On his way back out of the hallway, he found white feathers fallen on the ground.
While he still held his doubts, looking at it from a situational perspective, these white feathers definitely belonged to that bird he was chasing. They were proof the bird definitely existed.
He could very well take them to Amelia and the others and say there was a bird inside of the tower, but it would ultimately lead to nothing. Most of all, it wouldn't lead to where Anastasia disappeared off to. Subaru, wait.
If there's feathers lying around here, then. There should be something here. He searched the wall and floor around the place where the feathers had fallen while thinking that.
He examined the stone floor and ceiling, checked the nearby rooms, and even pressed the stone bricks of the walls.
However, nothing came of it, and he only felt his pulse quicken with each passing moment. I should really go get help. It was precisely at that moment. Subaru, ah. It was when he was moving his palm over the place the feathers had fallen.
His fingers had brushed against the wall right beside there, or so he had thought.
In reality, he realized his fingers had slipped through the wall, as if it were an illusion. Even when he carefully tried to press his fingers against it, they went through, so he wasn't seeing things. Subaru, but I'm pretty sure I've checked the walls around here pretty well.
That was not to say he had failed in searching properly, but only that the wall above his waist, from where it was an illusion, was solid. An illusionary wall that covered up the entrance. The last time he saw something like this was back when Betelgeuse and the witch cult were hiding in that cavern. Subaru, risk it all to win it all, huh?
If one went into a crawl, they could pass through the illusionary wall.
After a good moment of hesitation, he decided to crawl through and get to the other side.
The bird had gotten in through this way, most likely. If this led to the outside of the tower, or maybe to another part of the tower, then.
Subaru, poor.
The darkness beyond the wall did not last as long as he expected.
He dove out of the illusionary wall and took a deep breath, like someone coming back up from a dive underwater.
He was holding his breath while inside that darkness for no apparent reason. He quickly noticed the outside air, a cool breeze flew across his face. Subaru, whoa.
He opened his eyes, slowly adjusting them to the darkness of the outside world. Spreading out in all directions over the vast horizon was a sea of sand, the Augria sand dunes, seen from a height unfathomable by Subaru. And watching over this spectacle was the dark sky, spotted with countless twinkling stars.
And there.
Subaru, dash. In the place that was supposedly the tower's balcony, her purple hair shining under starlight, surrounded by flocks of birds, was Anastasia. Arc 6, Chapter 32, Just Who? Before the unforeseen spectacle, Subaru couldn't be anything but dumbfounded as he gazed in amazement.
It was a night wherein curious occurrences were happening consecutively.
Starting from him unintentionally dozing off, to running about in search of Anastasia equals Aridna who had disappeared from the green room, catching sight of a bird which was not supposed to be inside the tower and chasing after it. Losing sight of that bird at a dead end, and finding a concealed passage by investigating the familiar walls and floor. Subaru, after emerging from the tunnel, what lay before was a country of snow. The persiflage he spilled out made no contribution to explain this queer spectacle. What Subaru had passed through was not a wall or a tunnel, and neither what lay before his eyes was a snow country, a night where the wind was blowing through the sand sea.
Twinkling stars emerged in the dark sky, and the dim scenery of sand dunes stretching afar was visible from the watchtower's balcony. Nothing corresponded with Subaru's words. Instead of that,
Natsuki-kun. Hearing Subaru's husky mumbling, a person's shadow, with hair dancing in the wind, turned towards him. The young girl held her purple wavy hair down with her hand spherical pale cerulean eyes, skin so fair it was distinctly visible in the darkness, possessor of a lovely appearance.
It was Anastasia, whom he had been searching.
Subaru hesitated for a single instant upon her call. Subaru, it sure is the ideal spot with a picturesque scenery in the middle of the night, huh? Hiding his initial astonishment under his tongue, Subaru shrugged his shoulders before Anastasia. Upon his gesture and the topic he brought up, Anastasia smiled faintly saying shores.
Anastasia, 's true the view's great. But, it's sure's sad that the scenery's all black.
Would have been different had the town been visible far away too. Subaru, that's true, but the charm of glancing into the sea of night isn't so bad either, you know.
Besides, even if you say that.
Saying so, Subaru pointed his finger towards the sky, instead of the unbroken view.
Hooked by that, Anastasia too looked up into the sky. Visible was the entirety of the starry sky.
Subaru, the air is cold and clear, and stars are really visible. It sure is romantic, isn't it? Anastasia, it's true the stars are pretty, and I agree the air's clear. But it makes you feel something aside from view and the stars, no? Subaru, and that something would be? Anastasia, the fact that the stars are visible itself.
Was there ever a night where the stars were visible in the desert up till now?
Told so by Anastasia in seeming amazement, Subaru clapped his hands saying What she had pointed out, it was indeed marvelous to be able to view the stars from the balcony like this should the journey through the sand sea up until now be taken into consideration.
It was impossible to spot the glitter of stars from the areas surrounding Pleiades watchtower. Because
Anastasia, the miasma's dark and thick, and must have spanned across the sky like clouds, after all. Subaru, for that to not be here means that just this tower alone is unaffected by the miasma.
Or perhaps, it may be at a height above the enshrouding miasma. Anastasia, at this height, well, that ain't impossible.
Though he noticed only after viewing the scenery from the balcony, their current altitude, the level pertaining to the fourth layer of the watchtower, was not at an height of a few dozens of meters above ground but at an altitude of several hundreds of meters. Though it did not actually feel that way, the stairway from the fifth layer up to the fourth layer was of that length is what it meant. Subaru, but still, I don't know if it's accurate to judge distance in the middle of the tower from this spot. Standing parallel to the outer wall, Subaru looked up towards the tower instead of the scenery from the balcony and sighed. If his conjecture was correct, regardless of being at a position above the miasma, the summit of the tower, seemingly piercing through the clouds, could not possibly be seen.
It was far too high up, regardless of the darkness.
That is why the stairway to the second floor had greater than 400 steps.
Therefore it was unquestionable that the tower was wasteful with regards to the outside.
Anyhow, restraining his thoughts regarding the stars and the tower's height, Subaru had his eyes glance towards Anastasia. Elegantly having her lips smile, with her hands behind her hips, Anastasia made no suspicious movement.
All signs of vigilance or hostility were non-existent as well. At the very least, he confirmed she possessed no unconcealed animosity.
Subaru, so, what's your excuse for this situation? Anastasia, excuse? Subaru, stealthily leaving the bedroom late at night, going through a secret passage nobody knows about, playing with birds in the night's breeze.
Way too suspicious.
Subaru raised his jaw and questioned Anastasia, who had a mystified expression.
Birds, yes, birds.
In this place, the two of Subaru and Anastasia were facing each other, but multiple other spectators crowded the balcony aside from just those two.
With not the slightest movement, they were birds which continued watching over the situation like artificial articles. Not one or two birds, they were not in such gentle numbers at all.
The number of birds halted on the outer edge of the balcony with their wings resting was far greater than 50.
Numbers which would make one think it was an entire horde, but the reason he hesitated to label it as a horde was because the variety of the birds was not uniform.
A white bird, a blue bird, a black bird, a spotted bird, a large bird, a tiny bird, a slim bird, a plump bird, birds of mixed variety with no sense of oneness had assembled as a single set. That truth alone was quite bizarre, but what made Subaru feel even more ominous was the behavior of the birds which had constructed this spectacle. Despite such a multitude of birds present, not even a single flap could be heard, let alone a chirp.
It was not confirmed if birds had the intelligence to mutually understand each other's will, but at the very least, these birds without any sense of oneness, had their intent determined as one.
Anastasia, it can't be helped that Natsuki can't feel uneasy like this, but regarding such suspicion of Subaru's, Anastasia had her hand touch her cheek. Anastasia, secret passage, that's really an exaggeration, ain't it? After all, Natsuki-kun managed to come in here too. Subaru, that's... well, the bird sort of led me, you know. Anastasia, in that case, that's the same for me too.
I was just strolling inside the tower at night.
Then a bird jumped out of nowhere.
I got curious wondering what was up with that, and ended up getting here. Anastasia, why, won't you trust me?
Anastasia straightened her eyes, as she let a bird she was holding with both of her hands fly freely into the sky.
Though obvious, it was not a convincing explanation. He had no basis to deny it, but there's no way something so convenient happened.
Pigeonholing himself, that was the conclusion Subaru arrived at.
Subaru, this bird is. Anastasia, I wonder, what's up with these kids?
Subaru, HK.
That's what I want to ask.
The gaze of the birds watching their exchange from a distance felt apprehensive, though the same also went for the evasive Anastasia's attitude. It was difficult to read emotions in the eyes of birds, or perhaps they truly wielded no emotion. He could feel the alienation which would make him think that way. Just what are these birds, this balcony, this Anastasia thinking?
Subaru, knowing nothing like me. That is way too convenient a story for me to swallow.
Anastasia, I'd also like to say something about Natsuki-kun not knowing anything.
But, it's really troubling. Everything's been so confusing ever after coming here.
Dear oh dear, saying so whilst putting one hand on her eyebrows, Anastasia displayed behavior of drowning in lamentation. Looking at that Anastasia without letting his guard down, Subaru suddenly remembered something about birds. That birds fly over Augria sand dunes, in the direction of Pleiades watchtower.
He had heard that in the bar they had stopped by to prepare for crossing over the sand sea in order to head towards the tower.
The bartender told them to look for birds in case they get puzzled over the way through the desert. Fortunately, Subaru and the rest did not make a blunder like being stranded in the desert, so it turned out to be a warning he almost entirely forgot about. But Subaru, looking at this now, makes me think that was not necessarily just some rumor. Despite receiving Subaru's whispering, the birds gave no response. They merely had their wings folded silently, and were letting their wings rest as if they despised flying in twilight. Despite being exposed to the chilling breeze, they did not huddle close to each other and refrained from sharing warmth. They merely had their gaze towards Subaru and Anastasia like exquisite dolls. Anastasia, these kids are always like that.
I'm at a loss too.
Subaru, judging from my experience that's a bit impossible for me to believe. Anastasia, judging from experience, you say? Subaru, based on my experience, upon heedlessly coming across a scene like this, it's generally promised that your life is in danger. Subaru had an abundance of near-death experience due to his heedless behavior. Starting from being beaten to death by Rem, when he was loitering around the old mansion at night. A lot of stuff happened back then which is being left out, but Subaru's experience taught and made him conclude that heedless behavior equals death in its essence. And judging from those experiences of his, he thought of this situation to be quite dangerous. Anastasia, if that's so, then better add a new pattern to those judgments based on experiences of yours.
That won't be happening this time.
Anastasia, for the cowardly Natsuki-kun, the worst probability is if I'm plotting something, so I lured you to this tower and spun up some outrageous conspiracy, to harm Natsuki-kun or Emilia-san, and the rest beyond repair is what you thought.
Isn't it?
Having gotten struck at the bull's eye, Subaru slightly stiffened himself up. Looking at how Subaru was acting, Anastasia smiled, saying easy to get. Anastasia, relax. I'm not thinking about something so roundabout, and I've no hostility against Natsuki-kun nor for anyone else, in this tower.
Ah, not counting the trial takers. Subaru, Shaola and Reed, ha. The moment he voiced those names, Anastasia silenced herself with a bitter expression.
Looking at that response, Subaru spilled his voice, saying ah. Subaru, you didn't hear about it cause you were sleeping, right? About that guy who newly appeared for the trial of the second layer.
He is Reed Astria, the first-generation sword saint. It seems like the arrangement was to have him appear from the past.
Anastasia, this tower has a questionably outrageous layout.
I wonder, just what was its creator thinking? Receiving Subaru's explanation, Anastasia lowered her voice, and added one more thing at the end of her repulsed comment.
Sensing the omission of the Kararagai dialect's accent in her tone, Subaru halted his breath.
Up until now he had intended to treat her and deal with her as Anastasia. But after all, the true nature of her, who was before his eyes like this, was.
Subaru, right now, only you and I are here. How about talking your heart out frankly? Anastasia, WH. Subaru, to be honest, I can't make any progress with you, who is wearing the mask of someone else. No matter what I'm told, it's impossible for me to trust you down to my very core.
That's why.
You say that you want to exchange words with me, not the me who acts as Anna.
That instant, Anastasia's presence changed as if responding to Subaru's proposition.
The mood surrounding her completely changed, though her form didn't change. The sense of existence he was standing off against definitely altered.
The emotions dwelling in her eyes, the expression interweaving her thoughts, had changed completely.
And, before Subaru, who halted his breath witnessing this transformation, Anastasia no, the artificial spirit Echidna who had been acting as Anastasia, slowly turned towards the outer edge of the balcony.
With not a railing to prevent falling, only a fence of a pathetic height is all that the outer edge possessed.
She slowly placed her hips on that fence and gently caressed the head of the small white bird standing still right beside her. And,
Echidna, it is indeed the first time we've exchanged words with just the two of us all alone here.
Saying so, she accepted Subaru's proposal with a fleeting smile.
Echidna, won't you come here?
Subaru, no, I mean it doesn't have a railing, and my counterplans for safety are way too incomplete, so nope.
Echidna, not at all, I won't push you off even if you get closer with your guard down, you know?
Subaru, no way am I trusting that tone.
You're just like the original, when it comes to stuff like that.
Subaru distorted his lips before Echidna, who was sitting at a boundlessly hazardous spot, and invited him without any malice. But, perhaps she did not like the way he phrased his refusal, and furrowed her eyebrows frankly.
And then, she said, you see? And raised a single finger as if lecturing him.
Echidna, I've told you several times, but how about you stop viewing me together with that original witch or whatever? To say it clearly, it is nothing but unpleasant to be compared with someone unknown.
That is, even if it is my own creator.
Subaru, that goes for this manner speaking too, but. I guess so, my bad.
I'll be careful. Echidna, kindly be.
Echidna appealed to Subaru, with the same appearance and voice as Anastasia. In all honesty, from what he had pointed, it was truly just like the tone of the ill-natured which Subaru was acquainted with, her insistence comprised of a circumstance whereby he must earnestly nod in assent. The truth is, if Subaru was told he was an existence similar to Echidna, it would be an opinion that would make him respond with something that would be terribly dishonorable as well.
Anastasia, with that being said, your worries are quite right.
Seeing someone night after night head to a place noticed by nobody all alone would naturally make one suspicious. However, on top of accepting those misgivings as a matter of course, I shall deny your misgivings once again. Subaru, you sure are bold to be touching that bird without even being vigilant. Anastasia, did you hear what I said just now?
Subaru, I heard it indeed.
Immediately, their comments were at crossing paths with regards to each other. However, it couldn't be helped that what was far more mysterious to Subaru was the small bird, how she was caressing the ominous small bird's head like it was some artificial article than what she was saying. Things would have been different had this been a park in the afternoon and the birds gave a further spirit reaction, though. Subaru, aren't you afraid that you'll get killed if they, swarm together and peck your entire body?
Echidna, well, your imagination is far more frightening. You won't say that this is another one of your judgments based on experience, would you?
Subaru, you see, something happened where cute-looking rabbits jumped on me with all their energy.
And things turned out like that.
Thus ever since he had been nervous of a large number of animals gathering at one spot. Piling up multiple experiences of return by death, he had confirmed and could claim that there existed no easy death, but that memory was a remarkably awful manner of dying. Anastasia, you're actually making a pale face, so I won't put pressure on you. It's not as if I am affectionately familiar with these birds, either. Perhaps due to seeing Subaru's face get increasingly pale, Echidna promptly retracted her hand from the small bird. And then putting both of her hands on her knees, she once again gazed towards Subaru saying, "Well then, Echidna, you suggested me, to let my heart out frankly. I wonder, what do you want to talk about with myself who has forgotten about behaving like I was Anna?" "Subaru, for now, your relationship with this place, and these birds." "Echidna, regarding that, I can only respond with what I had answered as Anna.
I was led to this place by a bird, as well. Until then, I had not the faintest clue."
"Just." "Subaru, just." Despite the dejection for lack of substitution of that response, Subaru raised his eyebrows in pursuit of the faint catch to it.
Slightly hesitating upon his reaction, Echidna continued. "Echidna, to be completely honest, I was thinking of asking you the same thing." "Subaru, asking me, the same thing?"
"Echidna, I was intending to be Anna, so it may have come off as a joke, isn't it?"
"I found myself here as if I was led to this place. And now, I am having dialogue with you in this place. With you, who is standing in front of the entrance to return to the tower."
"Echidna, you are the controller of this tower and were also an acquaintance of Shaola's."
"At the very least, she treats you with that conviction completely."
"Taking that into consideration, being informed on top of just the two of us being in this place does seem cowardly to me, but..." Engulfed by the words Echidna voiced, Subaru was unable to interrupt her comments. Before that, Subaru, Echidna cut her words off once, and whilst retaining Anastasia's face, presented a question.
That question was,
"Echidna, Natsuki Subaru, just who are you?"
"Subaru, just who you say, but..."
"Echidna, let's go back to the time before heading to Pristella. After the ceremony of conferring honors when you fulfilled the white whale subjugation, and the subjugation of Sloth, 1 year ago.
Anna conducted an investigation regarding you."
That which Echidna had revealed, perhaps had been one of the plans in Anastasia Camp's strategy for the royal election, investigating Subaru, who had accepted the conferral of decorations as the knight of the rival candidate Emilia, must be something which can be called theory in a fight of this type. But, the great merchant Anastasia Hoshin, who led the Hoshin Company was. "Echidna, your background could not be gained knowledge of." Anna complained that investigating the most minimal information alone was extremely difficult. "Regarding that, I believed that perhaps the people around you know something rather than you yourself, that's what the result was. Controlling the information regarding Subaru, if there's someone doing that who has a deep connection with the camp, then the first one on the list would be Roswell, followed by Otto, perhaps. Anyhow, it would not be strange of them to be doing that. And they were either far too unkind or far too boorish to go out of their way and refrain from informing that truth to Subaru. Echidna, after all, what could be reached was only around the little happening you got involved with in the capital right before the commencement of the royal election.
When Knight Reinhardt discovered the candidate felt, there is evidence that he happened to catch sight of you. But, that is all.
Any records prior to that were not supposed to exist. Henceforth, Echidna, though it's Anastasia in this case, Anastasia's investigation had followed up Subaru's footsteps nearly perfectly.
Excluding the fact that that was an insufficient result for them.
Echidna narrowed her eyes, as Subaru silently wondered how he should respond. Until now, he has had multiple experiences of being unable to convey the information from return by death and burying it within himself, and subsequently suffering due to being unable to share the information.
However, this was a first-timer for him.
For the question to be just who Natsuki Subaru was, and the unidentified nature of his origins acting as chains. "Subaru, I am. Echidna, and that's how I just lined it all up."
"Subaru, ah?"
Echidna unfolded both of her arms before Subaru, who tried to somehow wring out some words with a serious expression. Her tone was far too indiscreet, as Subaru stood dumbfounded.
Receiving Subaru's reaction, Echidna nodded, saying him with a satisfied expression. "Echidna, Anna and I recognized you, as a newcomer knight with a pile of extremely meritorious deeds, with that kind of an unknown background. That was, until Pristella. I have no words for how that impression changed with the fight against the witch cult in Prestella.
But I am aware that it is again changing slightly after coming to this watchtower.
Echidna, I felt anxious for being with you alone late at night in a space beyond the sights of anyone, so even if I was on guard against you, I want you to forgive it as something which could not be helped. Folding her open arms, Echidna tilted her neck whilst smiling.
And taken aback by the words he had heard from her, Subaru mumbled and moved his dry lips and earnestly pondered over how he should react.
However, during the time he was pondering, he suddenly noticed
that the fingers in Echidna's hands atop her knee wielded so much strength that they would turn white. Subaru, you, don't tell me, are you seriously scared? Echidna, that comment is slightly upsetting. Just as an example, what kind of a relationship do you actually have with Shaola?
Without responding to Subaru's question, Echidna fired back a separate question.
Subaru, I met Shaola for the first time here.
I don't know anything.
Echidna, the trial of the third layer, was it a coincidence that you cleared it so quickly?
Subaru, it was a coincidence.
Echidna, in that case, what about you going through the secret passage camouflaged in such a way that it cannot be noticed at first glance, and calling out to me in a situation where I happen to be alone? What resumed persistently was Echidna's bitterness directed towards Subaru. By stockpiling questions before Subaru, she was conveying this: Subaru, how about you? Try imagining being in my position. Echidna, but still, due to various factors I estimate you as an existence who has a low possibility of being hostile. And I want you to think of me revealing the depths of my heart as a proof of my good faith. With her hands on her slim chest, Echidna demonstrated that she had voiced her true mental state through her attitude. From Subaru's perspective as well, he very much wanted to agree with Echidna's words now that he once again looked back onto his origins and the suspicious nature of his actions. Very much so, but Echidna, it rather seems like my creator left deep wounds upon your heart, isn't it?
The behavior of the artificial spirit Echidna indeed closely resembled that of the Echidna who was the witch of greed, so no matter how much good faith she devoted, it was difficult to truly trust her. This itself could precisely be called as the lingering scent of a witch.
Subaru, I get what you're saying.
I'm convinced. Keeping whether I'm able to trust or not aside. Echidna, your troubles have been conveyed quite well.
Subaru, that is, even if you and I meeting here is a coincidence.
Then, what's this place?
What do you think this balcony-like place was made for? As a matter of fact, even if this Echidna was plotting something, there existed no evidence that would make her open her mouth.
He complied with her not because he trusted her, but because he considered it an inevitability.
However, that and the fact that this place was a concealed space are entirely different subjects.
Due to being concealed and everything, there must be some kind of worth to its existence. Echidna, I have a hypothesis regarding that. Do you remember what happened 3 days ago? In the desert?
Subaru: 3 days ago, that'd mean before we reached the tower, some totally messy stuff comes to my mind. Echidna, at the occasion of that ruckus, a white light attacked us when we were being pursued by the courtesan bears.
It rather seems like that was Shaola's doing. Then, this place is
Subaru, her scaffold, for observing the desert? Before Echidna's hypothesis reached its end, Subaru clicked his fingers.
Her conjecture was convincing.
The truth is, she had continued to snipe those who approached the tower with what she calls hell snipe from a long distance.
He had wondered how she did that with there not being a single window or way to view outside of the watchtower.
Echidna, perhaps, there are places like this connected through the circumference of the tower.
From what it seems, this space is not in the direction from which we approached the tower.
Subaru, what about the birds?
Echidna, the birds are an enigma. Even if they are touched like this, they give no response.
It's just that they still perhaps do have warm body temperature, they are not actually artificial.
If possible, I'd like to dissect them.
Looking down onto the birds beside her, Echidna straightened her spherical eyes with cruelty.
However, as she drew her finger back, she stared intensely at that finger.
Echidna, unfortunately, I do not want to put any more burden upon Anna's body.
Things would proceed faster if you would dissect the birds. Subaru, well, I'll do it if it's really needed no matter what.
In the 1 year he had spent living in the different world ever since being summoned, Subaru had gained some experience of hunting birds or hare. Of course, killing for the sake of eating and killing for the sake of experimenting felt way too different.
Subaru, after killing it, as for eating it.
Echidna, yes, there was also the problem of remaining food supplies.
Then, I would like to request around 20 of them.
Subaru, bloody bastard. Don't you know about the legend of Zelda? Indifferently requested to take the lives of a large number of birds, Subaru raised his voice harshly.
Echidna rounded her eyes, having been yelled at over knowledge she had no way knowing.
That aside, killing 20 would indeed aggravate his spirit. Subaru, besides, upon killing there would also be some movement in these countless birds too, you know. Echidna, that seems undeniably frightening. In response to Subaru's distress, Echidna also put her hand on her mouth. The birds gave no reaction to the perilous conversation of the two, but their gazes alone were unchangingly fixed upon the outsiders to this place, that is, Subaru and Echidna. With the word sky burial accidentally appearing in his mind, Subaru detained Echidna's prompt judgment. Subaru, if we're going to do it, then let's do it after making some preparations.
For the time being, let's keep it for later.
Echidna, no attitude of running away either, huh?
Got it, very well.
The truth is, it's difficult to even think about what could be gained from investigating these birds. Subaru, please stop with an atmosphere of stuff like the spirit of inquiry or comments on the success of thirst for knowledge, Echidna. He thought that Echidna, despite truly not knowing the nature of the witch, maintained a behavioral style similar to the original, and resultantly he never let his guard down. Henceforth Subaru ignored that aspect, and threw a question towards the spirit aspect of Echidna, which was unlike the witch. Subaru, I didn't really confirm it properly, but how's Anastasia-san?
Echidna, just like earlier.
Even now, Anna is continuing to sleep within the depths of this body. I've never dwelled in the body for this long, so I would be lying if I said I'm not getting impatient. Subaru, impatient? Subaru considered the nuance and thought she must be talking about wanting to return to her former body, but Echidna shook her head left and right, saying that's not it. Echidna, so far as it goes, Anna and I have a contracted relationship of a spirit and a user.
Though it's an imperfect relationship. An imperfect spirit, along with an imperfect user, I believe I have spoken about Anna's body.
Subaru, about there being some defects in the gate, and stuff. Echidna, that is close to the relationship between the present you and Beatrice. What's different from you two is that Anna's body has no receptacle to receive mana at all. In order for her to maintain her contract with me, she has no choice but to spend her odd. Subaru,
He thought of that explanation as roughly the same as what he had heard before.
However, Echidna believed Subaru's understanding was rather shallow, so she put a finger on her chest and... Echidna, this state is equivalent to me manifesting in Anna's stead.
Which means Anna's odd is being eaten up at an increased rate. Even now, moment by moment, Anna's odd is being grated.
Subaru, I believe odd was, like, the soul itself of the person.
Which means...
Echidna, on top of assenting the dangers of having a contract with me, Anna took my hand. Ever since then, I hypothesized that someday the end would arrive.
But now is, rather soon.
That is why, the body must be returned to Anastasia as soon as possible. That is how Echidna brought explaining the situation Anastasia and her had been placed into to an end. Upon hearing what she said, Subaru realized that he had been taking their circumstances far too lightly.
Subaru, with that body, in that tattered state, can she really become something like the king?
Echidna, do you mean that in the sense that you want Anna to abandon that privilege for the sake of your own master? Subaru, HK.
Don't joke around. Nothing like that. I was.
Echidna, Anna will not draw back, no matter what.
Nor will she give up. I know that.
Echidna asserted flatly before Subaru, who stepped ahead trying to raise his voice. Overawed by that vigor, Subaru blinked his eyes.
And then timidly had his lips tremble.
Subaru, does Anastasia-san want her own country so badly?
Even though if she gets her hands on it, she might have to immediately let go of it.
Echidna, though perhaps shorter than what normal people have, Anna herself will utilize that short span of time ways better than the others.
Besides, Anna has a reason to not give up the throne. Against Subaru's powerless voice, Echidna declared putting her trust in Anastasia into it. And recited her reason to not give up the throne. It was Echidna, because she wished for it.
Echidna, who had already stood up, conceded towards him and faced Subaru head-on from the center of the balcony. Gazing into the black eyes right ahead of her, as Subaru stood immobile at the words the pale cerulean eyes had conveyed to him. A heaviness unlike that of Pleiades' watchtower, of the trials, pressed Subaru down. Immobile, speechless.
Nor did Echidna say anything.
And instead of the motionless two, only the sound of flapping wings slashed through the chilling night.
The sound of flapping wings came from behind, as it was appended to the flock of birds, who were resting their wings. Once again a single bird flew towards the balcony. From behind.
Just as before, Subaru had been standing with his back turned towards the outer wall of the watchtower.
If a bird flapped its wings behind him, then it unquestionably came from the interior of the watchtower.
Echidna, Subaru, had reached this place, upon being led by birds.
Then, naturally, that was also the case with the flapping of the third bird.
What is the meaning of what you were saying, right now? A voice, somewhat astonished, somewhat in disbelief, echoed in the balcony.
The birds spread their wings wide at once, upon the voice of the standing man.
And, giving rise to a terrible sound of flapping wings like a cloudburst, the birds attained flight lacking all vacillation.
Towards the night sky, towards the desert enveloped in the dusk. Leaving Subaru, Echidna to seemingly drown in an ocean.
Along with Julius Duoculius,